Chapter 601. After finishing what needed to be done, the queen stood up and spoke to a few people, but her eyes were looking at Qianju. Do you need me to arrange another place for you to live? It's good here. It's troublesome to move around. After Qianju finished speaking, the queen nodded and did not force it. In that case, just like before, tell the guards here if you need anything. Okay. Prime Minister, come with me. The Prime Minister responded with a yes and followed the queen. The queen walked to the door, as if she remembered something, and looked back at concubine Xian. Cousin Yaoer was reading ancient books to save people. Her words were not a question, but an affirmation. Having said it, concubine Xian didn't intend to hide it anymore. She nodded with a smile. Sure enough, I can't hide it from the queen, but Luor and I have read all the ancient books you collected, but we found nothing. I have another one, which records how to bring people back to life, but it's too cruel. What method is it? Qianju asked with some curiosity. As a doctor, he was skeptical about the method of bringing people back to life. But after meeting Yui Luo, many things can't be explained by common sense. For example, why did Luor know his identity? Why did she know that Feng Qingqing was the child of Minister Jiang? These things are definitely not obtained by divination, as Luor said. And the matter of the third prince and his junior sister. Use the blood of 1,000 boys and girls. The queen said with a look of reluctance, and Qianju, who pulled back his thoughts, sneered. It's really cruel. Do you want to watch it? The queen agreed deeply, but still wanted to ask concubine Xian and Yui Luo. No need. This is nonsense. This is just an excuse to kill innocent people. Some people use boys and girls to make elixirs for immortality, but they didn't succeed. They still have to meet the king of hell. I thought I could help my third brother after I finished my work here, but I didn't expect to get nothing again. In fact, Yui Luo didn't have much hope in her heart, so she was not disappointed at this moment. The queen and the prime minister left, and the prince spoke softly. My third brother and his wife had already left to collect herbs when I came to Tianqi. We can slowly think of a way. Yui Luo knew that the prince was comforting her, and nodded. Prince, do you know where the third brother and his friends are collecting herbs? The prince shook his head. He was busy coming to Li country, and only Li Yunhe knew where the two were going. What herbs are you going to collect? Qianju asked from the side. Yanling grass. Qianju thought for a while. I know where they are. The terrain where yanling grass grows is steep, and there are many wild animals around this grass. Speak to the point. Yui Luo held her forehead and interrupted Qianju. In Xiangshan, Qianju coughed lightly, go out of Li country, and go to the border between Li country and Tianqi. Are you sure you are right, Mr. Qian? The prince's words made Qianju feel that he was being questioned. Don't worry, Your Highness, I am right. We medical students don't stay in the room, and things will run into our brains. We also need to go out and learn about various herbs. If we don't even understand the growth environment of herbs, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the divine Dr. Valley? Since you know about this medicine, why didn't you tell the third emperor's wife that this medicine can extend the life of the third emperor? Yui Luo was not questioning Qianju, but had other concerns. Is it because you are worried about the safety of the third emperor's wife? No, if that's the case, you can tell others and let them do it. So is it because this medicine has side effects? Qianju saw that several people were confused and explained. This medicine can indeed extend life, but the dosage must be controlled very accurately. If it is not controlled well, it will become a poison. He lowered his voice. That's why I didn't tell my junior sister. Because he took the medicine and experimented with animals, but it didn't work. Junior sister must have seen the medical book of the master, so she wanted to take a risk. I see. Yui Luo frowned. After leaving Ligua, you and mother will take Prince Duanyuanqin back to the palace first, and my cousin and I will go to find the third brother and the others. Concubine Xian wanted to say something, but Yui Luo pulled up one of her fingers. Don't worry, mother, I will be fine, and those beasts will not hurt me. Knowing that she had made up her mind, concubine Xian nodded and looked at Qianju. Please take good care of Luor when the time comes. Don't worry, my lady, I will take good care of Luor. As they were talking, a guard ran in from the door. She clasped her fists and saluted them, saying, the man in custody is clasping for you. The two quarreled at first, then fought, and when they had enough, they clamored to see the distinguished guests again. They must be tired now, and finally quieted down. Take us to have a look. The prince stood up, asked the guard to lead the way, picked up Yui Luo, and followed the guard to the simple cell in the princess's mansion. The cell was small, with only one skylight. A small beam of light poured down from the skylight, illuminating a corner of the cell, allowing several people to see the two people locked inside. The two sat on the ground without any image, with their hairpins askew, straw in their messy hair, and their clothes loose, looking like they had just been in a fight. Two grown men pulling hair? Yuilua was a little confused about the situation in front of her. Aren't men fighting each other with punches? And Prince Duan knows martial arts, so why is he so embarrassed? Do you want to open the prison door? The guard asked respectfully. The two who had just fought and were sitting on the ground heard the sound and tilted their heads to look at the prison door. No, that's it. The two were at their wits' end and could do anything. It would be bad if they opened the prison door and hurt Luor. Seeing Yuan Qian's purple and blue face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Yuilua couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Yuan Qian was so miserable. I thought Prince Duan was assimilated in Li country. The prince looked at Prince Duan with a smile and approached the prison door with a gentle voice. Prince Duan, long time no see. Prince Duan snorted coldly, patted the straw on his body and stood up. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is actually willing to come to see me. The Crown Prince was still smiling, and the curve of his mouth did not change. Why not? I have plenty of time, so it doesn't hurt to listen. Really? Prince Duan glanced at him, pulled aside the hair that was messed up by Yuan Qian, revealing his face with pus, and said fiercely, You are planning to send me back to Tianqi for punishment. Aren't you afraid that I will escape during this period? He wanted to see the prince just to make sure they would take him back to Tianqi to be punished as he thought, and to make them unhappy at the same time. We do intend to take you back to be punished. The prince slightly turned his eyes away, not looking at the disgusting face of Prince Duan. Since we intend to take you back to be punished, we will not give you another chance to escape. Once it happens, it will not happen again. Prince Duan raised his mouth. Your Highness, the prince is really confident. Didn't I escape last time? Chapter 602. Qianju tutted his tongue and looked at Prince Duan from top to bottom. Others who escaped made a comeback. If you escape again, you probably won't even have food to eat. After hearing Qianju's words, Prince Duan stared at him. You said that concubine Xian and the others didn't know my identity. It turns out you were lying to me. At that time, he actually believed that this person was telling the truth. I didn't lie to you. Qianju looked innocent. Luor and the others told me your identity. You are despicable. Prince Duan gritted his teeth and cursed. You said you were going out for fun, but you ended up getting rid of Feng Qingqing. You are really good at tricks. It was not until he was locked up that he learned from the guards that Feng Qingqing was dead. Then he connected all the things and figured out the purpose of their coming to Li country this time. The reason why they did not reveal their identities was that they were worried that their identities would be exposed and known to the queen, and they would not stay in Li country for a long time to get rid of Feng Qingqing. Thank you for the compliment. Qianju raised his hand and pointed at Yuilua. In fact, these were all Luor's ideas. This successfully made Prince Duan furious. Qianju said this to mock him for not being able to defeat a child. By the way, Tianqi has long known about your affairs in Li country. Prince Duan stared at Qianju with a fierce look in his eyes, and sneered. Since you know, why don't you send a letter to the queen to ask her to hand me over? How can handing you over make you think you can make a comeback? But in the end it's gone in the blink of an eye. Yuilua's voice was childish, and what she said made Prince Duan want to break her neck. Indeed, he wanted to make a comeback, and if he was simply killed, he might not be as unwilling as he is now. He thought he could fight back after escaping, but everything turned out to be a trap. He was still a child, so ridiculous. He calmed down and asked, Feng Qingqing is not the queen's child, right? Yes, in fact, if you progress faster and make Feng Qingqing fascinated by you, you might live longer. It's a pity that you are too noble, and you can't lower yourself to please Feng Qingqing. Yuilua smiled with curved eyebrows. Prince Duan, if a person wants to achieve great things, he can't just be ruthless to himself, but also be flexible. Now you don't have a second chance to escape. You are a monster. Prince Duan looked at Yuilua. You are so calculating at such a young age. You can't scold a child even if you lose. Qianju glanced at Prince Duan with contempt. Child? Prince Duan said sarcastically. What kind of child is she? It's true that I lost, and I learned from what the little princess said, but do you really think everything is under your control? Tianqi plans to replace an obedient crown prince for Li Kingdom, and the same is true for Chang Kingdom. After all, the environments of the three countries are different, and they are not adjacent, so it is difficult to control them. So it is understandable that the emperor would choose this method. However, just because these two countries are at peace does not mean that Tianqi can rest easy. The prince frowned, always feeling that Prince Duan's words were full of hidden meanings. What does Prince Duan mean? Didn't you calculate everything? Prince Duan smiled and sat back on the ground, in a good mood, and said, "Guess it yourself, I won't tell you." Yuilua looked at Prince Duan deeply, feeling a little uneasy. She had been monitoring Prince Duan, so was there something she didn't know about? "Your Highness wants him to speak, I have a way." Xianju saw Yuilua's worry and spoke. He had developed so many poisons, it wouldn't be difficult to make Prince Duan speak. Mr. Qian really believed it? Prince Duan laughed and glanced at them. "I just said it casually, why are you so serious?" The prince did not respond, but turned to instruct the guards beside him. "Put handcuffs on the two of them, and watch them carefully." Watching the backs of the people leaving, Prince Duan showed a creepy smile at the corner of his lips. Yuan Kan subconsciously moved away from him. "Don't fight anymore?" Prince Duan glanced at Yuan Kan, who smiled flatteringly. "How can I be your opponent, Your Highness? I can only tickle you." Seeing his cowardly look, Prince Duan retracted his gaze. "Your Highness?" Yuan Kan stole a glance at him and asked cautiously, "Do you know any secrets?" Prince Duan didn't look at him, and lay on the ground with his hands on his head. "I don't know." Yuan Kan was silent for a while, and said softly, "In fact, if you know, you can tell them in exchange for a way out." "In exchange for a way out?" Prince Duan looked at the skylight as if he had heard a joke. "Yuan Kan, you are so naive. If you tell them, there will be no way out." The faces of the people who left the prison were a little bad, and they returned to the yard. Xianju asked the prince in confusion, "Your Highness, why don't you let me use medicine to force Prince Duan to tell what he knows?" The prince poured him a cup of tea and signaled him to calm down. "Prince Duan is determined not to tell you. So what if you use medicine? If you torture him enough, he will give you a false secret, which will mislead the direction of the investigation." The prince is right. Prince Duan is now completely barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. If he can't bear it, he can commit suicide. He will never tell it, otherwise, he would not deliberately say it ambiguously to make us unhappy. Yuilua propped up her chin. What did Prince Duan know? Then take advantage of the few days here to investigate Prince Duan's movements, and see who he has contact with. Yuilua said, "Don't worry, Prince Duan may have known something accidentally, but this matter has nothing to do with him. If that matter had something to do with him, he would not have that expression. The expression of someone who has reached a desperate situation but puts his hope on others." At the same time, the queen took the prime minister back to the palace. Entering the imperial study, the prime minister wondered why the queen called her here. "Prime Minister, please sit down." The queen raised her hand to signal the prime minister to sit down and let Lingla serve tea. The prime minister, who already had a shadow on tea, stood up quickly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. No, I'm not thirsty." She didn't want to be tricked again. The queen saw her concerns and smiled. "Prime Minister, are you afraid that I will trick you?" The prime minister denied, "I'm really not thirsty." "Forget it." The queen sighed, "I'm sorry for you after all." The prime minister pretended to be deaf and dumb, and didn't say anything. She was resentful in her heart. "You are angry, I understand. As long as you don't mention resigning, I promise to give you a compensation." "Your Majesty." The prime minister looked up at the empress. With no expression on his face, "I don't want compensation. Your plotting against me really makes me feel disappointed." She paused for a moment. "I just want to ask you a question." "You asked?" "If the little princess hadn't changed the medicine, and I really became a puppet who only knew how to obey orders, would your Majesty regret it?" The empress was silent for a moment, staring at the prime minister. "When I went to the prime minister's mansion and saw your respectful appearance, I actually regretted it." So when she knew that Luor had changed the medicine, she was not angry, but happy. Chapter 603. Before, Lingla asked her if she would regret it, and her answer was no. At that time, she firmly believed that she would not regret it. She was the ruler of a country, and many things could not be done as she pleased, and she could not say it if she regretted it. At this moment, she said it to the prime minister, and she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The prime minister did not expect the queen to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment, and smiled at the queen, and the matter was over. After leaving the palace, the prime minister returned to his house, and found that his husbands and servants were busy. He asked the servants around him with a puzzled look, "What are they doing?" Her husband heard the voices, smiled and walked forward to pay his respects, then said, "Madam, you are back." "What are you doing?" "Madam, aren't you going to resign? We are packing up. Anyway, your position is meaningless, so you might as well go back home." He saw Madam writing a letter of resignation, and thought of packing up first so that he could leave earlier. The Empress didn't like Madam anyway, so it was better to leave early to avoid the Empress's regret. "Hurry up and make them all stop packing." You all stop. The two entered the main hall, and Zhengfu poured a cup of tea for the Prime Minister and asked softly, "Madam, does the Emperor disagree?" The Prime Minister took the tea and laughed. "I will not resign from this position." "Why? Didn't the madam say that she had enough of the Queen before? Why did she change her mind again?" "Ligua is saved." The Prime Minister's voice was happy. "The people of Ligua have hope. She must find a way to keep Qianjue and help him ascend the throne." What does the madam mean by this? Did the Emperor finally agree to depose the princess? He knew that his wife had been at odds with the Emperor for years because of the princess. Seeing her so happy now, he had this guess. The Prime Minister told her husband what happened today and drank the tea in one gulp. "But women are officials in Li country. Can your highness ascend the throne?" "Why not?" The Prime Minister looked at her. "With Feng Qingqing, the notorious princess, in front of us, people only care about whether the future crown prince is kind, but not whether he is a man or a woman. The people have been exploited enough by Feng Qingqing in recent years. As long as the prince, who is recognized, does better than Feng Qingqing, it will be difficult for the people not to lean towards the prince. But what is more worrying for her now is how to keep the prince. The prince is obviously unwilling to recognize the queen. Although the second princess is the prince's sister in name, she has no feelings for him at all. The prince will definitely not listen to her. The reputation of the divine Dr. Valley is well known. It is indeed easy to win the hearts of the people if the prince's identity is announced, but the prince may not agree. So this is what's bothering me now." The Prime Minister rubbed his brows and sighed. "Why don't you ask Ling Chansher to be a lobbyist?" Zhengfu was silent for a while, and suggested, "Ling Chansher has served the Emperor and the Queen. He can tell your highness about the Emperor and the Queen. Maybe your highness will change his mind." "That won't work." The Prime Minister rejected this idea. "Your highness has never seen the Emperor and the Queen. It's useless to talk about her. The Emperor and the Queen are probably not as good as the medicine boy in the divine Dr. Valley to him. If he were in Qianju's position, he would also feel that the country had nothing to do with him. Qianju was raised by the master of the divine Dr. Valley. Although the Empress gave birth to him, she never raised him for a day. In fact, he knew that it was a bit difficult to ask Qianju to take over the mess of Li country, but the hope of Li country was on the prince, and she didn't want to see the new hope slip away. Whoever the prince listens to, the lady can find that person." These words directly woke up the Prime Minister, and she stood up excitedly. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? His Highness will definitely listen to what the little princess says, but I don't know if she will help her." The next day, the people of Li country woke up, and found that the situation in Li country had changed. The notice issued by the bank about Feng Qingqing's identity and fate made the people want to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Looking down, they found that the new His Highness was Qianju from the divine Dr. Valley, and the people were so happy that they burst into tears. In their opinion, as long as the crown prince is not as evil as Feng Qingqing, anyone can be replaced. Not to mention that this person is Qianju, the eldest disciple of the divine Dr. Valley. Unlike the people who were happy, Qianju's smiling face turned black when he heard about the notice. The notice actually said that he was intended to be the crown prince, and ignored whether he was willing or not. Yuilua saw that he was not happy, and pulled his sleeve. "Well, if you don't want to go to Tianqi with us, then don't come back." Qianju looked at Yuilua and found that she was a little serious when she said this, and was a little surprised. "Don't you want me to accept this identity?" "This is your identity," Yuilua said. "As a matter of course, the queen owes you. Why don't you take it? As for the crown prince, it is indeed immoral for them to force you." Yuilua did want Qianju to take over the throne at first, but after getting along with each other for some time, she changed her mind. According to her own wish, Qianju took over the mess of Li country, which was a bit unfair to Qianju's sincerity to her cousin. She herself didn't want to do it, so why force others? As for the identity, in her opinion, it belonged to Qianju, and it was useless to refuse it. And although Qianju resisted this position verbally, he really knew that the people were living in dire straits, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. "I thought you would want me to sit in that position like them." Yuilua looked away with a guilty conscience. "How could it be? Am I that kind of person?" It was just something he had thought about in his mind before. Qianju felt that he was in a much better mood and looked at the prince. "Your Highness, Luer asked me to go back to Tianqi with you and not come back." The prince nodded and hummed. He was already used to Qianju showing off all the time, just like his fourth brother. "Just huh?" Qianju was somewhat dissatisfied with the prince's attitude. He especially wanted to see the gentle prince in front of him jump up and down, but his attempts in recent days had failed. What does Qian Gongzi want me to say? The prince looked at him, smiling. Should I say a warm welcome? Cousin, do you want to see the prince change his face? Why is he as rude as the fourth brother? While they were talking, Lin Qi came in from the door. Mr. Qian, Ling Chansher wants to see you. Qianju glanced outside. Is he outside? Lin Qi nodded. Please ask him in. Ling Chansher walked in, greeted a few people, and looked at Qianju. Your Highness, can you please talk for a moment? Qianju did not stand up, but asked her to take a seat. No problem. Let's talk here. He thought Ling Chansher wanted to ask about Feng Hengyu, but now it seems that she probably wants to talk to him about the father she has never met. In fact, Qianju is not interested in the father he has never met. He has a good life in the Divine Doctor Valley. Although he is often used by his master to test medicine, and his food is often added with ingredients, these are all good memories in his eyes. If he had a miserable life, he might want to find some comfort from his so-called parents, but unfortunately, he has an interesting life. Chapter 604. Seeing him like this, Ling Chansher took out something from his bosom and handed it to him. This is what the queen wrote before she died. Now that your highness is back, I give it to you. Qianju took the book in his hand, flipped it open and looked at it, a little surprised. The handwriting on it was strong and powerful, recording the various problems in the policies of the Li Kingdom. The queen and the emperor had a deep love for each other, and he was allowed by the emperor to participate in politics. This is what he wrote back then. The queen originally planned to give it to the child who would inherit the crown prince after the child was born, but unfortunately, she passed away before the child was born. Later, when Feng Qingqing grew up, he saw Feng Qingqing's character and retracted his plan to give it to Feng Qingqing. Now, he has finally handed it to His Highness in person, and the queen is relieved in her grave. I thought it was a diary or something, but it turned out to be the problem of Li country. It is true that the queen dotes on the queen, and she actually lets him get involved in politics. Why didn't you give it to the queen? Qianju looked at Ling Chansher and closed the book. He suddenly became interested in this father he had never met. In his opinion, the men of Li country are all delicate and unmanly, and when he looked through the book just now, he found that his father had unique insights and seemed to be a talented person. I'm worried that if I give it to the emperor, she will give it to Feng Qingqing, and Feng Qingqing will use it to cause trouble for the people based on the problems above. Seeing that Qianju was a little interested, Ling Chansher said softly, Your Highness, do you want to hear about the queen? Listen. Ling Chansher's face was happy, and he told the story related to the queen. The queen is not like other men in Li country, who can only embroider and deal with people in the backyard. She has loved reading since she was a child. Men who can't read should learn by themselves. If they don't understand, they should ask the emperor and the prime minister for advice. The emperor knew him since childhood. He knew he liked reading, so he often sent him books. He liked martial arts, so the emperor taught him secretly. Ling Chansher's face was full of nostalgia, and his voice was very soft. The queen is smart and learns things quickly. He aspires to be a man of Tianqi and to make achievements and take the imperial examination. But the good times didn't last long. When the master of the family knew that he secretly read and practiced martial arts, he thought he was impolite, so he burned all his books and locked him in the room without eating. He still remembers that the queen didn't cry that day, but she seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't speak, but just sat there in a daze. He is not favored at home? Qianju's words brought Ling Chansher back to his thoughts, and Ling Chansher nodded. The head of the family does not like the queen. She thinks the queen is not obedient enough. After knowing this, she was furious. I was worried that the queen might die if she continued to be sad, so I secretly ran to find the emperor's guards. Ling Chansher smiled bitterly. I thought that if I found the emperor, who was still the princess, I could save the queen, but I didn't expect it to backfire. The emperor did know about this, but she was still the princess, and there was still pressure from the late emperor. Yui Luo blinked. The late emperor wants to break up the couple? Emma, why is it always this kind of drama? The late emperor hated men studying and writing, and thought that men should not show their faces. After she knew about this, she stopped the emperor from interacting with the queen, and also granted marriage to the queen, trying to stop the emperor from looking for the queen. Then why did she become the queen later? Qianju felt a little sad, as if he saw the man who tried to fight against the policy of the Li Kingdom, and put all his hopes on books. The emperor knelt in front of the late emperor's palace for 2 days, trying to make the late emperor withdraw his order, but the late emperor didn't like the queen, so he became even more angry. Fortunately, Prince Rui appeared. Ling Chansher's expression relaxed. Prince Rui dotes on the emperor, and has a good relationship with the late emperor. She made a bet with the late emperor. If she wins, she will ask the late emperor to withdraw the marriage decree and change the imperial decree to grant marriage to the queen and the emperor. Qianju poured tea for the few people and said lightly, "What's the bet?" Ling Chansher took the tea and moistened her throat, and smiled. "Let the queen take the imperial examination. As long as the queen can become the top scholar, she will agree to change the decree and appoint another one. It's quite inspiring. No wonder the queen loves it so much." The late emperor felt that the queen, who had never been to school, would definitely lose if she wanted to compete with a group of hard-working women, so he readily agreed, but in the end the queen won. After talking about these past events, Ling Chansher finished the tea poured by Qianju and looked at Qianju. "Actually, it's good for you to grow up in Tianqi, Your Highness. Such a place where Your Highness grew up is what the queen has been pursuing all her life." "I think it's good too." Qianju smiled and looked at the booklet on the side. "I've said what I should say." Ling Chansher stood up. "If Your Highness doesn't want to sit in that position, just tell the emperor. She owes you too much and will agree with your choice." Ling Chansher paused and said seriously, "Thank you for yours matter this time." Yuilua and the others wanted to wait until Minister Jiang was beheaded before leaving, but they received the news from the bird they released in advance. Mu Shui and the third prince had already arrived at Xiangshan, and Mu Shui had been testing the medicine for several days. Qianju looked at Yuilua's serious face and felt that something bad was going to happen. Did Ju, your sister, and the others get into trouble? Yuilua released the bird in his hand. "The situation is not good. Pack up tonight and set off to find them tomorrow. The third emperor's wife does not know martial arts and cannot fight against wild beasts. If it drags on, the third emperor will not be rescued and the third emperor's wife will be eaten by the beast." "Okay, I pack my things now." Qianju stood up and looked at Concubine Xian. "Your Majesty, pack Luo's things so I can take them tomorrow." Concubine Xian nodded and stood up to pack Yuilua's things. The prince looked at Yuilua worriedly. "How about letting Linqi follow you? What about your brother and mother?" The prince touched her head and chuckled. "I know martial arts, don't worry. I will explain the situation to my father when I return to the palace, and first check whether what Prince Duan said is related to those refugees. You don't have to worry about it." Yuilua nodded. Her first reaction was that what Prince Duan said might be related to the refugees. But she was not sure. Dad had people pay attention to the refugees. If there was anything unusual, they should be notified. At dawn, the Empress knew that several people were leaving, and her face was full of reluctance. "Cousin Yaoer, can't you stay a few more days?" The Empress took her hand and said, "It will be difficult for me to see you when you go back this time." Empress Xian smiled and said, "It's not difficult. We still have things to do. It's not good to delay any longer. Does cousin still have any grudges about what happened before?" Empress Xian shook her head. "We have also concealed something from you. We left early for important matters. Then take care of yourselves." The queen let go of Empress Xian's hand, looked up at Qianju, was silent for a while, and walked in front of him. "Don't want to talk to me?" Qianju looked back at her, his voice gentle. "I don't want to do what the imperial edict says." "Is this what you want to say?" The queen lowered her eyes sadly. "If you don't want to, I won't force you." Chapter 605. She knew that she couldn't push him too hard. Her son was not close to her to begin with, and pushing him further would alienate her even further. "Then shall I send someone to take you away?" The queen saw that Qianju had no intention of speaking, so she asked softly. She tried to talk to him more. "I just want to protect your safety, nothing else." Fearing that they might misunderstand her, the queen explained. "No need." Qianju refused directly. "We all know martial arts. We don't need anyone to protect us." The queen smiled bitterly, and nodded in a low voice. "That's right, cousin Yaoer is the daughter of Uncle Wang. How could she not have martial arts skills?" She put away her bitter smile, walked to Concubine Xian, took her hand, and stared into her eyes. "Take care on your journey." Concubine Xian nodded. "Take care of yourself too, see you later." Watching several people get on the carriage, the queen stood at the palace gate. Her eyes fell on the carriage that started, and finally couldn't help but chase after it, and stopped in front of Qianju's carriage. Qianju felt the carriage stop and lifted the curtain. Seeing this, the queen quickly walked to the side of the carriage. "What's wrong, anything else?" he asked calmly, puzzled. "When will you return to the country?" The queen looked at his face, which was similar to the queen's, and spoke with some trepidation. In fact, she wanted to ask just now, but she was afraid that Qianju would think she was controlling him, so she held back. But if she didn't ask, She was worried that he would never come back. Not sure. Qianju didn't say it too firmly, and faced the queen's uneasy expression. His tone softened a little. Not sure? The queen's expression was lost at first, and then a little happy appeared. I'm not sure, but I will come back. Qianju didn't answer. He lifted the curtain and looked at the queen quietly, as if asking her if she had anything else to say. Seeing that he didn't refute, the queen felt better and her anxiety gradually dissipated. Take care and wait for you to come back. Qianju lowered the curtain, and the queen's face was isolated. The carriage started again, and slowly drove away from the palace. The queen stood at the palace gate, and watched the rear of the carriage completely disappear at the corner of the palace gate. She moved her feet, and a layer of loneliness appeared in her eyes as the carriage disappeared. Lingla stood beside her, and called out softly, Your Majesty, go back. The queen sighed, as if she was talking to herself, but also as if she was asking Lingla, Will Jur come back? Lingla glanced at the queen and said softly, Your Majesty, His Highness will definitely come back. You don't have to worry too much. The important thing now is to deal with the next thing. The queen put away her loneliness and laughed. You are right. I should deal with the mess of the country. She wanted to give Jur a beautiful and prosperously country. As the two were talking, the Prime Minister got off the carriage and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. She ran towards the two of them, calling the queen. The queen stopped when she heard the voice, turned around and looked at the Prime Minister, who was wearing an official robe, holding the hem of his robe with one hand, and running towards her quickly. What are you doing in such a hurry, Prime Minister? The Prime Minister stopped in front of the queen, bowed, and looked around. Your Majesty, where are the little princess and His Highness? They have left. The Prime Minister was annoyed, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Oh, I'm still a step too late. Why are you leaving so fast? She rushed to the palace when she heard that several people were leaving, but she was still a step too late. What do you want to do with him? The queen raised her eyebrows, and looked at the annoyed Prime Minister. I want the little princess to persuade His Highness to stay. What if His Highness doesn't come back after leaving? No, he will come back. After the queen finished speaking, she raised her hand, and patted the Prime Minister on the shoulder. The next matter of the kingdom depends on the Prime Minister. Seeing the Empress's high-spirited appearance, the Prime Minister was stunned. The carriage of Yuiluo and others left the imperial capital 100 miles away, and then parted ways with the Crown Prince and Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian took Yuiluo out of the carriage and handed her over to Qianju. Mr. Qian, you must take good care of Luo. Yuiluo hugged Concubine Xian tightly and kissed her on the cheek. Don't worry, mother, I will definitely return safely. It would be a lie to say that she was not worried, but Concubine Xian knew that Luo's trip was inevitable. Mu Shui doesn't know martial arts, and the third prince is weak now. If they are in danger, their lives will be in danger. Protect yourself well. Empress Xian touched her head and kissed her on the forehead. Okay, mother, wait for me to return to the palace, I will send you a letter. Qianju took Yuiluo and said something to Empress Xian to reassure her, then looked at the prince. I will protect Luo, leave it to me. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Luo is my cousin, Mu Shui is my junior sister. No matter which one, they are my relatives, Prince, you don't need to thank me. Luo, keep in touch by letter. The prince watched the two of them get on the carriage and said to Concubine Xian, Your Majesty, get on the carriage. Concubine Xian looked back every few steps as she got on the carriage. She didn't lower the curtain until Yuiluo and Qianju's carriage drove away in the opposite direction of them, and then she said in a calm voice, Drive. Since Yuiluo got on Qianju's carriage, Qianju has been talking non-stop. He asked her if she was hungry or thirsty. He asked her if she wanted to go to the bathroom or sleep. It made her feel like a fly was buzzing non-stop. Cousin, have you always been so noisy? I am noisy? Qianju looked at Yuiluo in disbelief. You are the first one to say I am noisy. He has grown up so big that everyone who sees him has to praise him as a gentleman, and those young ladies from noble families are eager to talk to him more. Why is he so annoying in front of Luo? Yuiluo nodded. Did you take care of the third emperor's wife like this before? How is it possible? Qianju denied it flatly. I didn't have such a good temper towards my junior sister at that time. Then why do you like my third emperor's wife? Qianju glanced at Yuiluo. You think I'm noisy when you listen to me, but you don't think I'm noisy when you listen to my story with my junior sister? So she just wants to hear his private affairs. He was thinking about telling her stories to pass the time. That's definitely different. Yuiluo squinted her eyes, while feeling the wind coming in from the curtains. How can you explain clearly what you like? Xianju shook his head and laughed. Instead of asking me, why not wait until you see your third emperor and ask him? I understand. I accidentally hurt your young heart. Yui Luo laughed mischievously. Xianju, what's in your head? Wisdom. Yui Luo blinked. When you return to Li country, marry a few beauties to make up for your injured little heart. Xianju's forehead veins jumped. Are you worried that I won't marry you, and will snatch your third sister-in-law? Why didn't he arrange a few for the prince if he married a few? No, I'm worried that you won't love again after your relationship is frustrated. After all, the second male lead in the book usually lives alone for the heroine. You, a little kid, don't know what love is. Chapter 606. Xianju pinched her face. I think, when you grow up, no one will be able to catch your eye. Yui Luo slapped his hand away. It's true, I've seen through the world. Xianju laughed softly, but found that she looked a little serious, and with her usual style of speaking and doing things, he couldn't help but put away his smile. Finding that he was no longer smiling, Yui Luo glanced at him and asked curiously, Why are you looking at me like this? Nothing, I just sometimes feel that you don't look like a child. He had no intention of asking further questions. Yui Luo was so smart that she could have concealed her uniqueness, but she didn't. Luo didn't disguise herself in front of him, which meant that she really regarded him as a relative. In this case, why should he destroy this trust and sincerity? You think I'm too smart, right? Yui Luo grinned and didn't say anything else. The two of them traveled for 10 days, and finally arrived at Xiangshan. Yui Luo was carried down the carriage by Xianju and looked at the steep mountain in front of him. Is this Xiangshan? Xianju nodded. The yelling grass that junior sister wants to pick is on the top of the mountain. Let's go up. He put Yui Luo on the ground and squatted down. Come up, I carry you up. Yui Luo obediently lay on Xianju's back. Xianju told her to hold his neck tightly, use her qigong to raise her breath, and use qigong to fly to the top of Xiangshan. The wind blew so hard that Yui Luo couldn't open her eyes. She hugged Xianju's neck tightly, secretly opened one eye, and searched for the figures of the third prince and Mu Shui in the mountain. Luo, are you okay? Xianju was worried that Yui Luo couldn't stand the wind, so he asked loudly. Yui Luo was about to answer, but his eyes that were sweeping towards the mountain paused, and he quickly said, Cousin, go forward a little, and then fall to the ground. But it's not at the top of the mountain yet. Xianju said this, but his body moved in the direction Yui Luo said. I saw someone halfway up the mountain. The two landed on a towering tree not far from the direction Yui Luo pointed. The leaves blocked the figures of the two. Yui Luo looked down and saw the scene. Mu Shui's mouth was covered in blood, and her snow-white clothes were stained with blood. She looked a little unsteady. The third prince behind her sat against a tree with a pale face, and tried to get up several times but failed. Opposite the two of them stood several burly men, all of whom had fierce looks on their faces, and looked ferocious and evil. So they are two wastes. The burly man in the lead looked at Mu Shui and laughed triumphantly. Little girl, if you don't want to get the advantage of your brothers, you can also hand over the pretty boy behind you. Mu Shui sneered. Want him? You're dreaming? Dreaming? The burly man walked a few steps closer to Mu Shui and sneered. You can't even protect yourself in this state, let alone protect him. Brother, since she doesn't want to hand him over, why bother talking to her? Yeah, this little girl doesn't know martial arts. Why don't we have some fun first? While they were talking, Mu Shui lowered her eyes, her expression froze, and her hand hanging in her sleeves threw a few silver needles at them without leaving a trace. The silver needles silently penetrated the acupuncture points of several people. They were still talking, and did not feel the slight sting. Xianju, who wanted to go down to help, stopped and continued to look down. Little girl. After several people discussed, the burly man in the lead said with a wretched smile, Since you don't want to drink toasts, then go to see the king of hell. Mu Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a bit of murderous aura appeared on her cold face. She looked at the big man in front of her with cold eyes, and sneered, Who knows who will see the king of hell? You? The burly man raised his hand in anger, and wanted to teach Mu Shui a lesson, but he couldn't lift his hand at all. Seeing him like this, the others stepped forward. Brother, what's wrong with you? I can't move. He felt a sharp pain when he moved his meridians. Several people looked at each other and raised their hands to attack Mu Shui, but the result was the same as their brother. Mu Shui raised her eyelids and looked at the furious people. How is it? Who is going to see the king of hell now? What did you do to us? Don't you know martial arts? The news they got was quite good. Mu Shui sneered. Are you here to find us? Since you are here to find us, don't you know that I can treat you? Since you know medicine, How difficult is it to use silver needles to deal with you bastards? The expressions of several people changed, and their arrogant expressions just now were more fearful. Mu Shui didn't look at them, and squatted beside the third prince with her injured body. Your Highness, are you okay? The third prince raised his hand, and touched her bloody face, and said hoarsely, Don't worry, Ah Shui, I'm fine. Since they arrived at Xiangshan, Ah Shui has been collecting Yunling grass every day to test the dosage on wild beasts. After so many days, she was seriously injured by wild beasts. He looked at her injuries, and his heart seemed to be cut out. He tried to make her give up several times but failed. It's good that you're fine. While the two were talking, Qianju jumped down from the tree holding Yuilua and landed steadily beside them. Third brother, third sister-in-law. Lure. Mu Shui and the third prince looked at Yuilua, who suddenly appeared and cried out in surprise. My cousin brought me here to find you. You can rest for a while. I take care of this. Mu Shui noticed Qianju and smiled, and said hello to senior brother. They gave you Huan powder. Qianju's eyes moved to the third prince. The third prince is not in good health. This medicine is strong. If you force the third prince to take it, his body will not be able to bear it. I know. Mu Shui pursed her lips. Only she and his highness could take it together, so that his highness would suffer the least damage. You and the third prince go and dissolve the Huan powder first. Lure, and I will clean up here. Mu Shui helped the third prince stand up, and said to Qianju, who was already walking towards the burly man, Brother, don't kill them first, they seem to be coming for our prince. Okay, I got it. The two of them were far away from each other. Yuilua walked to Qianju's side, and looked up at him. His handsome face looked normal, but if you look closely, you can find that there is a little bitterness that is not easy to detect. Yuilua tugged at his sleeve. Qianju looked down at her, and said nonchalantly, What's wrong? Don't you have a lot of strange medicines? Let them speak, and see who asked them to come. Qianju raised his eyebrows. He thought Lure would not miss this opportunity to ridicule him. But he was wrong. The care during this period was still useful. At least Lure didn't poke his heart. What do you want to do? We are bandits. We got lustful because they looked good. The burly man in the lead looked at Qianju, who was approaching step by step, and his voice was trembling. Now they are fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. How can they not be afraid? Would the bandits go to Xiangshan, which is steep and full of wild animals, to tease people? Qianju took out a porcelain bottle. If you don't want to suffer, just tell the truth. Chapter 607. We are really bandits. The leading man said stubbornly, but his eyes flickered. They did receive a mission to capture the third prince and Mu Shui. In order not to arouse their suspicion, they pretended to be bandits who raped women, but they were actually seen through. Really? Qianju sneered, opened the porcelain bottle, and approached the big man. In that case, let's try my new medicine. The medicine was poured into the palm of his hand. Qianju picked up the medicine, and flicked it into the big man's mouth. The big man was caught off guard, and the medicine had been swallowed. He glared at Qianju. What did you give me to eat? Qianju slowly put the porcelain bottle back into his sleeve. You will know soon. After a while, the big man who had taken the medicine felt as if he was bitten by ants all over his body, and the pain spread. His face was ferocious, and he screamed at Qianju to give him the antidote. I can give you the antidote, as long as you tell the truth. The big man's face was already covered with sweat from the pain, and the mission could not be revealed at this moment. He gasped for air, his eyes red, and begged for mercy. I tell you, give me the antidote. Qianju smiled with satisfaction, and fed him the antidote. Now you can tell me who asked you to come here. The feeling of ants gnawing on his body disappeared, and the big man said, We received a mission to capture them, but the higher-ups didn't tell us what we were going to do. Who gave you the news? The big man shook his head. I don't know. How could such small minions like them know who the higher-ups were? Really don't know? The big man heard the warning in Qianju's tone, and tried to explain, Sir, we really don't know. Yuilua glanced at the few people and frowned. She couldn't help but connect them with the ambiguous words that Prince Duan said in Li country. She looked at the big man. Which country are your superiors from? The big man thought for a while. I don't know. We can't see the superiors. We brothers were indeed bandits before, and we surrendered to them later. This was their first mission, and they didn't expect to fail. You don't know either? Qianju glanced at the few people who were pretending to be quails behind the big man and asked coldly. Sir, if the eldest brother doesn't know, we don't know even more. They are the eldest brother's subordinates, and they are even less qualified to see the people above. Since you can't give us useful information, you better die. As soon as Qianju said this, The faces of several people changed instantly, and they begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare us." "Stop shouting." Yuilua interrupted the cries of several people. "I give you some time. Think carefully first, and see if there is any valuable information." After saying this, Yuilua took Qianju away a little, and then said, "These people are just following orders, and it seems that they don't know much." Qianju turned around and glanced at those people, lifted his robe, and sat on the ground. According to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Junior Sister, and the third prince came to Xiangshan for a secret trip. How did these people know? Moreover, their mission was to capture the junior sister and the third prince, not to kill them. So why did these people capture them? First of all, they can't be from Tianqi. Yuilua was silent for a while, and said firmly. At first, she thought they were officials from Tianqi, but after hearing several people say that they just wanted to capture the two instead of killing them, she denied this guess. Since these people knew the whereabouts of the third prince and his friends, they must have known that the third prince would not live long. Smart people know that it is not worth it to capture a dying person and get involved in a scandal, unless there is some other use for capturing the third prince and his wife. As the sun went down, Mu Shui and the third prince finally took off the Huan powder and came back to look for Yuilua. The two changed into new clothes, and the mess on their bodies disappeared, looking clean and tidy. Mu Shui's face was still a little red, less cold. "Brother, Luor, did you find out anything?" Mu Shui talked about business to ease the embarrassment of everyone knowing what they had just done. They know very little, and they can't get any useful information. They just said that the people above asked them to arrest you too. The third prince covered his lips and coughed a few times, then said to Qianju softly, "Please trouble you, Mr. Qian, to call them over." Qianju stood up and walked towards the few people, fed them poison, then took out the silver needles from their bodies, and called them over. The few people followed him obediently, and walked in front of Mu Shui and the third prince. "We are responsible for catching you, and we really don't know anything else. If they knew, they would have told me long ago." "What country are you from?" The third prince raised his eyes, and looked at the few people in front of him, and asked calmly, "We don't know which country we belong to." "So you are on the border that is not under the jurisdiction of the three countries?" Yuilua seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "That's right." The big man scratched his head. "We are in the place where the Chong and Li countries were expelled or where refugees gathered. That place is unregulated, and there are all kinds of people. They are happy to be bandits. If that's the case, that place should be unregulated. Why do you still listen to others?" Yuilua's face was tense, thinking that these people coming to capture the third emperor was just the beginning, and there was a huge conspiracy behind it. Originally, there was no one to control them, but a month ago, someone secretly won over these people. If they were unwilling to work for them, they would have no choice but to die. Otherwise, they would not have submitted to these people. "You have never seen the people above show up?" Mu Shui frowned. "Even if you haven't seen the people above, what about your boss? They are extremely cautious in doing things, and there is a special place to pass on information. We don't need to contact the people above at all. Everyone lives as usual, just like before. This is bad. Even if the soldiers at the border of Li Kingdom monitor these people, they won't find anything unusual." Yuilua's face was particularly ugly, and he asked in a cold voice, "Have you ever heard anyone talk about the person who organized you?" The third prince also realized the seriousness of the matter, and asked in a deep voice. "Everyone says that he is a person who can win people's hearts, and is very powerful, but we haven't seen him. It's really mysterious." Yuilua sneered in his heart. "It seems that I have to deceive Prince Duan when I go back." The big man glanced at a few people and said cautiously, "This is all we know. Can you let us go now?" "One last question." Qianju glanced at the big man. "Why did you capture them?" "Sir, we really don't know." Seeing the murderous intent in Qianju's eyes, the big man shrank his neck. "We really don't know, but we have a guess that they should want to capture them to train them into a special force." Chapter 608. What special forces? Qianju looked puzzled, and the big man explained, "I heard this when I went to the place where the mission was delivered. That person just took the mission, which was to capture people with good skills, and turn them into immortal special forces for the superiors. It seems that the target of that person's mission is a general." As soon as these words came out, Yuilua subconsciously thought of Jean Tingen, who went to Chong State. She stood up. "Cousin, come with me." Qianju stood up and followed Yuilua. "Are you worried that the general they are talking about is General Jean?" Yuilua nodded. "Take out a pen and paper, write a letter to ask the crown prince and his brother whether his uncle has returned to the capital from Chong, and also write down what happened here, so that they can be more careful and take precautions. Xianju did as he was told. After writing the letter, Yuilua called a large bird, rolled up the paper, and tied it to the bird's legs, and then the bird delivered the letter. After the two of them finished everything, they walked back to Mu Shue's side. Several big men had vomited blood and died, and fell to the ground. Mu Shue told them the news they later asked, and comforted Yuilua. Luor, don't worry. General Jin is brave and good at fighting. He is accompanied by Princess Shitong, so there will be no danger. I have sent a letter to ask if my uncle has returned to Beijing. If he has, my uncle's matter is just speculation. Yuilua looked at the pale third prince and pursed her lips and said, we got nothing from going to Li country. The third prince reached out to hold her hand, with a relieved smile on his pale face. Brother, it's okay. Luor, don't worry. Feeling the coldness of his fingertips, Yuilua approached him. You are still stubborn now. Your hands are so cold. We are late. It's not too late, isn't it all right? The third prince looked up and touched her head with his other hand. My brother is really fine. Luor has solved the Li Kingdom's affairs so quickly and returned. It's already amazing. I know everything. My sister-in-law uses wild beasts to test medicine every day. She must have been injured. Have a good rest today. I will be with my sister-in-law tomorrow. In this way, those wild beasts will not hurt my sister-in-law. The third prince and Mu Shue looked at each other and nodded. Night fell. Yuilua and Mu Shue went to sleep in the simple straw shed they built. Mu Shue was worried that Yuilua would not be used to sleeping, so she took out all the clothes she brought and gave them to her as a cushion, and gave her all the blankets. I'm fine. Yuilua moved to Mu Shue's side and whispered, Third sister-in-law, let me help you apply medicine. Mu Shue was stunned for a moment, raised her eyes to meet Yuilua's big dark eyes, and smiled. Luor, take a rest quickly, I'm not injured. Knowing that she was still stubborn, Yuilua raised her hand and touched her back. Mu Shue frowned when she felt the pain. Don't be stubborn, you don't even dare to sleep lying flat. Seeing that Yuilua already knew, Mu Shue sat up. There were indeed too many wounds on her back. She had intended to apply medicine just now, but she was worried that Yuilua would scare her because she was there, so she didn't apply it. She didn't expect that Yuilua knew everything. Third sister-in-law, take off your clothes quickly, so that you can rest after applying the medicine. Yuilua urged Mu Shue, and Mu Shue undressed at her urging. The wounds on her back were crisscrossed, and they looked particularly abrupt on her snow-white back. Yuilua clumsily applied medicine to Mu Shue, frowning and saying, Why are you so badly injured? Mu Shue put on her coat and said softly, I had prepared a lot of medicine to deal with these beasts, but I was worried that the medicine would affect the effect of Yanling grass on them, so I didn't dare to use it. Luor, don't tell your brother. If His Highness knew that she had so many injuries, he would definitely give up. At the same time, in the palace, the emperor's face changed drastically after reading the contents of the secret letter sent from Yueqing. Li Yunhe stood below and saw the emperor's face, and knew that this matter was no trivial matter. The emperor slammed the secret letter on the table and looked at Li Yunhe. Something happened at the Yueqing gold mine. No wonder the gold was not shipped to the capital this time. It turned out that something happened. He handed the letter to Li Yunhe. After reading it, Li Yunhe bowed and said, Your Majesty, calm down. Now General Jin has not returned from the Chang Kingdom. The matter of the Yueqing gold mine can be handed over to me to handle. The emperor rubbed his brows and said, You will secretly set off for Yueqing early tomorrow morning to see if the person in charge of the Yueqing gold mine and Jin Ming have really rebelled. The secret letter said that the two secretly transferred all the gold nuggets extracted from the Yueqing gold mine to other places. Jin Ming is Jin Tingen's confidant, and it is impossible for him to betray for no reason. There must be something hidden. I obey your order. You should be careful on your way. Your Majesty, rest assured that I will find out the hidden truth. He paused and looked at the emperor. I wonder if there is any movement at the border. The emperor shook his head. Everything is normal. Do you think this is related to those people who were expelled from the border? The gold refined from the Yueqing gold mine is shipped to the capital every 3 months. This is not a small amount. So, the person who took this batch of gold naturally wanted to use it to start a war. The emperor thought for a while, and tapped the table lightly. That's why they are willing to transport this batch of gold at the risk of being exposed. That's right, so everything is normal at the border. Maybe it's an illusion. I will order the soldiers at the border to investigate this matter. Li Yunhe sighed, Your Majesty, it's too late. It will take some time to send an order from here to the border. If it is true as he guessed, those people will have controlled the border, when they transported the gold from Yueqing. Because they know that once the loss of the gold in Yueqing is exposed, the emperor will send people to investigate. So they can't just sit there and wait for death. The emperor understood the reason and stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. For now, we can only wait for General Jin to return to the capital, and then discuss how to deal with this matter. Jin Tingen is doing well in Chang State, and he will be able to return to the capital soon. Yuilua knows nothing about what happened in the capital. She still underestimated the fragility of her body. She didn't sleep well all night, and it was already dawn when she was about to fall asleep. There were all kinds of bird calls outside, and Yuilua simply stopped sleeping, got up, rubbed her messy hair, and looked at Mu Shui, who had packed up with sleepy eyes. Luer, do you want to sleep a little longer? Mu Shui knew that Yuilua had not slept well last night, and seeing her like this, she couldn't help but smile and said, "No need." At this time, Qianju's voice came from the door. "Junior sister, Luer, are you up?" "I am up. Come in, senior brother." Qianju bowed and entered the thatched house, and walked to Yuilua's side. "Luer, I will braid your hair for you." He was the one who braided Yuilua's hair when they came to Xiangshan, and now he is very skilled. "Junior sister, I have killed a wild rabbit, and have already prepared it. You and the third prince roast it first. Luer and I will be out soon." Qianju quickly packed up Yuilua and took her outside. Yuilua yawned as she walked to the third prince and sat down. The third prince stretched out his hand and asked her to sit down. Yuilua's hand accidentally rested on the third prince's wrist, and her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 609. When Yuilua's hand touched the third prince's wrist, the invisible force automatically flowed from the third prince's wrist to his limbs. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked up and exchanged glances with Yuilua. Qianju sat down beside Yuilua, picked up the roasted fish and was about to feed her, but then he noticed the difference between her and the third prince, and asked hurriedly, "Luer, what's wrong?" Yuilua slowly withdrew her hand, and sat down in the puzzled eyes of Qianju and Mu Shui. "We don't have to go to pick the Yenling grass." Mu Shui was confused and was about to ask why, but she heard Qianju say, "The third prince is completely hopeless. Luer, although the dosage of Yenling grass is difficult to control, there may be hope if we try more." Yuilua, Cousin, do you think I gave up on the third prince because I thought he was hopeless? I am impressed by his train of thought." "Who said the third prince is hopeless?" Yuilua laughed and looked at Mu Shui, who was worried. "Third prince's sister-in-law, please take the pulse of the third prince." Mu Shui grabbed the third prince's wrist, felt his strong pulse, and a smile like the sun after rain appeared on her face. "Great, your highness's body has shown signs of improvement, and the failing organs are gradually recovering." Qianju was surprised, put down the fish, walked forward, grabbed the third prince's hand and felt his pulse, then took his hand back, muttering, "Strange. Luer, what's going on?" Yuilua didn't know what was going on. She had tried to inject divine power into the third prince before, but the third prince's body didn't get better. When she put her hand on the third prince's wrist just now, it seemed as if there was some traction, drawing her divine power into the third prince's body. She calmly felt it, and found that the third prince's body had indeed changed after absorbing the divine power this time. "I also know what happened. Could it be that the third prince's luck is returned?" Yuilua came back to her senses and expressed her guess. If not, the divine power would not work. But what happened to make the third prince's luck return? "But we didn't do anything." Mu Shui couldn't figure it out. Even His Highness Yenling Ko hasn't taken it yet. Could it be that because of the Hahuan powder yesterday, the two of them had intimate behavior, so it came back now? That's not right. Shouldn't he be back on the wedding night? Could it be that this thing will be delayed in arriving? If not, then the third prince has not consummated his marriage with the third princess since the wedding. Yuilua was thinking in her heart while looking at the third prince. The third prince listened to Yuilua's thoughts, and was looked at by her like this, and he coughed uncomfortably. "Since I'm well, we don't have to take risks anymore." Yuilua was not willing to give up until she figured it out. She looked at Mu Shui, worried that Mu Shui was too shy to be embarrassed, so she shifted her sights to the third prince. "Third brother, you didn't consummate your marriage with the third sister-in-law before?" When these words came out, Mu Shui's face was stained with a blush, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of the wedding night. Both of them were inexperienced. They tried several times that day but failed. His Highness was worried about hurting her, so he gave up. Later, His Highness had a problem with his body, and the two of them were even more unwilling to try, so they dragged it on until yesterday when he was given the Hahuan powder, which was considered a real consummation of the marriage. "No way. Qianju looked at the third prince in surprise when he heard this, and his eyes seemed to say, "Are you not capable?" "Yes." The third prince simply answered this question and ignored Qianju's eyes. No wonder, Master Changyan was right. If the third prince and the third prince's wife had made a little man earlier, this trip to Xiangshan would have been avoided. The time-traveling girl had always been unwilling to let the hero and heroine meet and be together. Could it be that the dog of Tiandao was worried that the third prince would take back his luck? That would explain it all. Yui Luo took the fish meat that Qianju had taken down and put it in her mouth. "Let's eat first, and then we set off back to Beijing after we're done." Hearing that she didn't ask any more questions, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat slowly. After they finished eating, they took their bags. Qianju carried Yui Luo on his back, and Mu Shui supported the third prince, and they went down the mountain together. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was already noon. Lin Chi didn't expect that they could come down so quickly. Seeing them walking towards the carriage, he hurried to greet them. "I greet the third prince's wife, and the little princess." Qianju interrupted him. "Go and get the water bag first." Lin Chi said yes, and hurried to get the water bag from the carriage. Qianju put Yui Luo under a big tree, took the water bag from Lin Chi, poured some water on the handkerchief he brought with him, returned the water bag to Lin Chi, took the wet handkerchief, and wiped Yui Luo's face to help her drive away the heat. "Are you still hot?" Qianju put away the handkerchief, and looked at Yui Luo's little face, that was a little red from the sun. "Not hot." Yui Luo shook her head obediently. "That's good, otherwise I can't take good care of you, and when I go back, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will say that I boasted but couldn't even take care of a child." Yui Luo laughed out loud. "Don't worry, I will tell you that you took very good care of me, cousin. You are just a little bit worse than my mother." This made Qianju very happy. He fanned Yui Luo with a smile on his face. "Just a little bit worse than Empress Xin. It seems that you think highly of her." Mu Shui looked at Qianju's childish appearance and couldn't help laughing. This time, senior brother has really changed a lot after returning. "Luor, why do you call him cousin?" The third prince listened to the conversation between the two and remembered this. "I was going to ask this on the mountain, but I forgot about it when I talked about other things. I forgot to tell the third prince about this." Qianju's smile widened a little. "Empress Xian and the Queen of Li Kingdom are cousins, and I am the Queen's child, so Luor naturally has to call me cousin." "So that's what happened," the third prince suddenly realized, and then said seriously, "Thank you for taking care of Luor in Li Kingdom." Qianju glanced at the third prince. "I am happy to take care of Luor. Why do you have to thank me one by one?" He stood up holding Yui Luo. "Okay, let's get on the carriage and go back to Beijing." The carriage barely fit 4 people, and Lin Chi drove outside. Qianju looked at Mu Shui's concern for the third prince, and felt that sitting together was asking for trouble for him. "Junior sister, Luor has said that the third prince is fine. You should first take care of your own injuries." He paused and said awkwardly, "And if you two don't consider me, you should also consider Luor. Luor is still a child. What's it like to be affectionate in front of her?" Yui Luo rolled her eyes in her heart. "It's obvious that they are upset and use me as a shield. I don't mind them kissing in front of me. Anyway, my little heart can bear it." Chapter 610. Mu Shui and the third prince were both upset when they were accused of being affectionate. They just said a few words, but Qianju said they were affectionate. He's jealous. When everyone was silent, Yui Luo said, "Although I let go, I still loved you, so I won't let go so quickly." Yui Luo wanted to say something, but Qianju covered her mouth and changed the subject. "Let's talk about business." Qianju released his hand that was covering Yui Luo's mouth. "Those big men knew your whereabouts. There must be something fishy about it. We have to check it out when we go back, otherwise it will be bad for Tianqi." "Mr. Qian has a point," said the third prince solemnly. "If there is such a traitor, then something will probably happen in the capital. The Crown Prince and General Jean are not in the capital, and he has come to Xiangshan. So now there are only Li Yunhe and the second and fourth princes in the capital. Those people know that he is not in the capital, and how could they not know that General Jean has left the capital? At that time, the Crown Prince and General Jean, who have left the capital, will be defeated one by one, and then the capital will be in danger." Several big men said that these people want to train a surprise force, and they must need silver if they want to train a surprise force to cause trouble. As soon as Yui Luo said this, the third prince frowned. To support an army and the people below, the silver needed is not a small amount. The only way to get a large amount of silver in a short period of time is the Yueqing gold mine. Yueqing gold mine. Yui Luo stared at the third prince and blurted out the words almost at the same time as him. "Third brother, if something really happened to the Yueqing gold mine, then the only person Daddy can send there now is Li Yunhe. Lin Qi, speed up. The third prince lifted the curtain of the carriage and comforted Yuilua after giving the order. Everything is just speculation now. After the prince and concubine Xian separated from Yuilua Qianjue, they traveled day and night, and in less than half a month, they had already rushed back to the capital. When the emperor heard from eunuch Chao that the prince had returned, he hurriedly stood up and went to the palace gate to see the prince. When he reached the palace gate, the emperor looked back and did not see Yuilua, with a puzzled look. Where is Luor? Replying to father, Luor went to Xiangshan to look for my third brother. Is everything okay in the palace? Why did you go to Xiangshan again? What if something happened? The emperor frowned and ordered people to take Prince Duan and Yuan Qin away and lock them up. Then he lowered his voice and said, something happened at the Yueqing gold mine. I have asked Li Yunhe to go there to see what happened. The prince's expression changed. Isn't the Yueqing gold mine in charge of General Jin's confidant and the Yueqing governor? Does General Jin know about this? General Jin has not returned from the Chang kingdom yet. The emperor called concubine Xian and took the prince to the imperial study. Concubine Xian asked anxiously when she entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, did General Jin reply? What did he say? The emperor took out the latest letter and gave it to concubine Xian. After reading the contents, concubine Xian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she might have been too suspicious. My brother is brave and good at fighting, and he has a team of soldiers with him. How could anything go wrong? And the letter said that my brother was about to leave for Beijing. Li Yunhe and I suspect that the border vagrants are causing trouble in the Yueqing gold mine. Father, I am interrogating Prince Duan now. He should know something. Let's go together. Prince Duan and Yuan Qin had just been locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Before they could even sit still, they heard a series of respectful greetings coming from outside. He snorted coldly, still closing his eyes and resting, sitting against the wall. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the two are locked up here. You can leave first. Yes. Lord Qin left, and the emperor approached the prison door and looked at Prince Duan inside. Your Majesty, the emperor is here. Yuan Qin poked Prince Duan, walked quickly to the prison door, and saluted respectfully. Prince Duan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the prince at the door. Your Highness, what else do you want to ask? The prince chuckled. What you know is related to those vagrants who are not under control at the border. Prince Duan was surprised for a moment, then returned to normal and said casually, I don't know what Your Highness is talking about. No, you know. The prince stared at him. This is what you wanted to talk about last time, right? You said that even if we solve the internal strife between the two countries, we can't rest easy, so there is another force. And you have full confidence in this force, and think it can destroy the three countries. Prince Duan stood up, walked to the prison door, and praised, Your Highness the Crown Prince is really smart. This force has been planning in secret for a long time. It's probably too late for you to know it now. A few months ago, he went out to play with Feng Qingqing and accidentally heard that the vagrants on the border were organized by a capable person, and this person planned to train an immortal special force. Once these special forces are trained, they will destroy the current three countries in one fell swoop. In fact, he didn't take it seriously at the time. He just wanted to make them unhappy when he told them in Li country. He was not sure whether it was true or not. But now that the prince had just arrived at the palace, he couldn't wait to bring the emperor to interrogate him. I think something happened that made them think of him. So it seems that this matter is true. It seems that you don't know much. The prince looked normal, but he felt that the Yueqing gold mine might just be the beginning. Not much. Prince Duan did not deny it, and looked at the emperor. It's enough for you to know that your fate will be worse than mine. The emperor sneered. Whether it's miserable or not, you can't wait for that day to come. The three of them left the Ministry of Justice, with their sleeves turned away. Concubine Xian said with some worry, I don't know how Luor is doing. After separating from the emperor and concubine Xian, the prince went straight back to the East Palace. Nanny Chong knew that he was back and quickly ordered people to prepare meals. Seeing that he was alone and Feng Hongyu did not come back with him, Nanny Chong asked in confusion. Your Highness, the concubine hasn't returned? The prince explained with a smile. I have made it clear with the Queen of Li country and left her in Li country. Is that so? Nanny Chong poured a cup of tea for the prince and said softly, the emperor has granted you and Monsieur a marriage and plans to get married when you return to the country. Get married when you return to the country? The prince was full of surprise, wondering why his father didn't mention this just now. Nanny Chong put down the teapot inside, The East Palace has been empty for so many years. It's time for a proper mistress, and the Emperor is worried about you." At this time, a guard came in from the door with a bird cage. "Your Highness, I am here to see you." The prince looked at the bird in the cage, stood up, walked to the cage and opened it. "Did you find anything on it?" The guard took out a note in surprise. "Your Highness, you are amazing. I don't know what happened to this bird. It has been wandering around your bedroom today. I caught it, and didn't expect it to have a note on it." The prince quickly opened the note, and read the content on it. He thought it was not good. Chapter 611. Madame Chong prepared the food and served it to the prince, who had already stood up and walked to the door. "Madam, I have something to ask my father. Please take the food away first." Leaving this sentence, the prince left the East Palace and went to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the prince wants to see you." The emperor put down the tea in his hand, quickly let the prince in. Seeing the prince come in, the emperor interrupted him and asked in a deep voice, "Is there something wrong with Luor?" The prince returned to the East Palace and returned to the imperial study after a while. There must be something urgent to tell him. "Father, this is what Luor sent to me." The prince respectfully presented the note in his hand to the emperor. The emperor raised his hand to take it, and frowned after reading it. "So it seems that General Jin's letter is also suspicious?" "It is very likely." The prince looked at the emperor. "Luor has dealt with the bad guys, and I don't think there will be any more trouble in the short term. After all, it is a long way from the border to Xiangshan, and it is not possible to get there overnight." While the two were talking, the second and fourth princes were called to the door for an audience. "Let them in." The two walked in and bowed respectfully. The fourth prince did not see Luor and asked curiously, "Crown Prince, where is Luor?" When he heard that the crown prince had returned, he rushed to the palace, wanting Luor to see his newly developed mechanical bird, but he did not see Luor. Luor went to Xiangshan. "Why did she go to Xiangshan again? Crown Prince, you are so kind." The fourth prince heard this, with a somewhat reproachful tone. "Xianju is with her, and we just received a letter from Luor. She is fine. I have nothing to do now anyway. How about I go pick up Luor and the others?" "Fourth brother, the crown prince and father know what's going on. Don't make things worse." The second prince saw that the crown prince and the emperor were obviously in trouble, and scolded them. The fourth prince was stunned for a moment after being scolded, and asked in a low voice, "Did something big happen?" The emperor glanced at him. "Li Yunhe went to Yueqing to investigate the loss of gold, and General Jin has not returned to Beijing yet. You should stay in Beijing now, and don't hold Luor back." The fourth prince, who was said to be a hindrance, looked at the emperor with grievance. He wanted to say something, but the emperor looked at him fiercely. He moved his lips, and finally replied obediently, "Yes, I will obey your order." "Don't be dissatisfied," the emperor glanced at him. "With your mediocre skills, just stay in the capital and do your mechanical skills. Your brother, the crown prince, will handle other matters." "Yes." "Second brother," the emperor said, looking at the second prince, "go to the general's mansion and ask General Jin if he has received General Jin's letter." "Father, when I went to the palace with my fourth brother, I saw that Princess Shitong had returned." The emperor stood up in surprise. "What? Princess Shitong is back? What about General Jin?" The second prince didn't know what happened yet, and the emperor was so busy telling him everything he knew. "Father, I only saw Princess Shitong, but not General Jin. They were busy going to the palace to see if Luor had returned, so they didn't ask in detail. Father, if General Jin returns to Beijing, he will definitely come to the palace to see you as soon as possible. Why don't you ask someone to invite Princess Shitong to the palace, and find out what's going on?" The emperor looked at Eunuch Chao. "Go to the general's mansion and invite Princess Shitong to the palace." Eunuch Chao replied, bowed and left. Waiting for a break, the prince told the second and fourth princes about the current situation. After hearing this, the two of them suddenly became serious. "Father, why don't I go to the border secretly to see what the situation is at the border now? If they don't find out the situation at the border, they will be very passive." Seeing the emperor hesitate, the second prince continued, "Father, the border situation must be clarified, otherwise we will be very passive. Let's talk about it after we find out the situation of General Jin." On the other side, not long after Shitong returned to the general's mansion, she heard someone from the palace invite her to the palace. "Old general, I will go to the palace first, and then I will tell you about the general when I come back." After Shitong said that, she stood up and followed Eunuch Chao into the carriage. The carriage drove smoothly to the palace gate and stopped. Eunuch Chao took Shitong directly to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, Princess Shitong is here." "Your Majesty, I am here to see you. Long live the emperor. Shitong knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Get up. Have you dealt with the affairs of the Chang kingdom? Shitong thanked her and stood up. Your Majesty, it has been dealt with. The former Khan has been killed by the general, and the current Khan is my brother. Because the brother had the imperial seal, they killed the former Khan after rescuing him. The former Khan only knew how to enjoy himself and exploit the people, and the people and ministers had long been dissatisfied, so everything went smoothly this time. Since everything has been dealt with, why hasn't General Jean come back yet? The general asked me to come back first, because he and his brother still have to deal with the vagrants who were expelled. Shitong glanced at the emperor cautiously, and seeing that he looked unhappy, she thought he was unhappy because Jean Tingen had not returned to Beijing with him, and said again, Your Majesty, the general wanted to find out why there were more and more vagrants, and felt that something was wrong, so he did not come back with me. Are you sure that General Jean will not be in danger? Shitong was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the emperor was worried about Jean Tingen's situation. The general will not be in danger in Chang, she asked slowly. Why does the emperor have such concerns? I left the people accompanying this time to the general, and only brought back 2 people. With more than 500 people plus the general, unless it is a large army, the general will be fine. Could it be that Luo guessed wrong? The emperor tapped the table lightly, and said in silence for a while, What do you think is going on with the increasing number of vagrants? Speaking of this, Shitong's beautiful eyebrows frowned. After my brother ascended the throne, he wanted to call the vagrants back and settle them down, but after the notice was issued, the number of vagrants not only did not decrease, but increased. According to what you said, there must be someone controlling these vagrants and promising them more benefits. Shitong nodded. Your Highness the Crown Prince is right. The general also thinks so I want to stay and find out who controls these vagrants. In her opinion, the new decree issued by her brother is already very loose. If it were an ordinary vagrant, how could he be indifferent to these decrees? You go down and rest first. Yes, Shitong said, hesitating. Anything else? The emperor saw that she was hesitant to speak, and raised his eyebrows to ask. Your Majesty, you asked this question because you know about the vagrants. If you plan to send someone to investigate, can I dare to tell you my opinion? You go. Shitong knelt on the ground. Your Highnesses are not familiar with the terrain of the border. No matter who goes, it will be a disadvantage. Why not wait for the general to come back, and I will go with the general to investigate. Chapter 612. Seeing that the emperor was not angry, Shitong continued to analyze. Those vagrants are probably familiar with the border terrain now. Your Highnesses, going to the border is like walking into a tiger's mouth. What if General Jean can't figure out everything? The emperor stared at Shitong. Once the border is occupied by these people, it will be like opening the door for them. Shitong smiled, her charming face full of confidence. Your Majesty, I often go out with my father to patrol, and I am familiar with the environment of the border. If the general can't figure out everything, I will take people to the border to investigate. What do you think? What Shitong said was not without reason. The emperor thought about it and nodded. The emperor waited for a while, but he did not wait for General Jean. Instead, he waited for the news that Yui Luo and others returned to the palace. When Yui Luo and the other 4 arrived at the palace, the ministers were in the court. Your Majesty, the little princess and others are back. The emperor stood up excitedly after hearing this. The ministers looked at each other and quickly lowered their heads. They wondered if something had happened again. Let's stop here today and leave the court. The emperor waved his hand and walked out quickly. Eunuch Chao trotted behind the emperor. Your Majesty, please slow down. The emperor seemed not to hear him and walked faster. After going down the white jade steps, the emperor saw a red figure running towards him. Daddy? Luo. The emperor stepped forward quickly and picked up Yui Luo. It's good that you're back. If you don't come back, Daddy will send someone to look for you. Daddy, is Uncle back? Yui Luo asked the question that concerned her most. Seeing that the emperor put away his smile, she already had the answer in her heart. Uncle hasn't come back yet, right? Princess Shitong is back, saying your uncle still has some things to deal with. Yui Luo's heart didn't settle down because of this, but became even more uneasy. She glanced at the ministers who came out from the surroundings, and said to the emperor, Daddy, let's talk in the imperial study. The emperor glanced at the 3rd prince and Mu Shuiqianjue, motioning them to follow. Entering the imperial study, the emperor put Yui Luo down and touched her head. I was worried that you would run to Chang State, so I let your uncle go, but now it seems that this has fallen into someone else's trap. Daddy is really afraid that I will run to Chang country again. Dad, Are the ministers in the court well behaved recently? The ministers are all well behaved. The emperor looked at Yuilua's tense face. Does Luor suspect that there is a traitor in the court? The files of the ministers in the court are clean, especially after the assessment system was implemented. It is impossible for them to fish in troubled waters. So those who are left now are diligent and conscientious, and they are dedicated to their duties. The big men mentioned in my letter to you will suddenly appear in Xiangshan. It is impossible that no one will pass on the news. The ministers don't know about this, only Li Yunhe knows. The emperor frowned. More people know that your uncle went to Chang State. Li Yunhe. Yuilua silently recited this name in his heart. Daddy, where is Li Yunhe? He went to the Yueqing gold mine. The emperor told Yuilua what happened in Yueqing. I asked him to investigate this matter. The most worried thing happened. Yuilua sighed in his heart. At present, it seems that the most likely traitor is Li Yunhe. But what was Li Yunhe's motive? By the way, third prince, how are you? The third prince said respectfully. Thank you for your concern, father. I am well now. He was already recovering slowly, and with Luor injecting divine power into him every day, he is now fine. Really well? The emperor stood up, looked at the third prince, and smiled. It's good to recover. It's good to recover. Thanks to Luor, I am well now, and I can go to investigate the border. As they were talking, a guard came in. Your Majesty, Princess Shitong wants to see you. Hurry up and let someone in. When Shitong came in, Yuilua looked up and noticed that she looked strange, and her heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to her uncle? Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor motioned for her to stand up. But is there any news about General Jin? Shitong stood up, and when she looked up, the emperor noticed that her eyes were a little red. Your Majesty, the guard who followed the general to Chang State has returned, saying that the general was ambushed while investigating the border and has died. He fought to protect the guard, who escaped back and died after speaking to the general's mansion. Shitong's voice trembled a little, especially when she said the word dead. Please allow me to lead the troops to the border to find the general. She knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. Okay, you get up. I allow you to go. It is said that if you are alive, you must see the person, and if you are dead, you must see the body. The emperor did not think that Jin Tingen would die so easily. The third prince took this opportunity to speak. Princess Shitong will lead the troops to find General Jin, and the border exploration will be left to me. I will lead the troops tomorrow. Yuilua stood up, walked to Princess Shitong, and took her hand. Aunt, uncle will be fine. Shitong touched her head. Okay, your uncle will be fine. He said he would marry her when he returned from Chang State. She was still looking forward to the day when she would wear a wedding dress and marry him. He had not fulfilled his promise yet, so how could he leave her first? The emperor gave the military token to Shitong and ordered the second prince to go with him to find Jin Tingen. Shitong received the order, left the palace, and returned to the general's mansion. When she got off the carriage, she saw that the general's mansion had been hung with white silk. She exhaled heavily, walked in, and came to the steward. Who ordered this to be hung? The steward met Shitong's cold eyes, wiped his tears, and said, Madam, since the general is dead, he should rest in peace. He knew that the madam could not accept it, but now the old general was also ill. If he did not take the initiative to handle this matter, who would do it? Who said he was dead? Shitong glanced at the servants in mourning and shouted, Take down all these unlucky things. I want to see the body of the general. Have you seen the body of the general? If you don't have it, shut up and don't cry. Madam. The steward wanted to say something, but Shitong glanced at him. Don't let me say it a second time. I will go find the general. You just take good care of the old general, don't just cry. Listen to your madam. The crying crowd saw the old general being helped out, and the crying stopped abruptly. Shitong walked quickly to the old general, and helped him into the main hall. Old general, don't be sad. I will definitely bring the general back. General Jin sighed, and looked at Shitong's red eyes. He knew that she was no less sad than himself. Be careful this time. Don't get into trouble. Old general, take care of yourself. Wait for me to bring the general back. Chapter 613. Early in the morning of the next day, Shitong changed into a simple outfit, tied her hair into a neat high ponytail, said goodbye to General Jin, got on the horse, and led the troops transferred from the military camp to meet the second prince at the city gate. Arriving at the city gate, Shitong found that not only the second prince was there, but also concubine Xian and Yuilua. Seeing the two, he quickly got off the horse and walked in front of him. Greetings to concubine Xian, the second prince. Concubine Xian stepped forward to help her up. Sister-in-law, please don't be so polite. She held Shitong's hand and whispered, I believe my brother will be fine. Sister-in-law, you must be careful on this trip. I will. Shitong held concubine Xian's hand. Don't worry, madam. Whether the general is alive or not, I will bring him back. You and the old general should wait for my news in the capital. Seeing that concubine Xian wanted to say something, Shitong probably guessed her worries. Don't worry, madam. I won't be too worried. I will be more careful than anyone else if I don't bring the general back. The more she needed to calm down, the more she needed to calm down. The general's current situation would not allow her to act impulsively without considering the consequences. The second prince and Yui Luo on the side exchanged glances. His father and Luo asked him to go with Princess Shitong to find General Jin because they were worried that Princess Shitong would be shocked and act impulsively. Now he thought that Princess Shitong was calmer than anyone else. There was no need to worry at all. That's good. Concubine Xian let go of Princess Shitong's hand and said solemnly, Brother, I leave it to you. She also wanted to go find her brother, but the emperor said that the situation was in chaos and she should not leave the palace. And Yui Luo looked up at Shitong. Uncle will be fine. Since those people wanted to capture Uncle to train him as a special force, they would not kill him. I also believe that the general will be fine. Shitong squatted down and looked at Yui Luo. Luo, go back with the queen. Yui Luo watched Shitong and the second prince climb onto the horse and said loudly, Take care of yourself and return safely. The second prince looked back and nodded to Yui Luo, signaling her to return to the palace. The large group of people disappeared at the city gate, raising clouds of dust that flew in the air, and then dissipated in the wind as the group disappeared. Yui Luo whispered to concubine Xian, Mother, let's go back first. Daddy didn't let me go to the border with the third prince's people, so I can only find out who is behind the scenes controlling the vagrants. The two got on the carriage and returned to the city. When the carriage passed the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion, Yui Luo raised her voice to the driver outside. Stop. Mother, wait for me here. I go to the Prime Minister's mansion. After saying that, Yui Luo lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. Hua Rui carried her out of the carriage and followed her into the Prime Minister's mansion. When the people in the Prime Minister's mansion saw Yui Luo coming, they hurried in to report to the Prime Minister and Madame Li. Another person led Yui Luo to the main hall. When Prime Minister Li and Madame Li heard that Yui Luo had arrived, they stood up and walked out to greet her. Yui Luo had no intention of entering the main hall and looked at Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister Li, has Li Yunhe had close contacts with anyone recently? Prime Minister Li did not expect that Yui Luo came to ask about this. He thought about it and shook his head. Little princess, Yunhe does not have close contacts, only some friends in the martial arts world and his master, you know all of this. The fact that General Jin was ambushed at the border yesterday was already known to everyone in the court. The little princess asked this question now, is she suspicious of Yunhe? Li Yunhe sighed in his heart. How could Yunhe betray General Jin? Seeing what Prime Minister Li was thinking, Yui Luo said bluntly, Prime Minister Li, I believe Li Yunhe will not betray his uncle. I asked you this because I want to clarify something. I misunderstood the little princess. Prime Minister Li looked ashamed, but still said, Yunhe has grown up and has his own ideas about many things. We really don't know who he is close to. Yui Luo lowered her eyes and thought so. Li Yunhe left home when he was young, so how could he let his family know everything? Thank you for telling me, Prime Minister. When Yui Luo turned around, Madame Li stopped her. Little princess, before you left Tianqi to go to Ligua, I heard Heer say that his master was sick. Heer wanted to go to see him, but I don't know why he was rejected. A certain guess in her heart seemed to be verified in an instant, and Yui Luo smiled at Madame Li. Thank you for telling me, I know. Back in the carriage, Yui Luo told concubine Xian about this. After hearing this, concubine Xian immediately understood what her daughter meant, and she whispered, Luo, do you suspect Min Lao, Li Yunhe's master? Yui Luo nodded. After all, the two are master and apprentice, and it is normal for Li Yunhe to talk about the affairs of the court with Min Qiu. But this doesn't make sense. Concubine Xian pondered for a while, and looked at Yui Luo. Luo, Min Qiu is famous all over the world. The Luan kingdom made him feel so disappointed that he never came out again. Why would he go to the trouble of helping these vagrants now? In her opinion, there needs to be a reason for doing everything. Min Qiu has seen all kinds of rich people, so why should he insist on helping these vagrants to target his beloved apprentice? And these vagrants may not be able to offer money to win him over. Mother, what you said seems to make sense. Yui Luo's face was tense. Min Qiu doted on his apprentice Li Yunhe very much and taught him like his son. If he was the man behind the vagrants, Then he was also calculating Li Yunhe. The carriage slowly drove on the palace road. Seeing that Yuilua was thinking about something, concubine Xian did not speak to disrupt her thoughts. Suddenly, the carriage braked suddenly, and Yuilua and concubine Xian instinctively leaned forward. Fortunately, concubine Xian reacted quickly, picked up Yuilua, and supported the window edge of the carriage with one hand, so that she could stabilize her body and prevent Yuilua from hitting the wall of the carriage. What's going on? Concubine Xian sat up straight and scolded. Huarui walked to the window and said softly, Your Highness and the little princess were frightened. I don't know where someone came out and stopped the carriage. I will send him away now. Concubine Xian was still confident in Huarui's ability to handle things, so she let Huarui handle it. Old man, are you hurt? After finishing the conversation with concubine Xian, Huarui walked to the front of the carriage and helped the old man up. The old man had white hair and beard, and wore a blue shirt made of good fabric. Although his face had wrinkles, he looked more amiable and kind. Thank you, young man. The old man stood up with Huarui's help and looked at the carriage. I bumped into your carriage. I hope you will forgive me. When concubine Xian heard that this person was talking to her, she hugged Yuilua and walked out of the carriage. Looking at the old man standing in front of the carriage, she smiled and said, I'm glad that you're okay. The moment Yuilua saw the old man, she couldn't help but overlap the image of the person in front of her with the description of Minqiu in the book. Chapter 614. Minqiu actually came to the capital. Was he really wrong? No, this is too much of a coincidence. I saw that this carriage was luxurious, so I stopped it to ask for directions. Empress Xian put away her surprise and said calmly, Where do you want to ask for directions, old lady? Minqiu took out the letter from his body, walked to Empress Xian's side, and handed it to her. This is where my apprentice lives, but he is not in the capital now. Can you help me find where the Prime Minister's mansion mentioned in the letter is? Empress Xian looked at the contents of the letter, and found that Li Yunhe had asked Minqiu to come to the capital and look for him directly at the Prime Minister's mansion. She handed the letter back to Minqiu. It's Mr. Min. The Prime Minister's mansion is not far ahead. I have someone take you there. No. Minqiu put away the letter and waved his hands repeatedly. Thank you for showing me the way. No need to trouble you. Empress Xian didn't say anything more and got into the carriage. The carriage started moving again. Empress Xian looked at Yuilua's worried look and smiled softly. You haven't dispelled your doubts yet? It doesn't matter. When the emperor knows that Elder Min has come to the capital, he will definitely invite him to the palace. We can just test the truth at that time. As concubine Xian said, when the emperor knew that Minqiu had arrived in the capital, he asked eunuch Chao to personally invite him to the palace. Minqiu was surprised when he saw concubine Xian and Yuilua. It turns out that the two people who helped me show the way were concubine Xian and the little princess. I am so blind. Yuilua looked at Minqiu inconspicuously and could not see any flaws. When he heard this, he curved his lips meaningfully. What are you talking about, old man? It's normal not to know each other on the street. The emperor gave Minqiu a seat and waved his hand to let Chao Gongdong serve tea. Minister Li is not in Beijing now. He went to Yueqing. Old man, you should stay in Beijing for a while. I think it won't be long before Minister Li will return to Beijing. Old man thanked him and sat down. He took the tea from Chao Gongdong and put it aside, saying respectfully, That's what I meant. I heard that Li Yunhe's teacher is very powerful. Yuilua pretended to be curious and looked at Minqiu. Are you really that powerful? Luer, don't be rude. Although it was a scolding, the emperor said it in an extremely gentle voice, making the seemingly scolding words become words of pampering. This is the little princess. I have heard of her a long time ago. Minqiu smiled kindly at Yuilua. I am just an ordinary person, and the words outside are all exaggerated and cannot be taken seriously. Is that so? Yuilua's face was full of disappointment. I thought you had some ability, and wanted you to help find my uncle. Is it General Jin? Minqiu showed compassion on his face. I heard about this from Prime Minister Li yesterday. I have heard of General Jin's bravery. I think he will be able to turn the danger into safety. General Jin was ambushed at the border. Now I am really at a loss. I wonder if Mr. Min has any strategy. Your Majesty is praising me. Minqiu stood up with a terrified look on his face. How can I show off in front of your Majesty and discuss political affairs? The Emperor saw his terrified face and slowed down his voice. Mr. Min is too modest. I allow you to discuss political affairs and give me some advice. Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty. I just don't know much about border affairs. The two chatted for a while before the Emperor sent Minqiu out of the palace. When he left the imperial study, the Emperor smiled at Yuilua. Luo, are you trying to test this old fox Minchio? Luo raised a sly smile. Dad and Mother can see that it's a test, and he can definitely do it too. She was just deliberately testing him to see if he would make any moves. Why did Minchio appear in the capital at this time? It stands to reason that he should be planning something important now. Unless the so-called surprise troops were not trained, he would think of infiltrating the enemy and understanding their movements to proceed to the next step. Dad, it's time for the fourth prince to go out now. The Emperor and Luo smiled at each other. Luo and I have the same idea. After receiving the Emperor's secret order, the fourth prince took his men and horses, and the newly developed mechanical bird, and secretly left the city, and headed for the border at nightfall. For half a month, everything in the capital was normal, so calm that there was no undercurrent. The war that the ministers thought was coming did not come. Luo was busy for half a month and forgot about Qianju, her cheap cousin. When she received the news from Qianju had already left the capital for Li country. The letter only mentioned that Qianshi was missing and could not be contacted, and there was no other detailed explanation. Luo handed the letter to the prince. Prince, I have a 90% guess now that Minchio is the man behind these vagrants. Although she still doesn't know why Minchio did this. The prince read the contents of the letter and nodded. The so-called strange weapon, I think only people with medical skills like Qianshi can practice it. Qianzhong definitely didn't agree to Minchio. Luo said firmly, meeting the prince's puzzled eyes, and explained, before, those big men wanted to capture the third emperor's wife and the third emperor's brother. Why do you think it was? Luo said that because Qianshi didn't agree, they changed their target and wanted to capture the third brother's wife to help practice this strange weapon. The prince suddenly understood and said, if we capture the third brother and his wife, we can use threats to achieve our goal. Whether they use Mu Shui to threaten Dr. Qian, or use Dr. Qian or the third brother to threaten Mu Shui, they can achieve their goal. Yes, but unfortunately everything was ruined by us. The prince shook his head and laughed. No wonder Luo asked the fourth brother to lead a team to the border. It turns out that you are worried that the third and second brothers have been discovered by Minchio and lost the opportunity. Luo smiled slyly. Who said I only prepared the fourth brother's team? If that was all I had to prepare, would I have worked so hard for so long? Meanwhile, Shitong and the second prince arrived at the border unimpeded. Princess Shitong, did General Jean disappear here? Shitong nodded. According to the guard's description, this is it. She looked around, her eyes fixed on a trace of dried blood, and she walked forward and squatted. It's here. There are also traces of blood left from the fight. The second prince walked forward and looked at the bloodstains. A dazzling light was reflected from the grass on the side of the stone. What's wrong? Shitong turned her head and looked at his squinting action and asked suspiciously. There seems to be something in the grass. The second prince had walked to the edge of the grass and began to search. In the grass, a crystal bead shone brightly in the sun. Found it. The second prince picked up the bead and held it in front of Shitong. The moment she saw the bead, Shitong's nose was sour, and she said excitedly, this is the pearl hairpin that the general bought for me. This red hairpin was bought by the general after he looked at her twice more when they were visiting the market in Chang State. At that time, she stood not far away and saw it clearly, but did not say a word, suppressing the joy in her heart and pretending not to know. Chapter 6:15. She thought, he must be planning to wait until he returns to Tianqi to give it to her. Are you sure? The second prince handed the bead in his hand to Princess Shitong. Princess Shitong's thoughts were pulled back by his voice. She took the bead, lowered her eyes, and looked at it, and said, this should be left by the general to guide us. The general must still be alive. Let's look for other beads. The second prince nodded and called the soldiers. Let's look together to see if there are other beads. As Princess Shitong said, the group walked a distance and found another bead. In this way, everyone kept looking for beads along the way until they were led to a valley. They stood on a high place and looked down, and could only vaguely see that the open space under the valley was full of tents. People dressed in linen clothes and dressed as ordinary people were guarding the tents. Second prince, the general is probably in the tent. If not, why would they have someone guard it? I think there must be important people or things locked up inside. The second prince glanced at the people below him, lowered his voice, and said to Shitong, if the general is really in their hands, we can only outsmart them. Otherwise, if they are exposed, General Jean will be taken hostage. Second prince, you stay here with the soldiers. I will go alone to find out what is in the tent. It is easy to be exposed when there are too many people. It is easier for her to sneak in alone. No, I go. He is a man after all. How can he let Shitong take risks? As the two talked, a soldier stepped forward. I have a way. A familiar voice sounded, and the second prince looked at Du Shuyan, who was smiling and walking towards him, in astonishment, and asked in surprise, Ian, why are you here? That day at the city gate, he had been looking forward to it, but he didn't see Ian coming to see him off. He didn't expect Ian to follow them all the time. Luor said I can disguise myself and let me follow you, so that I can help you when you want to sneak into the enemy camp. That day when Luor went to find her, she was about to ask His Highness to go with her, but Luor found her first and said directly that she could go with His Highness. Then why didn't you tell me clearly? You must be exhausted on the way? No, I rode a horse. If I had told you clearly, would you still allow me to come? Du Shuyan said, taking out his disguise tools. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most urgent thing is to see if it is General Jean in the tent. The longer it takes, the more dangerous General Jean will be. Shitong walked up to Du Shuyan. Thank you, second prince consort, for helping me disguise myself. Let your highness go. Seeing Shitong wanted to say something, Du Shuyan quickly explained, Princess Shitong, you are petite and easy to be seen through. Du Shuyan said this after careful consideration, and Princess Shitong did not refute. Then wait for the second prince to sneak in. We will wait outside. Once the situation is not right, the second prince will give us a signal, and I will lead people to rush in. The three of them discussed, and led the soldiers to sneak towards the edge of the valley, and arranged the soldiers to surround the exit of the valley. Shitong lowered her voice and said, I will lead someone over and change into that person. After saying that, Shitong picked up a stone, walked to the edge of the valley, stuck his head out and threw the stone. The stone hit the stone wall, making a crisp sound that echoed in the valley. Who? The man closer to the valley raised his chin to the person next to him. You, go and see what's going on. The man he ordered yawned, looking reluctant. It's just a small stone that fell from the top of the valley. What's the big deal? Go if you're told to go. The higher-ups have told you to keep a close eye on the people in the tent. Otherwise, will you be responsible if the people in the tent get lost? The man did not move, and said with a curled lip, We are not the main battlefield here. What is there to worry about? The people of Tianqi did not know that their general was imprisoned here, so how could they come here? Hurry up, you are talking too much nonsense. The man who ordered him kicked him unhappily. You ruined the master's business. Do you want your family's lives? The man rubbed his kicked knee, and walked out of the valley cursing. After looking around, there was nothing unusual. He turned around and planned to walk back to the valley. Shitong saw the right time, raised his hand, and knocked him unconscious with a knife, and moved to the bushes next to him. In a few seconds, he took off the clothes of the homeless man and handed them to the second prince. I'm sorry for wronging you. The second prince took off his outer robe, took the linen clothes, and put them on while saying, Saving General Jean is the most important thing. How can I say I'm wronged? After the second prince changed his clothes, Du Shuyan changed his appearance according to the appearance of the homeless man, who was knocked unconscious on the ground. Your Highness, be careful when you go in, and signal if there is any danger. The second prince nodded, walked out of the bushes, and walked towards the valley entrance. The man who was about to come out to see why he had been gone for so long saw him, and said unhappily, Why did you take so long to check the situation? The second prince changed his tone, and said with a smile, I just went to the bathroom. Nothing unusual. The man glanced at him, said nothing, and walked to the side of the tent he was guarding and stood still. The second prince, who had observed the positions of the people in the valley, walked towards the man in a flattering manner and asked, When are we going to eat? Didn't we just eat not long ago? Are you a glutton? Really? The second prince approached him, and knocked him out by raising his hand to put his hand on his shoulder. The man didn't even have time to shout. His eyes went dark, and he was about to fall to the ground. The second prince quickly grabbed him and shouted, come here quickly, someone has fainted. The others heard the shout, looked at each other, and walked over here. Because the only exit in the valley was just ahead, they were not worried that someone could sneak in under their noses, so they all walked over. What's going on? A burly man walked out with a gloomy face, and the others made way for him, looking very afraid of him. He fainted. The second prince counted the number of people inconspicuously, and when he was sure that everyone was present, he raised his lips, and put his hands into his sleeves. If you faint, just pour a basin of water to wake you up. Why are you yelling? As soon as he finished speaking, he inhaled all the drugs that the second prince had dispersed into his nose, and heard a bang-bang sound. All the people around him fell to the ground in all directions. The second prince patted the powder on his hands, thinking that Mu Shui's drugs were really powerful. After confirming that these people had been knocked unconscious, the second prince walked quickly towards the largest tent in the center. There was no one outside the tent, and it was very quiet. He opened the tent and entered. The strong smell of blood hit him in the face. He looked up at the center of the tent, and saw a man with injuries all over his body tied to a chair. He walked forward a few steps, pulled apart his hair, and saw his appearance clearly. Who else could it be but Jean Tingen? Chapter 616. The second prince quickly untied the rope for Jean Tingen and shook him. General Jean, wake up. After calling a few more times, Jean Tingen slowly opened his eyes, looked at the second prince, and said in a hoarse voice, "Leave quickly, don't worry about me." Everyone. The second prince wanted to say that everyone was knocked down by him, but before he finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps came. He helped Jean Tingen up, and found that the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and his expression froze. "Oh no, someone is coming." "Second prince, you go first, don't worry about me. He is seriously injured now, and the second prince will only be a burden if he takes him away. Let's go out first." The second prince helped Jean Tingen out, and as soon as he walked out of the tent, he was surrounded by a group of black-clothed men. The men were holding axes in their hands, looking ferocious and scary. "Put him down." The leading man stared at the second prince coldly. "Otherwise, I take your life. If I put him down, you will also take my life." "We won't take your life." The big man snorted coldly. "The master said that everyone who comes here is used to train special forces." The second prince felt relieved when he heard this, and raised his eyebrows and said, "If you want to train special forces, why beat people like this? This is not what you should ask. Let go of the people and surrender." The second prince helped Jean Tingen sit down, and took out a signal tube from his body. No, he asked for help. Shitong, who was waiting outside, received the signal, and made an attack gesture. The soldiers received the order, picked up their weapons, and followed Shitong into the valley. Only a few people were left to protect Du Xuyen. "Do you think the people who came in can still get out?" The leading man stared at the second prince fiercely. "You will all become materials for the master to train special forces." "Sir, they seem to have a lot of people." A man behind him looked at the soldiers, who kept approaching them, and reminded them in a low voice. The big man didn't take it seriously, and glared at the person who spoke. "How can we?" Seeing the huge group of people, the remaining two words "are there a lot of people" were swallowed back directly. "Sir, what should we do?" The big man looked at Shitong, the leader, and laughed. "A woman, what are you afraid of?" he said, trying to threaten Jean Tingen with the axe across his neck. Shitong saw through the big man's plan, and swung the whip in his hand towards him like a snake. When he turned his wrist, the axe in his hand had been swept away by Shitong's whip. Shitong pulled back the whip, took off the axe, and threw it out with murderous intent. The big man looked at the axe getting closer and closer to him. His pupils dilated, and when he came to his senses, the axe had already hit his chest fiercely, and blood splashed all around. He looked at the axe nailed to his chest in disbelief, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight down. The black-clad men with him were so frightened that they kept retreating, as if Shitong could not see them. "General, how are you?" Shitong did not look at those people, but ran quickly to Jean Tingen, looking at the bloodstains on his body, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent again, sweeping towards the black-clad men beside her. "Who hit you?" When several people touched Shitong's murderous eyes, they couldn't help but think of the fate of their masters just now, and their knees softened, and they all knelt on the ground. "Girl, spare me, we didn't beat him." "You didn't beat him, so the injury appeared for no reason?" Shitong helped Jean Tingen up and ordered the soldiers, "Leave a team to deal with these people, and the others search the valley to see if there are any survivors. If there are, kill them all." If she wasn't worried about the general's injury, she would have tortured these people to death. "Yes." They all said that the general was dead, but I don't believe it. Shitong helped Jean Tingen walk outside, took some water to feed him, and said with red eyes, "How can I die when I haven't done what I promised you?" Jean Tingen looked at her distressfully and took her hand. "I'm sorry, I made you worry. I brought medicine for wounds. Apply medicine to General Jean first, and then find a doctor to treat General Jin's wounds." Du Xuyen coughed lightly, and handed the prepared medicine to the two. All solved. The second prince came out with the soldiers and looked at General Jean. "General Jean, how did you fall into their trap?" Jean Tingen sighed lightly. "The people who captured me were not these people. The people here are not the main force. The fighting power of the people who captured me is not comparable to these people, and they don't seem to get tired. Is this the special force that General Jean is talking about?" The second prince frowned. If there really is such a special force, It can kill us just by consuming our strength. Don't worry, Second Prince, these special forces are still under trial. I heard that they tricked Dr. Qian to come here just for the special force, which shows that their current special forces still have flaws. Dr. Qian was also captured? Where is he being held now? Jean Tingen shook his head. I don't know. He was brought here unconscious and had no idea of the route. General Jean, you and Princess Shitong go find a place to treat your wounds, and I will go find my third brother and tell him this news. What the second prince didn't know was that the third prince had also learned that Dr. Qian had been arrested. Their men met Li Yunhe on the road. Li Yunhe arrived at the border before them. After meeting them, he told them all the useful information he had collected. Aren't you investigating the loss of gold in Yueqing? Why are you here? The lost gold was transferred here. I traced it all the way and came here. The third prince threw a water bag to Li Yunhe. Had the border guards been controlled? Li Yunhe took it, drank a sip and tightened the water bag. Yes, so we have to avoid the guards and find the nest of these vagrants. Does Lord Li have any information about their nest? Li Yunhe lowered his eyes and played with the dogtail grass in his hand. No, but I roughly guessed the location. Based on his understanding of his master, the nest must be in a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. He looked up at the sky, and the facts he didn't want to believe condensed into evidence that he couldn't refute in every little detail. In fact, until now, he still didn't understand how his master became the man behind the organization of vagrants, and even used innocent people for these vagrants. Sensing Li Yunhe's strangeness, the third prince whispered, "The man behind the scenes is your master." Li Yunhe laughed at himself. Yes, he is in the capital now, and Her Royal Highness the Princess should have guessed it. Luor had doubts from the beginning. That's good. Li Yunhe stood up and led his horse. You have had a smooth journey, but the people behind are in danger. Master will not let your reinforcements arrive smoothly. The third prince chuckled. Don't worry, Lord Li, Luor, and the crown prince have made arrangements, and will not let the villain succeed. Chapter 617. With Li Yunhe's company, we actually found the nest of these nomadic forces. Li Yunhe let go of the captured nomad, looked up and frowned. How do we get there? The nomad looked ahead and trembled. There was a suspension bridge connecting the two mountains. As long as we climb to the top of the hill where we are standing now, we can walk to the opposite mountain through the suspension bridge. Seeing that what he said was not false, Li Yunhe looked at the third prince. I think they are afraid that we will attack, so they put away the suspension bridge. If there is no suspension bridge, they want to go to the other side unless they are very good at light work. But the soldiers brought by this way can't get through at all, and he and the third prince are outnumbered. If they don't find a way to get through, the homes of these vagrants are built high, and it's futile for them to attack with arrows. It's really a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The third prince had a faint smile on his face. No wonder your master can go to the capital without worry. I think he is sure that we can't attack it. Mu Shui, who was standing next to the third prince, glanced at the opposite side and said softly, Since there is no way to attack it now, find a place to camp first, so as to save energy. There is no way to attack directly now, and the reinforcements have not arrived yet. If they attack by force, it will be useless except for wasting their physical strength. Axu's words make sense. Let's find a place to camp first, and then think of a way. The sentinel on the vagrant side observed the group of people, and hurried to report to their young master. Young master, the people the master said really found our base camp. The man in the room was blocked by the curtain. After hearing the sentinel's report, he turned around and walked outside the curtain. Really? He really knows his apprentice. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his features were regular. His tone was full of mockery when he said this. The sentry who came to report lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. Prepare all the rocks around, and when the time comes, lower the suspension bridge to lead them over, and let them all die here. Young master, the rocks are ready, but they don't seem to have any intention of attacking. Lu Qing was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought these people would be eager to attack when they knew Qianzhong was in his hands, but he didn't expect them to be so patient. It's okay. When they show up again, we send someone to tell them that Jean Tingen is in our hands. They don't care about Qianzhong, so how could they not care about their country's general? Yes. Back off. Master. The sentry hesitated for a moment and reminded carefully. The master told you not to act rashly when he left. Lu Qing glanced at him and didn't care. Now we have Jean Tingen and Qianzhong in our hands. Do you think it's necessary to wait for Qianzhong to train a surprise force? He sneered. Besides, that old guy Qianzhong is a tough guy. How could he possibly agree? He has already spent almost 2 months with Qianzhong, and he doesn't want to waste any more time. In his opinion, now is the best time. Jean Tingen is in their hands. Tianqi lacks a leader, and the third prince is sick. Tianqi has no one to lead the army now. How could he miss this opportunity to capture Tianqi in one fell swoop? But the special forces we have now have many flaws. If we rashly start a war, and the other two countries come to support us, we might. Maybe they will lose? Luan interrupted the sentry. Now Ligua and Qianghua are busy cleaning up the mess in their countries, and they have no time to help Tianqi. Seeing that he didn't listen to his advice, the sentry didn't dare to say anything more. Go away, I want to see if his apprentice has the ability to turn the tide. The sentry retreated, and a maid hurried in at the door. Master, Qianzhong agreed. Agreed? Lu Qing had an unquestionable look on his face, and walked out with his sleeves waving. Go and see. He didn't think Qianzhong would really agree to help train the special forces, and just thought that the other party was playing tricks. The two of them left the corridor, and went to a dark room. The stone door opened, and Lu Qing walked in. Looking at Qianzhong, who was locked inside, he raised his eyebrows and said, Why did the divine Dr. Qian suddenly figure it out? Qianzhong turned around, sat on the stone steps, and shook his sleeves. Aren't you going to capture my apprentice to threaten me? So the divine Dr. Qian knew about this? Lu Qing walked in front of him, and stood still, and found the reason why Qianzhong suddenly changed his mind. However, Qianzhong didn't know that the people below failed and didn't capture Mu Shui, but he wouldn't tell Qianzhong. Since Qianzhong showed his weakness, he should make good use of it. I heard from your people. Qianzhong observed Lu Qing's expression. Where is Shui now? How is she? Seeing his worried face, Lu Qing chuckled. Don't worry, Dr. Qian. Since you promised to help me train the special forces, I will naturally not do anything to your precious apprentice. That's good. Qianzhong pretended to be relieved, but he couldn't help sneering in his heart. These people didn't catch Shui at all. If they really caught Shui, they would definitely bring her to him to threaten him. Since Lu Qing believed him, he could use the training of the special forces to find out the whereabouts of Jean Tingen and let Jean Tingen go first. What medicine does Dr. Qian need? I send someone to deliver it. It's better for me to get the medicine myself. Qianzhong stood up. If you are worried, just let someone follow me. You can't let us study here, right? Lu Qing glanced at the empty darkroom and smiled. Of course not. As long as Dr. Qian doesn't run around, we can be considered allies now. I will naturally agree to anything I can promise you. He opened the darkroom and made a gesture of invitation. Dr. Qian, please. I will take you to the pharmacy now. The two of them left the darkroom and walked along the gravel road for a while. Not far away, two simple wooden houses appeared. This is where the medicine is placed, and where Old Chen studies the special weapons. However, the medicine made by Old Chen has too many shortcomings. Qianzhong said nothing, but he felt that Lu Qing and Men Qiu were naive. How could an immortal magic weapon be created? If it could be created, wouldn't the country that created it be truly invincible? Are all the medicinal materials complete? Qianzhong asked as he walked towards the wooden house. Of course they are complete. Lu Qing raised his hand and knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, open the door. There was no movement in the house. Lu Qing knocked a few more times, and waited for a long time before the door was opened by an old man. He was hunched over and didn't even look at the two of them after opening the door. He turned around and went back to work. Mr. Chen is like this when he is busy. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he raised his voice to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I brought Dr. Qian here to study the magic weapon with you. You can talk to see which step went wrong. After speaking, Mr. Chen paused his busy hands, slowly turned around, and looked at Qianzhong. Chapter 618. Are you Qianzhong? He asked calmly. Are you sure you can develop it? Of course. Qianzhong looked at him with a smile. If I couldn't, they wouldn't have caught me. Min Qiu, that old fox, would definitely cut him into pieces when he got out, but he actually lied to him. This was the first time in his life that he was tricked by someone, and it was his own friend. Then you do your research and I do mine. Old Chen turned his back, and had no intention of continuing to communicate with Qianzhong. Okay, Qianzhong walked out and sighed. I take my time. Lu Qing explained. Don't be upset, Dr. Qian, that's just how Mr. Chen is. I know you don't want to share your achievements with others, it's okay. He paused and walked to the pharmacy next door, to look through the herbs, changing the subject. Is Jean Tingen the one you captured to make a special soldier? Of course, Lu Qing didn't mean to hide it, and asked back. Dr. Qian is interested in him. Qianzhong took back his hand from picking the herbs, and there was no sign of anything on his face. He is a good seedling. If he is used as a special force, he will definitely become the king of special forces. Aren't you interested? Lu Qin was asked back and laughed. It turns out that I misunderstood Dr. Qian. Misunderstood? Qian Zhong looked at him. Do you think I want to find out the whereabouts of Jin Tingen? I am worried that you will beat him to death, which is a pity. Don't worry, Dr. Qian. I will keep him for you to be the king of special forces. Lu Qin didn't want to say more to him to avoid exposing himself, so he turned around and wanted to leave, but heard Qian Zhong say, "Where is he imprisoned? I plan to use him to test the medicine." Such a good material. Isn't Dr. Qian worried that it will be wasted if the test fails? I will help you find other people to test the medicine. After saying that, he turned and left. Qian Zhong looked at his departing back and fell into deep thought. Looking at Lu Qing's reaction, Jin Tingen should not be here. On the other side, the fourth prince, who was about to reach the border with reinforcements, was blocked. Looking at the road blocked by stones, the fourth prince frowned. Your Highness, what should we do now? Offing, bring the map. The fourth prince approached the boulder that was blocking the road and wanted to ask the soldiers to move the stone away, but after seeing that the stone was solidified and could not be moved, he gave up the idea. They didn't bring gunpowder, so it was impossible to open it. Your Highness, the map. Offing took out the map and handed it to the fourth prince. The fourth prince opened it, read the route on the map, closed the map and handed it back to Offing. Since this road is not feasible, we will take another one. After saying that, he loudly ordered the army to turn around and find another way. Your Highness, since this place is blocked, that road should also be impassable. This was obviously someone who did it on purpose, because they didn't want the reinforcements to arrive. I know, but there is no other way at the moment. We can only see if the situation on the other road is better. The army followed the fourth prince to the other road indicated on the map. As expected, the suspension bridge in front had been destroyed and was impassable. The fourth prince picked up a stone and threw it under the suspension bridge. After a long time without hearing any echo, he stood up. If you fall down, you will definitely die. They really don't want the reinforcements we brought to arrive. What should we do now? These people must want to get rid of the third prince and the second prince's troops first, and then deal with us. The fourth prince squatted down and looked at the suspension bridge hanging in the mist. He changed his mind and said in a deep voice, "Bring the rope." Afong looked down and disagreed. Your Highness, you are risking your life. Even if you tie a rope to your body and go down, you can't restore the suspension bridge. This suspension bridge is made of steel wire, and once it is destroyed, it cannot be restored. The soldier brought the prepared rope to the fourth prince, who tied the rope around his waist, and picked up a roll of rope. You pull the other end of the rope. I will use Qigong to go down and find a way to tie the rope to the suspension bridge, and then throw the rope tied to the suspension bridge to the other end. The rope can't hold for too long, but it can still let them pass for the time being. Your Highness, this is too risky. The soldiers who followed the fourth prince were actually a little resentful. In their opinion, the fourth prince was a pampered prince and was not worthy of being their leader. But when they saw the fourth prince tie the rope around his waist without hesitation, they sincerely recognized him. It was white below, not to mention the fourth prince. Even those who had been on the battlefield felt weak. The fourth prince used a stone to test the depth below, but still decided to take the risk and put his safety in their hands. If the fourth prince made a mistake, whether he could survive depended on the rope in their hands. Fourth prince, this is really too risky. The soldiers were worried. Why don't we go back and pry open the stones on the other road? The fourth prince turned his head and looked at them, saying seriously, it can't be pried open. The enemy blocked our way just to delay time. If we go too late, the two teams that went earlier will be in danger. Luer and his father handed the reinforcements to him, so he had to take on this responsibility instead of retreating because of fear. Fourth prince, from today on, you are one of the people I admire. The deputy general among the soldiers clasped his fists and saluted. Don't worry, we will hold the rope tightly in our hands and won't let you get into trouble. The fourth prince nodded, exhaled, and jumped down, grabbing the hanging suspension bridge and slowly moving down. When he was almost at the end, he tied the rope in the gap of the bridge's splints, tied a knot, and observed the distance between the opposite side, and here after making sure it was strong enough. Your Highness, how are you? Offing didn't hear any movement, crawled on the ground, stuck his head out and looked down, and asked worriedly. The voice echoed in the mountains, but there was no response from the fourth prince. Offing's heart tightened, and he called again, but the only response he got was the birdsong in the mountains. Quick, pull the rope. Before the soldiers could pull the rope, the fourth prince's voice came from below. I'm fine, you don't have to pull the rope. Ah Feng was relieved when he heard the fourth prince's voice. Your Highness, don't joke with us at this time. The fourth prince's laughter came. I didn't expect you to care about me. Okay, I'm going to get the rope to the other side now. The voice disappeared, and the fourth prince grabbed the rope tied to the suspension bridge and flew to the other side with Qigong. He aimed at the small branch growing on the opposite stone wall and raised his hand to grab it, but the branch's bearing capacity was too small, and he pulled the small branch up by the roots. As the branch was pulled up, the fourth prince lost his support and began to slide down, with stones rolling down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly grabbed a protruding stone to stabilize his body, and then climbed up to the other side with the help of the stone. When he reached the other side, the fourth prince's back was already sweaty. He didn't care about the scratches on his bleeding hands from climbing the stone wall, and shouted to the soldiers on the opposite side, "It's successful, don't worry, I'm fine." Chapter 619. He picked up the rope thrown up, and pulled it hard to move forward. The suspension bridge was pulled up little by little. The fourth prince looked at the pulled-up suspension bridge, and his eyes lit up. The scratches on his hands became more serious because of the friction of pulling the rope. The blood stained the rope he had pinched, leaving a trail of blood. The sweat beads slid down his temples to his eyelids. The fourth prince shook his head, trying to shake off the sweat beads. He didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe the sweat that was about to fall into his eyes, fearing that once his hand relaxed, the suspension bridge that he had finally pulled up would fall again, and even gravity would drag him down with it. Ah Feng and a group of soldiers on the opposite side did not dare to speak, for fear that speaking out loud would affect the fourth prince. The fourth prince looked back at the big tree that was still some distance away from him, and encouraged himself in his heart. Just hold on a little longer, and you will succeed soon. However, the series of actions just now took up a lot of his strength, and the wound on his hand was so painful because of sweating and constant friction on the rope that he could not ignore it. He exhaled heavily, dragged his heavy steps, and continued to approach the tree behind him despite the pain. When he was about to get close to the tree, he used all his strength to wrap the rope around the tree trunk. With the tree trunk bearing part of the force, the fourth prince finally had a chance to catch his breath. He slowed down and tied the rope to the tree. The knot was tightened, and he finally fell to the ground, wiping the sweat off his face with his hands. Looking at the crooked suspension bridge, the fourth prince smiled with satisfaction, with a sense of accomplishment. Your Highness, you did it. Ah Feng shouted loudly, his voice choking. Yes, I did it. Wait for me to rest for a while, and then tie the other side. Your Highness, please take a good rest first, and I will take care of the other side. Ah Feng said, and told the soldiers behind him to wait in place. He used Qigong to fly to the fourth prince on the suspended bridge. Looking at the fourth prince's bloody hands, sitting on the dusty ground without caring about his image, and his black hair was wet with sweat, Ah Feng suddenly had the illusion of knowing his own prince for the first time. The prince used to be lazy and unstable, and had no sense of existence among the princes. But at this moment, he felt that his own prince had changed. Although he was just a teenager, his face had more stability and manliness that he had not had before. Why are you looking at me like that? The fourth prince saw that he was motionless, so he stood up, untied the rope on his body, and handed it to him. Aren't you going to tie the other side? Tie it up quickly, don't waste time. Your Highness, I will never say anything bad about you again. The fourth prince glanced at him. Okay, so you have been talking about me behind my back before? Ah Feng smiled, and showed a row of small white teeth, and argued, No. You loosen the rope on the other end, and wait for Ah Feng to tie this rope, and everyone can come over. The soldiers on the opposite side loosened the rope, and Ah Feng pulled the rope over, used Qigong to lightly step onto the suspension bridge, tied the rope, just like the fourth prince tied it, found a big tree, and tied it tightly. The crooked suspension bridge was successfully restored and hung in the mountain stream. Ah Feng waved to the opposite side, everyone can come over. Everyone knew the load-bearing capacity of the rope, so they walked onto the suspension bridge in an orderly and slow manner, and came to the fourth prince's side. When the soldiers came over, they all greeted the fourth prince's hand with concern. The fourth prince stretched out his hand, and the white skin on his palm had turned outward, which looked very serious. But he just smiled lightly and said indifferently, It's just a minor injury. It will be fine after a few days of rest. At this time, a bang sound was heard not far away. The sound echoed in the mountains. The fourth prince frowned and identified the direction of the sound, and looked at Ah Feng. It seems to be over there in the canyon. While the fourth prince was still guessing whether it was an enemy or a friend, he heard a crisp sound from the opposite side. You Hung Rui. The fourth prince looked up and looked across. A girl in a goose-yellow dress stood across from him, waving excitedly at him. I have cleared the road over there. You are here indeed. She smiled brightly under the scorching sun, and carried something that looked like wings behind her. The fourth prince could not see clearly, but was infected by her smile, and waved back at her. Qin Qianqian, I'm fine. Can you come over? Sure, wait for me to come over. Qin Qianqian pressed the button on her wings, and she flew towards the fourth prince and landed in front of him. The soldiers behind her were all surprised when they saw this scene. How is it? This is from concubine Shu. Qin Qianqian smiled with her eyebrows curved. Luo knew that your trip was not going well, so she asked me to bring explosives and these things to help you, but I seemed to be a little late. She was a little annoyed. So it was Luo who asked you to come. I was wondering why you showed up. The fourth prince looked at her annoyed look and whispered, You came at the right time, not too late. Qin Qianqian's eyes lit up again, and the smile on the corner of her mouth faded when she saw his injured hand. She approached the fourth prince, grabbed his hand, and frowned slightly. It's not too late. Your hand is injured like this. It's a minor injury, it's nothing. The fourth prince let her hold his hand, worried that he would blame himself, so his voice slowed down. It's really okay. Let's hurry on our way now. Qin Qianqian didn't say anything, took out the water bag and handkerchief, wet the handkerchief and wiped the dried blood on his hand, then took out the medicine powder and sprinkled it on it, and then said, Fortunately, I brought the medicine for the wound. The team was ready to move forward. When they reached the main road, Qin Qianqian climbed on the horse and stretched out her hand to the fourth prince. Come up. The fourth prince looked puzzled, and Qin Qianqian glanced at his hand. You just applied medicine on your hand. If you continue to ride the horse and hold the reins, it will aggravate the injury. Your Highness, Miss Qin is right. You can ride on the same horse with Miss Qin. Looking at the teasing eyes of the crowd, the fourth prince stretched out his hand, got on the horse, and sat behind Qin Qianqian. Is Luo coming? The fourth prince was a little uncomfortable trying to find words, with his hands placed obediently by his side. She can't come. The emperor won't let her leave the palace. Is that so? Qin Qianqian turned her head and glanced at the fourth prince. Why are you so far away from me? My horse riding skills are not very good. If you don't hold on tight, I won't care if you fall down later. After saying that, she directly grabbed the fourth prince's hand and put it on her waist. Hold on. The fourth prince's ears suddenly turned red. He looked away and was as stiff as a piece of wood. When I find those people, I will whip them to death. If it weren't for them, your hand wouldn't be like this. Your hand won't be affected, right? Not hearing his response, Qin Qianqian continued. If they are injured and affect your learning of mechanical arts, then I will chop off their hands. It's just a flesh wound. It won't affect you. Chapter 620. The fourth prince met up with Qin Qianqian's people and asked in confusion as he looked at the carriages with boxes on them. Why are there so many boxes? Qin Qianqian smiled. After you set out, Luo looked at the map and was worried that you would be blocked, so she asked me to bring some food, Empress Xian, and the mechanical bird you made to support you. She pointed at the boxes on the carriage. Those are mechanical birds. Luo really hit the nail on the head. You really encountered an obstacle. No wonder there are so many boxes. The fourth prince shook his head and laughed, and told the team to move on. There are also some gadgets given by concubine Xian in the box. What gadgets? Qin Qianqian pretended to be mysterious and said, You will know when the time comes. Anyway, it is a scam. Concubine Xian said it is very useful. At the same time, the emperor learned that Qin Qianqian also went to the border and ordered people to keep an eye on Yui Luo. Usually, he could let Luo do what she wanted, but this time it was not a joke. He could not let her do what she wanted. Your Majesty, Qin Feng, who was summoned, looked at the emperor cautiously. I am incompetent. The emperor's face suddenly darkened, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Luo is not in the palace. Qin Feng nodded. What do you do for a living? You can't even take care of a child. Your Majesty, you said that if you follow the little princess, you must listen to the little princess. I dare not disobey the little princess. The emperor laughed angrily and glanced at Qin Feng, who was kneeling on the ground. Then you can't reveal the news to me or concubine Xian. But revealing the master's whereabouts is betrayal, and it's useless to tell concubine Xian. Qin Feng finished speaking under the emperor's cold eyes, and lowered his head even more. You are good at refuting me with my words. The emperor brushed his sleeves and sat back on the chair. How can it be useless to tell concubine Xian? Did concubine Xian also leave the palace? Qin Feng nodded heavily. Yes. Before the emperor could recover from his anger, Qi Feng added, and concubine Shu also left the palace with him. The emperor rubbed his eyebrows and slammed his hands heavily on the long table. Did Luer ask you to tell me? What else did she say? The little princess said that concubine Xian was with her to take care of her, and that concubine Shu was with her because she wanted to control the mechanical bird. She didn't tell your majesty because she was worried that the bad guys would know the plan. Eunuch Chao wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, so he had to lower his head and pretend he didn't hear it. The emperor snorted and said why Luer had become obedient. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. What could he say? He had already found an excuse. Looking at Qi Feng, who was hesitant to speak on the ground, the emperor drank a sip of tea to calm down. More? Go on. The little princess said that you are wise and brave, a wise ruler, and you dote on her so much, I think you won't blame her and the two ladies. Seeing that the emperor was about to slam the table again, Eunuch Chao hurried forward. Your majesty, calm down, calm down. The emperor looked up at Eunuch Chao. Oh, I am a wise ruler, how could I be angry? His words, which were obviously angry, made Eunuch Chao regret his bad mouth. But he felt a little funny in his heart. The little princess was taking advantage of the emperor. You can leave now, catch up with Luer and protect her. Qi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and left the imperial study. He thought that the little princess really understood the emperor. Eunuch Chao, go and call the prince. The prince heard that Eunuch Chao had arrived, and guessed that Luer must have left the palace and was known to his father, so he asked him to question her. He stood up and followed Eunuch Chao to the imperial study. Sure enough, the emperor asked him if he knew about Yuilua's departure. The prince said respectfully, My father, I know. You knew it, and still let her go, as if it was just for fun? The emperor was furious. It was fine if the secret guards didn't obey, but the prince actually kept it a secret from him. So he was the evil guy, right? Father, you know Luer, I can't stop her. Then why don't you tell me? The prince was stunned for a moment, and said in a gentle voice, But the last time Luer left the palace to go to Ligua, you knew it but didn't stop her. After hearing this, the emperor imagined in his mind that if Yuilua told her that she was going to leave the palace, how could he stop her? It turned out that there was no way to stop it. Your majesty can't stop it either, right? The prince chuckled. Your majesty is worried about Luer, I understand. Since we can't stop her, we just need to ensure her safety. He asked Lin Chi to follow Luer, and with the secret guards around Luer and the tiger she rode, Luer would be safe. With the tiger around, others didn't dare to get close to Luer. At this time, Yuilua and concubine Xian and concubine Shu had already left the capital with their team and headed in the direction indicated by the bird. Their team walked and stopped for nearly half a month before they arrived at the place where the third prince and his group were stationed. The soldiers guarding the military camp saw someone coming this way, and hurried into the main tent to report to Jean Tingen and the third prince, who were discussing matters. It's bad, a team is approaching this way. Jean Tingen looked at the soldiers coming in. Can you see how many people there are? Thousands of people. Could it be Luer? The third prince stood up. Go out and take a look. The others looked at each other and followed him out. Walking outside the camp, the third prince chuckled at the fiery figure. It's Luer. He turned to look at the alert soldiers. It's Luer, everyone retreat. The team not far away approached. Yuilua got off the tiger's back, looked at the people who were still healthy, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was missing any limbs, and they read the letter I wrote carefully. Yuilua's eyes widened as he glanced at Qianju. His cheap cousin is also here. It seems that Dr. Qian has really been kidnapped. Luer, are you so happy to see your cousin? Since the fourth emperor joined the third princes and lived with Qianju, the two of them have disliked each other. At this moment, seeing him showing off his familiarity with Luer again, the fourth prince sneered. Luer was scared by you, you are so good. Qianju raised his eyebrows. Fourth prince, the food you eat is all brought by me from Li country. Don't you understand the principle that you should be grateful if you eat from others? Yuilua looked at the two speechlessly. It's good that everyone is here. She looked at Jean Tingen. Uncle, is your injury healed? Jean Tingen nodded. Yes, Luer, don't worry. Yuilua looked at Li Yunhe again. Are you okay? What she could guess, Li Yunhe couldn't fail to guess. Li Yunhe understood that Yuilua was talking about his master, and smiled and said, not bad. The fourth prince wanted to continue to quarrel with Qianju, but when he saw his mother, he was instantly silenced. Mother, why are you here? Xu Fei ordered the people behind her to unload the things, and walked forward. I'm here to help you. Why do you think Luer made you wait so long? The group greeted Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu, and Qin Qianqian said excitedly, Luor said before that she wanted to make a weapon that can fly, carry people, and attack the enemy. Could it be the one in the box? Chapter 621. The fourth prince strode to the box, opened it, and his eyes lit up after seeing what was inside. Luor, isn't this thing in the box an enlarged version of the mechanical bird? Can it really carry people and attack? If so, wouldn't they be able to attack the mountain without a single soldier? In everyone's expectant eyes, Yuilua nodded. That's right, take a rest today, and tomorrow morning you can use the things we brought and the large mechanical bird you modified to go up. So we don't need to use a single soldier, Jean Tingen laughed. We were still thinking about how to attack and reduce casualties. Now we have this thing, so we don't have to worry about attacking. That being said, let's first confirm whether there are any innocent people up there. As soon as Empress Xian said this, Qianju hurriedly said, Don't worry, madam, we have figured out the situation up there. There are no ordinary people up there except my master. It's not easy for these people to get food up there, so how could they bring the people up there as well? Save Divine Dr. Qian tonight, and attack early tomorrow morning. I go save people tonight. The third prince wanted to save people, but when Qianju spoke, he stopped talking. Qianju led the Li Kingdom soldiers to save Divine Dr. Qian, so he didn't argue with him. Okay, cousin, be careful. We light some fires at the foot of the mountain to help you attract the attention of the people above. Yuilua smiled slyly. You haven't made any moves during this period. If these people see any movement, they will keep a close eye on us. After all, they prepared a big stone to deal with us, but it was useless. Now I am afraid that they are so angry that they want to curse. As Yuilua said, Lu Qing ordered people to prepare the big stone for almost half a month, but the people below did not make any move. He wanted to send people to investigate, but he was worried that these people would cheat and his people would never come back. Young master, what do you think the Tianqi people are doing? There has been no movement for so long. Don't they want to save Qianzhong and their generals? The subordinates beside him followed behind Lu Qing and asked in confusion. Be patient. Lu Qing stood at the sentry post and looked down, saying expressionlessly, The road is blocked and the reinforcements are blocked. They can delay as much as they want, and see who will die first. Young master, don't forget that we don't have much food here, and the people who went to destroy the road haven't come back yet. If they fail, once their reinforcements arrive, they don't need to attack us. We will be trapped to death on top after we finish eating our food. Their food is enough to last for a month at most. If the people of Tianqi are prepared, they may not be able to survive. They don't know we don't have much food, Lu Qing said calmly. Wait a little longer, wait for that person's letter. The subordinate understood that he was waiting for Min Chio's letter, and after a moment of hesitation, he expressed his concerns. Young master, the master should have sent a letter, but he hasn't sent a letter in such a long time. Could something have happened? He has someone protecting him. What could go wrong? Lu Qing glanced at the subordinate beside him, with a little displeasure on his face. Keep a close eye on the mountain, and report immediately if the other party makes any movement. Yes. By the way, how is Qianzhong doing? That guy must be suspicious. It feels like he is stalling for time. There is no progress at all. Qianzhong, who happened to be coming over here, sneered when he heard this. What am I stalling for? The two of them couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard his voice. Why are you gossiping about others behind their backs? Qianzhong ignored the changing expressions of the two, glared at his subordinates, and looked at Lu Qing. Prepare some wine for me, I'm useful. Lu Qing did not respond, but turned to look at the two people who were watching Qianzhong from behind, and scolded. Why did you ask Divine Dr. Qian to come in person for such a matter? What do you do? Isn't it just because I heard your people say bad things about me? Why are you still unhappy? Qianzhong sighed and turned around. Remember to send the wine. I'm going back first. Lu Qing stared at his departing back, his eyes dark as water. Send him the wine. The two people kneeling on the ground stood up and retreated after hearing this. Master, he probably heard it. Lu Qing sneered. So what if he heard it? He can't get out now. If he doesn't obey, I use some means. Qianzhong was in a much better mood after knowing that Mu Shui really didn't fall into the hands of these people. In the past few days, he got out from the two people who were monitoring him that Tianqi's people had already stationed at the foot of the mountain. He thought he would be able to get out soon. So he must destroy these people's pharmacy before going out, so that they won't use drugs to harm innocent people again. While he was thinking, the two people who were monitoring him came over with a few jars of wine. He took the wine and put it aside, and continued to fiddle with the herbs. Seeing that he was normal, the two people put down their guard and stood aside in a daze. The sun was setting, night was falling, and the fire at the foot of the mountain was lit. The sentry was shocked and ran to inform Lu Qing's subordinates, asking him to report to Lu Qing. Hearing about this, Lu Qing followed his subordinates to the sentry post and looked down. The bright fire was particularly conspicuous in the night. Young master, do you think they are ready to act? If they plan to act at night, it's really stupid. They were afraid that others would not know that they were going to act, so they made such a bright fire. But without the general, they sent some princes who had no combat experience, so it was normal to make such a stupid mistake. Don't let your guard down, let the brothers be alert, and see what they are going to do. The two were talking, and they didn't notice Qianju riding a mechanical bird hovering above them. Qianju controlled the direction while looking for Qianzhong's location. The night wind blew his clothes, and the air was filled with the fragrance of wild flowers and a strong smell of medicine. He curled his lips and controlled the mechanical bird to move closer to the direction of the smell of medicine. The man who was monitoring Qianzhong at the door yawned, looked up, and saw a black shadow in the night sky, rubbed his eyes, and pulled the person next to him. Look, there is a strange birdman in the sky. What strange birdman? Another person disagreed. I think you are sleepy and dazzled. As he said this, he looked up, his mouth opened wide in surprise, and he stumbled, really? There is a birdman. Call someone, he seems to be getting closer. Qianju smiled at the two men, raised his hand, and threw two stones, accurately hitting their acupuncture points. Qianzhong, who heard the noise, came out and saw his eldest disciple getting off the back of a big wooden bird. Master, I'm here to rescue you. Wait a minute. Qianzhong's eyes fell on the two people on the ground, and he told Qianju to take the two people on the ground to the pharmacy and put them together with old Shen. Qianju did as he was told and wiped his hands. Is it okay? Wait a minute. Chapter 622. So Qianju saw his master turn around and go into the pharmacy, open the lid of the wine jar, and pour the wine all over the pharmacy. After pouring out several jars of wine, he set fire to it, and then he and Qianju sat on the mechanical bird. Master, sit tight. As the flames rose, the mechanical bird disappeared at the door of the pharmacy and flew down the mountain. When Lu Qing noticed this side, the flames had already illuminated half the sky. He angrily scolded his subordinates, who were still standing there. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go and call for help to put out the fire? The subordinate left in response, and when he looked up again, the foreign object in the sky had disappeared. Did I see it wrong? He muttered to himself, and hurried to wake up his men to put out the fire. Unfortunately, the fire was too big, and the water poured on it was like mud in the sea, and it had no effect at all. Fortunately, there were no other buildings around the pharmacy, so if they couldn't put out the fire, they could only watch the fire burn everything they could burn and stop on their own. The flames disappeared, and thick smoke floated in the sky. Lu Qing looked at the mess in front of him and gritted his teeth and said, Where are the two people who monitored Qianzhong? Are they all dead? He had worked so hard to collect the herbs, and spent so much money, but now, the herbs are gone. Young master, calm down. I didn't see them. Please wait a moment. I go in and take a look. Lu Qing waved his hand, his expression did not improve, and he waited for the result with a gloomy face. Soon, the subordinate, who went and came out with a pale face. Young master, they are both dead. Dead? Lu Qing showed a ferocious look on his face, and ordered the people behind him, Quick, carry them out. The fire was strange, and now he heard that two people were dead. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, and remembered that Qianzhong asked for wine during the day, and he had the answer in his mind. Qianzhong, it must be that old guy Qianzhong. The weather is dry now, and with the wine he poured, it's no wonder that the fire burned so quickly. While thinking, 3 bodies were already in front of him. Young master, they have all been carried out, but there is another body that I can't tell who it is. Lu Qing glanced at the 3 charred bodies on the ground and said expressionlessly, It's old Chun, the fire was set by that old guy Qianzhong. You now give orders to let your men search for Qianzhong's whereabouts. Many people don't know the switch of the suspension bridge. Qianzhong, the old guy, thought that he could go down the mountain after going out. He was so naive. Chun Lao died, and he had to catch Qianzhong back to continue to train him. You go and search for Qianzhong's whereabouts carefully now. The search here was in full swing, but they didn't know that Qianzhong had been brought to the tent of Yuilua and his group by Qianju. We are back. Qianju controlled the mechanical bird to descend, and smiled to the people around the fire. Master, are you okay? Mu Shui stood up and walked towards Qianzhong with concern. I'm fine. Divine Dr. Qian greeted concubine Xian and concubine Shu, and sat down on the ground. If it weren't for that old man Minqiu who tricked me, I wouldn't have fallen into their hands. When I see him, I must torture him. General Jean is fine, that's great. Qianzhong, who was originally angry, saw Jean Tingen coming over, and the anger on his face was replaced by surprise. It's okay, I made the divine doctor worried. That little bastard Lu Qing must think you are still in their hands, but he doesn't know that you have been rescued. Who is Lu Qing? The third prince heard this name for the first time, and it was the same surname as his mother, so he couldn't help but feel curious. It's the old man Minqiu who helped the tyrant. I don't know what the relationship between him and Minqiu is. He was locked in the secret room all day, and only recently came out to find out some information. He didn't know what the relationship between the two was. Let's not talk about this for now. What is this thing of yours? Qianzhong pointed at the mechanical bird placed not far away, like a curious baby. Qianzhu briefly introduced the purpose to him, and handed him the food. Really amazing. Qianzhong laughed heartily. Those bastards are probably still looking for me now. Mu Shui was a little amused, and felt that her master was so angry that he even cursed. Dr. Qian, do you know where the person in charge of the Yueqing gold mine is imprisoned? Li Yunhe, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. General Jean doesn't know? Qianzhong looked at Jean Tingen with surprise, and Jean Tingen looked confused. Isn't it Li Yunhe who is investigating this matter? How would he know? Among those who ambushed you were the two persons in charge of the Yueqing gold mine. Unfortunately, they are both dead. Dr. Qian means that among those monster-like people were the Yueqing prefect and my confidant Jean Ming? Yes, they were captured earlier than me. When I came, they had been fed with drugs and were neither human nor ghost. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Jean Tingen's face disappeared. He thought Jean Ming had died before, so the Yueqing gold mine had an accident, but now Qianzhong told him that Jean Ming died after seeing him. He suddenly recalled that among the strange soldiers that day, there was one who was familiar with his fighting moves. He didn't care at the time, but now he thought that the man must be Jean Ming. General Jean, don't be too sad. Their death is a relief. The old man surnamed Qing gave them a strong medicine so that they didn't feel pain and fatigue during the battle. But they are still mortals. If they keep fighting without eating or drinking, they will naturally die of exhaustion in the end. Shitong held Jean Tingen's hand. General, we will attack tomorrow and cut the man who made the medicine into pieces. I have burned that man to death. Qianzhong took a bite of the cake. They also captured innocent people to test the medicine. How could I let such people go? The next day, Yui Luo and his group were ready. Under the command of Jean Tingen, they rode on the mechanical bird to attack the mountain. Lu Qing did not sleep all night because of searching for Qianzhong. He was very sleepy at this moment. He just lay on the couch and wanted to take a nap. Before he closed his eyes, an anxious knock on the door sounded outside. Young master, it's not good, it's not good. He got off the bed in annoyance, opened the door, and looked at his subordinates, who were pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Tell me, what happened? The subordinate pointed to the sky above them with a trembling hand. Young master, just look up and you will know. Lu Qing looked up puzzledly, looking at the scene in the sky, his face full of disbelief. How did they get up? And Jean Tingen, isn't he in our hands? The subordinates themselves were confused. How could they answer his questions? Young master, what should we do now? Lu Qing was so sleepy that he forced himself to calm down and said to the panicked subordinates outside, Don't be afraid, take out your bows and arrows. They are few in number, and are no match for us. Jean Tingen lowered the mechanical bird, and looked at Lu Qing coldly. Do you think we will come up without any preparation? You only have so few people? Lu Qing sneered. You think I can't do anything to you from above, you are too naive. The subordinate brought the prepared archers, and said respectfully, Young master, the archers are in place. Very good, now shoot them all down for me. Chapter 623. The archers were ready. Lu Qing raised his hand, and made a gesture of releasing an arrow, looking up at Jean Tingen with pride. Concubine Shu controlled the mechanical bird and came to Concubine Xian's side. Sister Concubine Xian, this guy must think that the mechanical bird we ride can only fly, so he is so proud. Concubine Xian chuckled, I guess so, then let us help him open his eyes. The two of them spoke in the same voice, and all the words fell into Lu Qing's ears. He sneered, You dare to be so shameless when you are about to die, release the arrow. Wait. Yui Luo's childish voice sounded, and Lu Qing's expression became more and more disdainful. What, you want to beg for mercy? That's not the case. Uilua said, and said to everyone, quick, throw your weapons. After saying that, everyone sitting on the mechanical bird took out the prepared smoke canisters and threw them down. Everyone be careful, retreat quickly. Lu Qing looked at the smoke canister that rolled to his feet, and it did not explode as expected. He snorted coldly. He comforted his subordinates, who were retreating in panic. Don't panic, this thing won't explode, shoot arrows and fight back quickly. The smoke canisters around him kept releasing smoke, and the men began to lose their balance, not to mention holding bows and arrows. Realizing that something was wrong, Lu Qing shouted, "It's poisonous smoke, everyone hurry into the house." It's too late. Jean Tingen looked at the anxious Lu Qing below and flipped the switch of the mechanical bird. Enjoy the attack of the mechanical bird. As soon as Jean Tingen said this, Lu Qing only heard the click sound of flipping the switch, and then saw the wooden bird they were riding opened its mouth. An arrow shot out of the wooden bird's mouth, piercing through the air and coming towards them. His pupil shrank, and he turned around and wanted to retreat to the house behind him. But because he inhaled the drugged smoke, he felt weak all over, and it was as if a heavy weight was tied to his legs, and he couldn't move at all. Seeing the rain of arrows getting closer and closer to him, Lu Qing was so anxious that he began to sweat and scolded the men around him. A bunch of trash. Why don't you come to protect this young master? The only response he got was the sound of arrows shooting into flesh, and the sound of his men falling to the ground. Young master, we can't do anything. Please come into the house quickly. The weak voice of the subordinates came, and the smoke dissipated at this time. Lu Qing barely stood up by holding the pillar, looking at the corpses lying on the ground, and his bloodshot eyes looked up at Jean Tingen above. You are despicable. Jean Tingen looked indifferent, and looked down at him. Despicable? It's not as despicable as you testing the medicine on the people. You are so ignorant. Didn't Minchio tell you about Tianqi's mechanical technology? Lu Qing was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling. The man had told him, but he was talking about bows and crossbows. He thought this wooden bird was only used to carry people, but who knew it would attack people? Young master, stop talking to them, and go into the house. The subordinate, with an arrow stuck in his back, crawled towards Lu Qing, anxiously urging, go into the house. Don't you think about me? Lu Qing's face was terribly gloomy. I can't use my strength now. If he could walk, he would have run into the dark room long ago, and why would he stand here stupidly waiting to die? While the two were talking, an arrow fell on the pillar next to Lu Qing. He stiffly turned his head to look at the arrow that had passed by his ear and sunk into the pillar, his face pale without a trace of blood. He was almost dead. His hands on the pillar trembled, and he looked up at the people above. Do you think you win if you kill me? You all came to the border? Don't you worry about your emperor? You're talking about Minchio, right? Uilua smiled harmlessly. Don't worry, his every move is under our control, including the people he brought with him. You know everything? Lu Qing widened his eyes in astonishment, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. He finally couldn't take the blow, staggered and fell to the ground, and said dejectedly, It's gone, all gone. Of course I know. Minchio took 6 people to the capital, and those people disguised themselves as beggars. Thinking that if things fail, you can take your father as a hostage and get away with it. That requires a chance to get close to your father. At this moment, Lu Qing couldn't hear anything. He only knew that they failed. The beautiful future they imagined before turned into a bubble. Lu Qing calmed down and looked at Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe, can you really bear to watch your master die? Li Yunhe looked at Lu Qing coldly. You don't have to worry about this. Where is the gold you transferred? I'm dying soon. Do you think I will tell you? You don't need to tell me. I know. Qian Zhong met everyone's puzzled eyes and explained. They put the gold under the secret room where I was imprisoned, but there shouldn't be much left now. In fact, Qian Zhong was not sure. He just wanted to deceive Lu Qing. Seeing his slightly changed expression, he knew that he guessed right. When he was first tricked into coming here, he often heard noises under the dark room. At first, he thought it was where the special forces were imprisoned, but later, the special forces were all dead, and there were still noises under the dark room. Just now, he heard the conversation between several people, and then he realized that the noises under the dark room from time to time were caused by Lu Qing going in to get gold for the people below to buy. Lu Qing did not speak, but just sat on the ground blankly, waiting for death to come. Now he is useless. Can I send him off? Qian Zhong asked Jean Tingen with a smile, and when Jean Tingen nodded, he pressed the machine bird to launch an arrow at Lu Qing. The arrow penetrated his chest, and blood quickly stained his chest red. Lu Qin fell to the ground with a hollow look in his eyes. The soldiers waiting for their return in the tent were waiting outside, and as the sun reached the middle of the sky, some of them could not sit still. Offing, are we really not going to help? The deputy general, who was familiar with Offing, asked anxiously. The general and his men have been gone for so long, what if? Before he finished speaking, he heard a cheer. The general and his men are back. The soldiers looked up at the sky and saw Jin Tingen and his group landing in front of them. Your Highness, did it work? Afeng walked quickly towards the fourth prince, his voice full of excitement. It worked. The fourth prince patted him on the shoulder, and the gold was found. Great. The soldiers cheered when they heard this. This was the easiest battle they had ever fought. They thought it would be a tough battle, but who would have thought that they could wipe out the criminals so easily? Not even a single soldier has been wasted. Everyone has worked hard, take a rest, and get ready to go. The emperor, who was far away in the capital, asked Eunuch Chao about the date every day since he received Yuilu's letter. Eunuch Chao has also become accustomed to the emperor's daily questions. Today, the ministers found that the emperor seemed very happy, and guessed that the border issue must have been handled. Sure enough, before they asked, they heard the emperor say, I received a letter from the border. We won a great victory without spending a single soldier. Chapter 624. All the ministers knelt on the ground and said in unison, the army has returned victorious with the blessing of the emperor. Long live the emperor. Everyone stand up. The emperor's smile faded a little, and he disagreed. It was not my blessing, but General Jin and Luer and their group who charged forward. How can this be my credit? The prince smiled and stepped forward. Father is right. This smooth journey is inseparable from everyone who went to the border. The emperor stood up. That's all for today. We're dismissing the court. Eunuch Chao followed the emperor, and when he saw the emperor turn his head, he quickly replied, Your Majesty, today is the third day since the little princess wrote to me. The emperor smiled at him, and was not annoyed. You answered before I asked you. I wanted you to ask the prince and prime minister Li to come to the imperial study. Eunuch Chao choked, I know my crime. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Okay. The emperor waved his hand, I don't blame you, go. After Eunuch Chao left, the emperor sighed, and went to the imperial study. How come only 3 days have passed? He felt like several days had passed. When the crown prince and prime minister Li were led into the imperial study, the emperor was confirming the date of Yuilu's letter. Your Highness. My father. The emperor put away the letter, and asked the two to stand up. Lord Li, how is Min Xiu doing? Prime Minister Li bowed and said, Your Highness, we have done everything you said, and someone is watching. The emperor nodded, that's good. We must confirm whether there are any accomplices. After letting Prime Minister Li leave, the emperor looked at the crown prince again. I asked you to come here to talk about your wedding. I wanted to hold it last month, but this happened. Now that the border issue has been settled, your wedding should be held. The prince said respectfully, It's all up to you, father. The emperor glanced at him, and said with some displeasure, If you let me decide everything, Luer will say I don't understand you. Seeing that the prince didn't know how to respond, the emperor continued, Forget it, your temper. The prince, Is there anything wrong with his answer? Father, you are not unsympathetic to me. I know that you have considered carefully before choosing the princess consort for me. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you know. You are the crown prince. Unlike the princes, I will not stop them from marrying women as long as their family background is clean. But you can't. If you marry a crown princess, who doesn't know the general situation, how can you be worthy of being the mother of a country? Your son understands your father's painstaking efforts. The crown princess is the face of the royal family. The prince does not deny the emperor's statement. After you and the crown princess are married, I will not care whether you want to take a concubine. This will save Luer from making up stories about him, saying that she didn't want to enter the harem, but gave the crown prince a concubine. The prince looked at the emperor in surprise, then returned to his normal expression and thanked him. Don't look at me in surprise. The emperor motioned him to sit down, and said slowly, When I was the prince, my father didn't love me, and my mother didn't love me. The emperor decided to marry a concubine, and I had no say in whether I was willing or not. It was because he had experienced all this that he wanted the prince to try his best to choose a comfortable princess consort for him, without the freedom to choose. As Luer said, the other sons all married the girls they liked, and sometimes he felt that he was really sorry for the eldest son. Thank you, father. The prince smiled sincerely, and stood up to serve tea to the emperor. I heard from Nani-chan about your past. Compared to you, father, I am already very satisfied. Although he could not do as he pleased in many things, His father always considered him as much as possible. The truth? The emperor looked up at the prince and asked with a smile. The prince also smiled and responded, "From the bottom of my heart." September 16th. The emperor led a group of ministers to welcome Yuiluo and his party back to Beijing at the palace gate. Before they arrived, the emperor had already looked around countless times. Why haven't they arrived yet? Didn't they say they were entering the city? Eunuch Chao smiled and said, "After entering the city, we still have to go through the market to reach the palace. It should be soon." The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and was about to sit down, when he saw the deputy commander of the imperial guards coming quickly. "Your Majesty, General Jean and his men are about to arrive." Sure enough, not long after the deputy commander of the imperial guards left, the sound of horse hooves came from the front. The emperor looked up, and saw Yuiluo waving happily at him among the crowd of horses. The corners of his mouth moved, and he thought of Yuiluo as leaving without saying goodbye, and suppressed the smile on his lips. Why is Dad still frowning after winning the battle? Was he threatened by Min Xiao? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Min Xiao under the surveillance of Ziyang and Lin Qi? The emperor, Jin Tingen and his party arrived not far from the palace gate, dismounted, and knelt down to salute. The emperor waved his hand to let everyone stand up, and the ministers behind him bowed and said, "Welcome General Jean and all the soldiers to return triumphantly." "Thank you, everyone." Okay, everyone, stop being polite." The emperor interrupted their politeness. "You've been tired all the way. Everyone has worked hard. Go back and rest first, and report to me tomorrow on the relevant matters." "Thank you, Your Majesty." At this time, a burst of galloping horse hooves came. Everyone's expression changed, looking forward, only to see Min Xiao and 4 people riding horses. The horse hooves raised a cloud of dust. They stopped beside Jin Tingen, turned over and dismounted, and walked straight towards Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar master in front of him, and greeted him politely. "Master." Min Xiao looked at her with a hint of anxiety on his face. "Where is Lu Qing?" If he hadn't heard from Prime Minister Li that Tianqi had won a great victory, he wouldn't have known that Lu Qing and Tianqi had already started fighting. He clearly said that now was not the right time. "Dead." Li Yunhe's expression did not change at all, and he was particularly calm when he said this. "Dead?" Min Xiao staggered and stared at Li Yunhe. "Did you kill him?" Li Yunhe didn't say anything, but Min Xiao already knew the answer. "Can I ask Master a question?" Min Xiao hadn't recovered from the news of Lu Qing's death, so he didn't answer. "Master, why did you help Lu Qing? Aren't you the one who doesn't want to see a war? Why did you take the initiative to provoke a war, test drugs on innocent people, and threaten their families?" The ministers behind the emperor who didn't know about this were shocked when they heard this. Min Xiao drew out the sword of his subordinates, and the people around him hurriedly said, "Protect the emperor." Li Yunhe saw Min Xiao draw out his sword and still stand there. He looked at Min Xiao steadily, waiting for him to give him an answer. Min Xiao picked up the sword and walked closer to him. When everyone thought Min Xiao was going to attack Li Yunhe, they saw Min Xiao put the sword in Li Yunhe's hand. "It's meaningless to say anything now, just kill me." He smiled bitterly on his old face, and closed his eyes. "Master, do you think I dare not kill you?" Li Yunhe's knuckles turned white as he held the sword, and complex emotion surged in his eyes. Chapter 625. Min Xiao didn't see him take action for a long time, so he opened his eyes, looked at his complicated expression, and sighed. "You have forgotten what I taught you? No matter who it is, as long as you stand on the opposite side, you must be ruthless. Master also taught me that you can't hurt innocent people just because you hold a sharp blade." "Yes." Min Xiao laughed at himself. "Now I am no longer worthy of being your master." As he said that, he picked up the tip of Li Yunhe's sword and stabbed it into his heart. Li Yunhe didn't expect him to do this. When he reacted, the sword had pierced Min Xiao's heart and came out from his back. "Master!" He let go of the sword and supported Min Xiao, who was about to fall. Min Xiao looked at his anxious look and smiled. "Yunhe, I know you can't do it. You are right. I hurt innocent people, and deceived Qianzhong to help him refine this special weapon. I deserve to die." Qianzhong was stunned. He hadn't yet avenged Min Xiao for deceiving him, so why did this man commit suicide? He walked forward and glared at Min Xiao. "You still have the nerve to say that?" Min Xiao raised his eyelids and looked at him. "Now that things have come to this, you can do whatever you want to me. Why did you help Lu Qing?" Qianzhong squatted down and grabbed his hand. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, you will have to go to the coffin with this secret. I know you are all very curious." Min Xiao's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his voice gradually became smaller. "Lu Qing is my son." He showed a bit of sadness. If you suddenly knew that you had a son, and he asked you for something, could you refuse? Seeing that Qianzhong did not answer, Minqiu paused and continued, the more we are childless, the more we want to enjoy the happiness of family life. I didn't feel it when Yunhe was here before, but after Yunhe left, I found that there was no one to talk to. When he learned that Lu Qing was the child left by him when he was drunk and had sex with a maid from Lulan Kingdom when he was young, he didn't know how happy he was. Yunhe was a child of the Li family, so he naturally had to return to his parents. He couldn't stop Yunhe from returning to the Li family. That would be too overbearing. I can also take care of you until the end of your life, and I also said that I would take you to live in the capital. Li Yunhe looked at Minqiu, whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, and his eyes were sore. In fact, he understood that Minqiu had been lonely for too long and wanted to have a home of his own. What would that look like? Minqiu held Li Yunhe's hand. I went astray myself, Yunhe. I don't blame you for killing Lu Qing. After saying this, Minqiu closed his eyes and died in Li Yunhe's arms. The few people who came with Minqiu saw that their master was dead, and turned around and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave. Come here, take them down. Before the soldiers could take down the two, a rough voice sounded from not far away. Wait. After the voice fell, two big men appeared holding Shiran hostage. The sharp tip of the knife was against Shiran's fair neck. Shiran's beautiful face was calm, and she let the two men push her forward. Release the four of them, prepare 6 horses for us, and let us leave the city, otherwise, your crown princess will die today. When they learned that Minqiu was rushing to the palace, they knew it was not good, so they deliberately held Shiran, the future crown princess, hostage to threaten her to leave the city. Shiran laughed at this time. What are you laughing at? The man holding her hostage glared at her fiercely. If you don't want to die, shut up. Because he was emotional, the sharp blade cut a striking scratch on Shiran's neck. Shiran frowned and said calmly, I am not married to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so I am not the Crown Princess. Even if we are married, it is useless for you to kill me. The Crown Princess can have thousands of wives, so why bother holding me hostage? When the Crown Prince saw Shiran being held hostage, he left without a trace. Put down your weapons, and prepare for us. Before he finished the last word, he was shot in the neck by an arrow, and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Everyone looked in the direction where the arrow came from, and saw the prince standing on the tower in a moon-white brocade robe, holding a bow in his hand. He shot the arrow just now. Damn, when did the prince get on the tower? I didn't notice it. Another person saw his companion fall down, and wanted to hold Shiran hostage. Before he could step forward, Shiran quickly picked up the knife on the ground and stabbed him in the chest without hesitation. The prince, who wanted to shoot the arrow, smiled, handed the bow and arrow to the guard beside him, and jumped down from the top of the city wall with Qigong, landing next to Shiran. Are you okay? Shiran bowed and saluted, then said, It's okay, thank you, Your Highness. There was a subtle tremor in her voice. The prince chuckled, took out a handkerchief, and handed it to her. Wipe the blood off your face. Thank you, Your Highness. Shiran did not take the handkerchief, but raised her sleeve to wipe off the blood on her face, when the arrow shot into the neck of the man holding her hostage. The prince took back the handkerchief, with a normal expression, and ordered someone to send Shiran back to the mansion first. Lord Shir was relieved to see that his granddaughter was fine. The farce at the palace gate ended with the arrest of several people. The next morning, Jin Tingen reported the current situation, and the emperor publicly praised Jin Tingen and the people who went to the border this time. The border was stabilized because of this battle, and the soldiers were able to return to Beijing to visit their relatives. In order to thank Tianqi for helping them rescue the innocent people who were threatened to become vagrants on the border, Chang and Li countries sent letters to Tianqi, intending to go to Tianqi to thank them in person and discuss the covenant. The emperor had this plan long ago. After dealing with the two traitors, Prince Tuan and Yuan Can, he set the date for signing the alliance in November. November 2nd. The monarchs of the 3 countries gathered together and signed a new alliance. The emperor opened a trade route with the 2 countries, which made the envoys of the other 2 countries happy. Yui Lua sat in the arms of concubine Xian, looking at the happy scene, and couldn't help feeling emotional. It's great that daddy didn't become a tyrant, and the royal brothers and sisters and uncles and mothers are all alive and well, the 3 countries are at peace, the country is prosperous, and the people are safe, and the family is healthy and harmonious. I can finally take a break from now on. Everyone who heard the inner voice couldn't help but feel a sore nose. The emperor stood up with a wine cup and raised it. Today I will drink this cup with everyone, wishing the 3 kingdoms prosperity and peace. Everyone stood up and held up the wine in front of him, wished the three kingdoms prosperity and peace. Yuilua's eyes swept across every smiling face below, as if she was infected, and she also smiled. Whether it was Yuilua who thought she was a book traveler, or the resurrection goddess who lost her memory, or the little princess of Tianqi, the scene in front of her was the future she imagined. Chapter 626 Extra. After the three kingdoms signed a peace treaty, the whole country celebrated. The emperor changed the reign title to Shumping, implying a prosperous and peaceful country. The prince's marriage was also officially put on the agenda at this time. The prince is the heir to the throne, so his marriage naturally cannot be sloppy. Fortunately, the Ministry of Rites is efficient and prepared it before the new year. The weather has entered deep winter, and Yuilua is curled up in the quilt and sleeping soundly. There are footsteps outside the palace. She covered her head with the quilt, trying to isolate the noise outside and continue to fall asleep, but before she covered her head, she heard her mother's laughter. "Luor, get up." Empress Hien looked at Yuilua, who was curled up in a ball, and gently pulled her quilt. "If you don't get up, your brother, the crown prince, will marry the crown princess." Hearing this, Yuilua slowly opened the quilt, rubbed her eyes, and sat up, still drowsy in her eyes. "Mother, did you say that the crown prince and brother will get married today?" Empress Hien nodded, and when she saw her stretching out her hand, she hugged her. Yuilua rubbed against Empress Hien's arms and said vaguely, "I'm so sleepy, wait for me to relax for a while." As she said that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep in Concubine Hien's arms. Concubine Hien looked helpless. After she leaned on him for a while, Concubine Hien pinched her face gently, worried that she would miss the time. "Luor, don't sleep anymore. It's time to change clothes." Yuilua opened her eyes and shook her head. "This weather is suitable for sleeping. Come back to sleep after attending your prince's wedding. Didn't you say you would go with your prince to welcome the bride?" As soon as Concubine Hien said this, Yuilua was instantly free of sleepiness. "Mother, help comb my hair quickly. Don't let the prince wait for too long. I almost forgot that if I delayed the auspicious time of my brother, the crown prince, I would be a sinner." The crown prince had already prepared everything. At this moment, he was wearing a red wedding dress and patiently waiting for Yuilua. But Lin Chi beside him was not so calm. He kept pacing and looking at the sky. "Your Highness, how about I ask someone to urge the little princess? They have been ready for so long, but the little princess hasn't come yet. I don't know if she overslept. It's still early, wait a little longer." The prince glanced at the clock and said, "Luor is a child. It's normal for her to be a little sleepy in this weather. But what if the little princess forgets?" Lin Chi looked at the leisurely appearance of her own prince and became even more anxious. While the two were talking, footsteps were heard at the door. "Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Prince." Huarui walked up to the prince and bowed respectfully. "The little princess sent me here to tell His Royal Highness the Prince that she will be here later." "I know, let her take her time, don't worry." Yuilua came very quickly, and didn't keep the prince waiting for long. Looking at the prince in red clothes and wearing a jade crown, Yuilua felt very curious. It was the first time I saw the prince wearing red clothes. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. The streets were crowded with people. The prince rode in front on a horse. Yuilua was held by the fourth prince and followed behind the sedan chair to throw wedding candies and wedding money. Yuilua threw all the way to the door of the stone mansion and said to the fourth prince, "Fourth brother, what are you going to do when you and Sister Qianqian get married?" The fourth prince was stunned, not understanding what she meant. "What do you mean? You mean no one will hold you?" Yuilua, I'm worried that you can't answer the questions. After all, you are really not good at poetry." The fourth prince choked, and seeing that the prince had dismounted, he raised his legs to follow, then asked the person who asked the questions to go easy on me. The same process was naturally no problem for the prince, who was both civil and military. He hit the bull's-eye with 3 arrows when he entered the door, and answered the questions fluently when he arrived at the bride's door. "Your Highness, please." The Prime Minister stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. The groom was the prince, so everyone did not dare to be too presumptuous. After seeing the Prime Minister step aside, they also stepped aside on their own and made way for the prince. Sharan, who was sitting in front of the bronze mirror in the room, heard the noise outside, and her face was calm as if she was not getting married. "Sister, are you unhappy?" Shuriware looked at her sister and asked in a low voice. Sharan raised his hand and touched her head. "I'm not unhappy. You must take good care of your grandparents in the future and don't make trouble. After all, after marrying the prince, all her actions are linked to the royal family. Not only should she be careful about what she says and does, but her family should be too. I know. Shiruyuer's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. Sister, you have to take good care of yourself. You won't cause trouble. Okay. Shiran raised her hand to wipe her tears. Hurry up and cover me with the veil. His Royal Highness the Prince should be coming in soon. Shiruyuer turned around to get the red veil, and the matchmaker smiled and covered Shiran with it. Monsieur is a blessed person. His Royal Highness the Prince has a clean harem and treats people gently. You should be happier. Shiran nodded. The door was pushed open with a creak, and the prince walked in. Shiruyuer and the maidservant hurried forward to pay their respects. The prince asked the two to stand up in a gentle voice, and looked at Shiruyuer. Monsieur, do you have anything else to say? Shiruyuer sniffed, hesitated for a while, and said, I beg your highness to treat my sister well. Of course, the prince said calmly, looking at Shiran who was covered with a red veil. Your sister is my crown princess, and she is one with me. Naturally, I will not treat her harshly. Thank you, your highness. Okay, it's almost time. At the urging of the matchmaker, the prince and Shiran went to bid farewell to Lord Shir and Madame Shir. Both of them had red eyes, and they just held Shiran's hand and told her to take good care of herself and not to worry about them. Shiran, who was under the veil, felt a sour nose when she heard this, and just nodded in response. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the two of them, then stood up, and was carried on the sedan chair by her cousin. Shiruyuer watched Shiran get on the sedan chair, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. There were endless congratulations all around, but she could not hear a word, just staring at the red sedan chair going away. Don't cry. Feeling someone pulling her sleeve, Shiruyuer wiped her tears, and turned around to see Yuilua looking at her with big eyes, and the fourth prince standing behind her. Your servant greets the little princess and the fourth prince. Get up quickly. Yuilua helped her up and said seriously, the crown prince will treat your sister well, don't worry. Shiruyuer was worried that she might say something wrong, so she didn't say anything but nodded. Come in, we're leaving. Yuilua left with the fourth prince and followed Shiran's sedan chair. Shiran sat in the sedan chair, thinking about the day when the prince saved her. That day, she killed the person who held her hostage in front of so many people without hesitation. She thought that she would be said to be cruel and unworthy of being the crown princess afterwards, but more than a month had passed, and no one mentioned it. Chapter 627 Extra. While she was thinking, the bridal sedan had already arrived at the gate of the East Palace. The sedan is down. Shiran came back to her senses at the sound of the sedan being down. She raised her hand to open the curtain and stretched out her hand. Hand fell into a warm palm. Shiran was stunned and realized that the owner of the hand was the prince, not her maid. Thank you, your highness. She thanked him, got out of the bridal sedan, and was helped by the prince into the East Palace, climbed the steps, then stepped over the brazier and walked into the main hall to worship. The emperor had been waiting for a while. When he saw the two of them coming in, he smiled and signaled that they could start. After the two of them finished their wedding ceremony, Eunuch Chao presented the marriage certificate written by the emperor himself. Shiran and the prince thanked him and offered tea, and then they were sent to the wedding room. The fifth princess, the sixth princess, and Qin Qianqian stood aside to watch the ceremony. When they saw Yuilua, they all walked towards her. You are all here. Yuilua smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her eyes fell on the red-clothed and white-clothed people. The two guys in red and white must be Indians. I thought that after so long, if Bai didn't make any progress, Ridai would at least make some progress, but in the end, neither of them had any progress, which was disappointing. The sixth princess listened to Yuilua's thoughts, glanced at Hong Yi, and then looked away. She seriously suspected that Hong Yi was the scumbag that Luor said, who only knew how to tease him, but didn't think about getting married. Before, you asked the second princess, the third princess, and Qin Qianqian to go to the border, but didn't take me and the fifth sister with you. The sixth princess pursed her lips, and her face showed a bit of grievance when she mentioned this. Yuilua held her forehead. No, how could the sixth princess still remember it after so long? Sixth princess, let's not talk about this today. Yes, Luor is worried about you too. Qin Qianqian chimed in. That's right, Yuilua rubbed her stomach. I'm so hungry, I go eat first. Of the 36 strategies, escaping is the best. The fourth prince and his men came over and looked at Yuilua, who was escaping, asking in confusion. What happened to Luor? She ran so fast, and she didn't worry about falling. Yuilua ran to the prince's side, exhaled, and felt a shadow in front of her. She raised her eyes, and met Liyunha's smiling eyes. Princess, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just hungry, let's eat. Liyunha was stunned for a moment, and followed him flattered. The two walked to an empty table and sat down. Li Yunha prepared food for Yuilua, asked someone to bring the dishes over, and then sat down next to her. Yuilua was indeed hungry. Now that her teeth have grown, she can eat more. Seeing Li Yunha sit down and pick up a pair of chopsticks to pick up food for her, she blinked. You don't want to eat? Li Yunha nodded. I've eaten. Then why don't you get the prince to drink, or help him to drink? If he gets drunk, I won't be able to peek into the bridal chamber again. Who are you helping to drink? Qianju strode towards the two of them, and sat on the other side of Yuilua. Yuilua glanced at Qianju. When are you going to return to Li country? Luor, you make me so sad. Qianju pretended to be hurt and covered his chest. You said before that if I didn't want to return to Li country, I would live in Tianqi. It's only been 2 months, and you've already despised me. Yuilua's face was dark. Why don't you restrain yourself? It's too pretentious. After talking to the third princess, he really let himself go. Pretentious? Qianju sat up straight and looked at the fourth prince. I learned this from your fourth prince. I plan to force him to drink when he gets married to avenge his recent bullying of me. Yuilua ignored him and continued the previous topic with Li Yunha. Li Yunha's cold face softened a little when Yuilua talked to him. While picking fish bones for Yuilua, he said, the wine that His Royal Highness drank was replaced. It's not a problem. You are still insidious. Yuilua laughed out loud and gave Li Yunha a thumbs up. Didn't you two notice that there was a living person sitting opposite you? Qianju looked at the two people who ignored him and deliberately raised his voice. I saw it. Li Yunha didn't look at him and raised the corners of his lips. If you want to eat, take the bowl yourself. Yuilua wanted to talk to Li Yunha, but Qianju didn't leave. After the meal, she didn't find a chance to ask Li Yunha anything. And Qianju, as if he didn't see that Li Yunha didn't like him, really got up to get the bowl and started eating. Sharan sat upright on the big red wedding bed, and the sounds of drinking and laughter outside faded away as time passed. She kept thinking about how to face the prince in the bridal chamber at night. No matter how calm she was at other times, she was still an inexperienced lady. She couldn't help but get nervous when she thought about this. Miss, do you want me to bring you some food? The personal maid was worried that she was hungry, so she walked up to her and asked softly. No, it's against the rules. Madame Chong said that if you are hungry, you can eat first, it won't be a problem. As the two were talking, the door was pushed open. I am here to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Get up, you go down first. The maid replied, retreated, and closed the door. Sharan listened to the footsteps approaching, her heartbeat quickened, and she lowered her eyes. Not shy, but nervous. The Crown Prince picked up the scale next to him, and lifted her veil. The veil was removed, and Sharan raised her eyes to meet the Crown Prince's gentle and elegant face. Before she spoke, she saw the Crown Prince handing her a plate of snacks. I heard from Madame Chong that you haven't eaten for a day. That's against the rules. Sharan looked at the snacks in front of her, and her stomach growled after she finished speaking. Your stomach doesn't seem to think so. The prince sat next to her. Eat first. Thank you, Your Highness. Sharan picked up a snack, and after eating it, she heard the prince ask, Do you have anything to ask me? Did Your Highness help me disperse the scene at the gate of the palace? Finally, Sharan asked. Well, the prince said softly, there aren't many intrigues in the East Palace. The prince brought the wedding wine over and handed her a glass. Looking at her, Sharan, you were just trying to protect yourself that day. In my opinion, it's not vicious, but a kind of courage to protect yourself. Sharan was a little surprised, and drank the wedding wine with the prince, pursed her lips, and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Drink the wedding wine, and you will be my princess from now on, so you don't have to be so rigid. The prince took her wine glass, and put it down, and the red candles around him made his handsome face even softer. He stood in front of Sharan, and looked down at her. If you don't want tonight, we can talk about the wedding night later. After all, Sharan was not familiar with him. He felt awkward for two strangers to make love, not to mention that Sharan was a girl. It's okay. After Sharan finished speaking, she wanted to slap herself, and she was annoyed that her mouth was faster than her brain. Yuilua, who was eavesdropping at the door, covered her mouth and laughed. That's right, if they didn't have the wedding night on the wedding day, when would they have it? Hearing his inner voice, the prince walked towards the door with helplessness on his face, and opened it. Hi, Crown Prince. I was wondering why there was no sound. Damn, I was caught. How should I make it up? Mr. Qian? The Crown Prince glanced at Yuilua, then looked at Qianju behind her. Ah, someone sends a pillow when I feel sleepy? Here comes the scapegoat. Yuilua turned to look at Qianju, and said to the Crown Prince with a smile, "Crown Prince, my cousin wants to eavesdrop. I'm here to catch him." Qianju looked at Yuilua in disbelief. He obviously came with lure. Knowing that he had become the scapegoat, Qianju said softly, "Your Highness, I accidentally went to the wrong place, and I didn't want Lure to see and misunderstand us. Let's leave now, and you continue." Chapter 628 Extra. Yuilua failed to eavesdrop after all, and she didn't know whether the prince and Sharan had consummated their marriage. After Sharan and the prince got married, she tried her best to do what a princess should do, and the two got along well. In the words of the palace servants in the East Palace, they treated each other with respect. The prince also respected her very much. After the marriage, he went back to his parents' home with her. Grandfather and grandmother were flattered. When she left, they told her to hold the prince's heart well, and give birth to a child as soon as possible to stabilize her position. She didn't want the two elders to worry, so she just smiled and nodded. In Sharan's opinion, the two of them were getting along well. Life in the East Palace was not as tormenting as she had imagined, and could even be called comfortable. She thought the relationship between the two would always be like this, and she would always keep her original intention in mind until today. "Crown Princess, the Emperor asked you to go to the Qingxin Palace." Eunuch Chao was led in, and said with a smile, "Okay, please wait for a moment, Eunuch Chao." Sharan stood up, told a maid to serve hot tea to Eunuch Chao, and went to change her clothes. The new year is coming, and the outside is covered with a layer of white snow. Sharan changed into a thick jacket and skirt, and walked towards Qingxin Palace with Eunuch Chao. She walked slowly, and the maid helped her hold up an oil paper umbrella. Small snowflakes fell on the umbrella, making a subtle sound. Sharan stretched out a hand to catch the slowly falling snow. She did not ask Eunuch Chao why the Emperor sent her over, but she already had a guess in her heart. It was nothing more than a matter of finding a concubine for the prince. After the new year, the beginning of next spring would be a good time to find a concubine. While thinking, the Eunuch Chao in front stopped and said to Sharan, "We are here, Crown Princess, please come in." Sharan nodded, collected her thoughts, handed the umbrella to the maid beside her, went up the steps, and followed the Eunuch Chao into the Qingxin Palace. As soon as she took one step, she heard bursts of laughter coming from inside. She walked in and looked up, and found that not only the Emperor was in the Qingxin Palace, but also Concubine Xian, Concubine De, Concubine Shu and Yuilua. They said something and laughed very happily. This made Sharan more certain of her guess. It is indeed not appropriate for the Emperor to talk to her alone, and it is more appropriate for the ladies to talk to her. "Your Majesty, ladies, the Crown Princess has arrived." After saying this, Eunuch Chao stepped aside, and Sharan walked to the front of them and bowed respectfully. "Get up, no need to be polite, please take a seat." "Thank you, father." Sharan stood up, and walked to the side and sat down. "It's cold, give the Crown Princess a cup of hot tea to warm her body." Eunuch Chao brought the tea over, Sharan took it, and thanked him again. When she drank the tea and wanted to ask why the Emperor summoned her, the Emperor said first, "I asked you to come here today because I have something to say." "Father, please speak." Sharan put down the tea and waited for the Emperor's next words. Seeing her serious face, Concubine Shu couldn't help laughing. "Crown Princess, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. The Emperor wants you to organize this year's palace banquet." Yuilua caught the flash of surprise on Sharan's face, and raised her eyebrows. Why was she surprised? Did she think that her father called her here to ask her to help the Crown Prince find a concubine? Haha, Daddy can't be so outrageous. They are newly married and he's talking about taking a concubine. After listening to Yuilua's thoughts, the Emperor understood why Sharan looked so serious. He wanted the prince to have a child as soon as possible, but he couldn't do such a disgusting thing, and he promised the prince that he would let him take a concubine. "Although I haven't done it before, I will definitely learn it well." Sharan put away his surprise, and said in a gentle voice, "We are all family, it doesn't matter if we can't do it well, ask if you don't understand." The Emperor looked at Concubine Shu, remembering that she was not familiar with hosting palace banquets, and changed the subject abruptly, asked the Ministry of Rites and Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu, "There is a first time for everything, and you still have a lot to learn in the future." "Yes, I understand." The Emperor nodded and waved his hand, "Nothing else, you can leave." Sharan was about to leave, when he heard a greeting from the door. "Greetings, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Then, the Crown Prince strode in, glanced at Sharan, lifted his skirt and knelt to salute the Emperor. "Your son pays respect to His Majesty. Get up." The Emperor looked at the snow on the Crown Prince's hair. "I just called the Crown Princess here, and you're here right after. Are you worried that I make things difficult for her? At this moment, Sharan was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to leave or stay. She lowered her eyes slightly, and listened to the gentle voice of the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, I misunderstood. I came here to find Lure, but I didn't expect the Crown Princess to be here too. Your Majesty, you're going too far. You were clearly worried that Daddy would ask Sharan to help you find a concubine, but now that Daddy doesn't have that intention, you actually said you came to find me. Even if I lie, I have to clean the snow off my hair first. I was so anxious that I forgot to take an umbrella. Forget it, just use me. I am happy to contribute to your love. The Emperor suppressed his smile and said with a half smile, seeing that the Prince and the Princess get along well, I am relieved. You all can leave. It's not good at all. They all know that they are nervous. This is the prelude to the beginning of love. Yes, I will leave. Yuilua stood up and walked towards the Prince. Isn't the Prince looking for me? The Prince took him and walked outside. Sharan followed the two of them to the door. He looked at the snow that was getting heavier and heavier. He took the maid's umbrella and found that the Prince did not bring an umbrella. Your Highness, you came in a hurry. What should we do now? Linchi looked at the heavy snow and stepped forward. I asked Daddy to get one. Yuilua broke free from the Prince's hand and returned to Qingxin Hall. Daddy, give me an umbrella. The Prince didn't bring an umbrella. The Emperor looked at Eunuch Chao, who quickly went to find an umbrella, sent Yuilua out, and handed the umbrella to the Prince. The Prince took the umbrella, opened it, and handed it to Lin Chi. Prince, brother, are you really worried about your sister-in-law? You didn't even have time to take the umbrella. Yuilua was held by the Prince, and said casually. Sharan walked on the right side of the two. After hearing what Yuilua said, she couldn't help but look at the Prince's gentle and handsome profile. He was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he looked at her. Before Sharan could withdraw her gaze, the two of them met. She smiled and retracted her gaze. Prince, brother, are you too shy to speak? The Prince held his forehead and said to Sharan, I heard that my father sent you here. I was worried that you would be nervous when seeing my father, so I came to see him. Sister-in-law, my father promised my brother that he would not disturb you by letting him take a concubine. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the East Palace. Sharan suppressed the subtle strangeness in his heart and put away his umbrella. Brother Crown Prince, put me down and let's go play snowballs. The Prince frowned. No, what if you are sick? It's okay. I'm in good health. It's okay. Chapter 629 Extra. As she spoke, Yuilua ignored the attempts of the Crown Prince and Sharan to stop her, and rushed into the vast white snow, holding one person in each hand. At first, the two of them were very reserved, but after being attacked by Yuilua several times, they also forgot their identities and started to attack each other. You guys come too. Yuilua waved to the palace servants around her. It's more fun when everyone is together. With the palace servants joining in, the snowball fight instantly became lively. When Nani Chong saw this scene, she quickly rushed into the snow, hugged Yuilua and walked to the corridor, brushed the snow off her body, and kept saying ouch. Little princess, how can you fool around with him? Yuilua grinned. It's okay, madam. Look, the prince and his sister-in-law are having a lot of fun. Hee hee, I hope one of them gets sick after this snowball fight, and the other will take care of him. Then the little flame will burn. The prince and Sharan had relaxed smiles on their faces in the snow. The palace people around them were attacking them with snowballs. The prince would subconsciously block the snowballs for Sharan, so that the snowballs would fall on him. Sharan looked at the prince, who was blocking the front, lowered her eyes, and looked at the broad palm holding her hand, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. That strange emotion surfaced in her heart again, and she could no longer suppress it. Her heartbeat also gradually accelerated as the prince held her hand tightly. The prince had not heard Sharan's laughter for a long time, and thought she was tired, so he stopped the palace maids. When the two entered the room, Nani Chong had already made ginger tea and served it to them. Thank you, Nani. The prince took it, and did not see Yuilua, and asked in confusion, where is Lure? Nani Chong smiled softly. The little princess is tired from playing, and I asked Guard Lin to take her back to sleep. The prince nodded, finished his tea, put down his teacup, and went back to the room to change clothes. After the snowball fight, Sharan fell ill as Yuilua wished. At first, the prince didn't know until the third morning, when he got up to attend court and found that Sharan beside him had not woken up yet. After marrying Sharan, Sharan would prepare clothes for him to wear every day. Today, he thought he was too sleepy to get up. He gently turned over and got off the couch. After washing and changing clothes, he found that Sharan had not woken up yet. He walked to the couch and leaned over to look at Sharan's beautiful face. Only then did he find that her fair and beautiful face was abnormally red. He raised his hand to her forehead. The hot temperature made him sure that Sharan had caught a cold. He retracted his hand and walked to the door, opening it. Lin Chi, go and ask the imperial physician to come. Is the crown princess ill? The crown prince nodded, then looked at Lin Chi. How did you know? Lin Chi sighed softly. I heard from the crown princess maid that she has not been feeling well these past 2 days, but she still gets up early every day to prepare clothes for you to wear. Sharan had a severe fever, and it was already the next day when she woke up. She slowly propped herself up, her throat hoarse, and looked at the crown prince, who was sitting with his back to her, and whispered, Your Highness. The prince, who was handling the memorials, heard the voice, put down the memorials, stood up and walked to the couch to help her sit up, walked to the side and poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Drink some water to moisten your throat first. Thank you, Your Highness. Sharan drank the warm water, and her throat felt better. Why did Your Highness move the official business here? The prince took the cup from her hand and put it down, saying softly, It's convenient to take care of you. Looking at Sharan's stunned expression, the prince found it funny. When I was sick before, didn't you take care of me like this? Sharan suppressed her pounding heart and looked away from the prince. It's not good to pass the disease to you. Does the princess think that my health is worse than that of a woman? The prince chuckled. Why didn't you tell me that I might pass the disease to you when you were taking care of me? Taking care of His Highness is my duty. Sharan was silent for a while, and said with eyes lowered, You are my wife. The prince stared at Sharan with a serious expression and said word by word, Sharan, that day at the palace gate, you said that the princess could have thousands of men, but that's not true. Sharan's eyes moved slightly, and the prince's serious expression was reflected in her eyes. The crown princess has always been you. You are the most suitable crown princess. During this period of time, Sharan is indeed a qualified crown princess. She carefully understands all his preferences, gets up early to prepare clothes for him, and helps him tie his hair and change clothes. She will prepare his favorite food and help him grind when he practices calligraphy. Help him prepare water for bathing when he practices martial arts. In just over a month, Sharan has infiltrated his life and made him accustomed to her existence. If someone else prepares everything Sharan prepared for him one day, he will involuntarily wonder why she didn't prepare it for him today. You are sick, so take a good rest. I will tell my father about the palace banquet, and let the Ministry of Rites arrange it first. The prince put away his extra thoughts, and left the room, with the memorial on the long table. The maid saw the prince leave, and came in with porridge. Crown Princess, His Royal Highness stayed with you all night yesterday. Sharan looked surprised, and the maid continued, Your fever was too severe, and His Royal Highness did not sleep all night to change the towel to reduce your fever. The maid handed the porridge to Sharan. You drink some porridge first. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that you are sick and need to eat something light. Sharan took it, took 2 bites and looked up at the maid. Why does this porridge taste different? It must be different. The maid smiled at Sharan. This is cooked by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the cold medicine given by the 3rd prince's wife is added to it. Sharan's hand holding the spoon trembled, and his self-righteous heart was completely lost at this moment. When they got married, they agreed to do what they should do and live a good life. She tried her best to be a good princess consort, not to cause trouble for him, and to take care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation. At first, she thought she could keep her heart and be a qualified princess consort. But she overestimated herself. The prince was too perfect, and it was too easy to make someone fall in love with him. He was thoughtful, and told her right after the marriage that he had no other relationship with the 2nd princess of the country before, but was just an ally. He would prepare a decent return gift for her before returning home, and accompany her to return home in style to make her grandparents feel at ease. When leaving the palace, she would bring her things that women like, and the rewards given by the emperor would be given to her to choose from. She would not even take the initiative to ask about things that she did not want to mention. She lost her original intention in the little things, and got deeply involved in it. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The maid's voice brought Sharan back to her thoughts. She raised her eyes, and looked at the Crown Prince, who came in, with changed clothes. You go down first. The Crown Prince asked the maid to go down, walked closer to Sharan, and felt that her expression was strange, and said softly, What's wrong? Is this porridge unpalatable? No, Sharan shook her head and smiled. The prince sat down beside her couch with a smile on his face. The medicine of my 3rd sister-in-law is very effective. I asked for it specially. You will get better soon after drinking it. I will take you out to see the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. See the lanterns? The prince raised his eyebrows. Don't like it? I heard from your maid that you have never seen the lanterns in the capital. This year, I will accompany you to see them. Sharan nodded, her smile getting deeper, and she said to herself in her heart, since I can't keep my heart, why not be unbridled for once? Chapter 630 Extra. Spring of the second year of Champagne. The fourth prince and Qin Qianqian picked an auspicious day to get married. At this time, the fourth prince was wearing a red wedding dress, stopped in front of the Qin mansion with red silk hanging, and exhaled nervously. Qianju hugged Yuilua and looked at the fourth prince. Why are you nervous? The fourth prince turned over and got off the horse, looking at Qianju. You will know when you get married. Come on, I think you are worried that you will be embarrassed if you can't shoot arrows and answer questions later. Didn't Luor give you some advice? As the two were talking, the servant of the Qin mansion came forward and handed a bow and arrow to the fourth prince. Fourth prince, please come in. Qin Qianqian, who was waiting in the room, heard the noise outside and asked the sixth princess next to her. Had the wedding party arrived? The sixth princess stood up and looked outside, then sat back calmly. They are here, but the fourth prince probably won't be able to come in for a while. Qin Qianqian nodded in agreement and took the snacks next to her and started eating. Aren't you nervous? The sixth princess stared at Qin Qianqian and asked in confusion. What's there to be nervous about? Qin Qianqian ate snacks leisurely and said vaguely, your fourth brother, and I have known each other for so many years. From now on, we will just live together. It should be no different from now. Besides, the fourth prince's mansion and the Qin mansion are not far away. She doesn't have to worry about not being able to see her family. So getting married is just a matter of moving to a new house and living with the fourth prince. That's right. With the temper of concubine Shu, she will definitely not interfere with you and your fourth brother. At this point, the sixth princess couldn't help but think of the recent hot topic in the capital. Qin Qianqian, since the border incident, the fourth prince has become a hot commodity. Many noble ladies are upset that they didn't take the initiative to look down on the fourth prince before, and they are talking about you getting a great bargain behind your back. Really? Qin Qianqian put down the snacks and said happily, I'm a wise eye for pearls. And they said you are not worthy of the fourth prince. It's okay. Qin Qianqian listened to the lively voices outside the window and said with a smile, I am not worthy of the fourth prince, but the fourth prince fell in love with me, and the emperor granted the marriage. Those who don't like me must be angry to death. Just thinking about it makes me happy. She didn't care what they said, as long as she felt comfortable. Qin Qianqian. While the two were talking, the voice of the fourth prince sounded outside. So soon? The fourth prince at the door looked at Li Yunhe, who was blocking his way, stretched his neck, and shouted Qin Qianqian's name into the room. Li Yunhe coughed lightly. Fourth prince, follow the rules. The fourth prince looked back at Yuilua, who was being held by Qianju, and asked for help with a bitter face. Yuilua gave him a reassuring look in return. Lordly, can you add some water? The fourth prince lowered his voice. Li Yunhe chuckled and replied in a low voice. Of course, today is your big day. I won't embarrass you. When everyone was waiting for the fourth prince to be embarrassed, Li Yunhe had already come up with an auspicious and appropriate first couplet, and the fourth prince's eyes lit up when he heard it. Isn't this the second couplet that Luor said? He blurted it out without thinking, and instantly attracted praises from the guests around him. Who said that the fourth prince has poor literary talent? There's no need to think about this. What do you know? This is the power given by Miss Qin. We want to welcome people back to the mansion as soon as possible. Thank you, everyone. The fourth prince turned around and bowed to thank everyone. Everyone must eat and drink well today. After the fourth prince finished speaking, he pushed Li Yunhe away and broke into the room. Qin Qianqian, who was sitting on the bed, heard the noise, and was about to ask what happened when the fourth prince's clear voice sounded. Qin Qianqian, I'm here. He was still panting, and walked quickly towards Qin Qianqian, picked up Qin Qianqian horizontally, and walked out. Qin Qianqian didn't expect him to do this. When she reacted, she was already in his broad arms. There was cheering all around, but Qin Qianqian could only hear the strong heartbeat of the fourth prince. What are you doing? Qin Qianqian lowered her voice and said angrily, Put me down quickly. No. The fourth prince's voice was full of smiles. He held Qin Qianqian out of the house, and wanted to go out of the mansion. Yuilua couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this. Fourth brother, have you forgotten something? Seeing the fourth prince's puzzled expression, Yuilua was sure that he was really happy and stupid, so she reminded him. We have to go, and say goodbye to Lord Qin and Madame Qin. The fourth prince's face flushed instantly, and he turned around and walked towards the main hall with Qin Qianqian in his arms. Lord Qin and Madame Qin felt a little uncomfortable when they saw the fourth prince carrying Qin Qianqian into the main hall. After completing the process, Lord Qin walked to the fourth prince and sighed softly. Qianqian will be left to the fourth prince in the future. The fourth prince replied with a smile, Lord Qin, please relax, I will treat her well, and will not let her suffer any grievances. Lord Qin nodded, but said in his heart, I am not worried that Qianqian will be wronged. I am worried that you will be wronged. How could he not understand his own daughter? He is now worried about how they will educate their child in the future. Dad, Mom, I am leaving. I will come back to see you in 3 days. Madame Qin patted Qin Qianqian's hand, walked to her side, and said in a low voice, after going to the fourth prince's mansion, restrain your temper and don't do anything reckless. After leaving the Qin mansion, Qin Qianqian got on the sedan chair. The fourth prince walked to her sedan chair and took out a bag of food from his sleeve and stuffed it into her hand. Eat something to fill your stomach first, and I bring you food after the wedding ceremony. Qin Qianqian squeezed the food in her hand. Although she had eaten, she was still moved by the fourth prince's attentiveness. She stuffed the food into her sleeve and said softly, I have eaten. That's good. The fourth prince lowered the sedan chair curtain, climbed on the horse, and the wedding procession beat gongs and drums and headed towards the fourth prince's mansion. The concubine couldn't sit still and kept pacing at the door. Why haven't you come yet? The emperor gestured to her to calm down. Don't worry, Luo is with you. What can go wrong? At this time, there was a sound of gongs and drums at the door, and concubine Shu's face was happy. I'm coming. She sat back on the chair next to the emperor and returned to her dignified appearance. Qin Qianqian and the fourth prince stepped over the fire basin and walked from the red carpet to the emperor and concubine Shu. The emperor glanced at concubine Shu, and concubine Shu smiled and said, Let's start. Everything went smoothly at first, and everyone was smiling, until the food fell out of Qin Qianqian's sleeve. The fourth prince noticed that Qin Qianqian's body was stiff, and then he noticed that something had fallen at her feet, which was the food he had just given her. He wanted to bend down to pick it up, but the wedding ceremony was not completed. The emperor noticed it when the thing fell. He glanced at the two people who were like wood, and winked at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao understood, pretending to be careless, and quickly bent down to pick up the food on the ground. Qin Qianqian wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, the voice of the master of ceremonies came, and the ceremony continued. The emperor and concubine Xian both gave gifts, and she was relieved. Chapter 631 Extra. After the wedding ceremony, Qin Qianqian was sent to the bright red wedding room, and the fourth prince was dragged to drink. But thinking about Qin Qianqian, he found an excuse to leave, and sneaked to find Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and thought it was her maid, so she said, It's really embarrassing today, the emperor and the concubine must have seen it. Qin Qianqian frowned when she didn't hear the other party speak. Do you also think I'm embarrassing? I shouldn't have accepted that thing if I had known earlier. It's all Yu Hengrui's fault. The fourth prince chuckled and walked towards her, sitting down beside her. Qin Qianqian heard his laughter, lifted her veil, and asked in surprise, Why are you here? You came to apologize, but you blame me, right? If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have been holding your anger in until the evening? Qin Qianqian looked embarrassed, and lowered her veil to block the fourth prince's sight. I didn't really want to blame you. I just felt embarrassed and complained. She was not an ungrateful person, but she felt embarrassed just now, so she spoke without thinking. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Didn't the emperor ask Eunuch Chao to help you out? The fourth prince held her hand. Besides, I gave you the things. It's okay to blame me. Yu Hengrui, you're so nice. Qin Qianqian held the fourth prince's hand back and urged him, Go out quickly, the guests are waiting for you to drink. The fourth prince stood up and rubbed her head. Don't be angry, I have someone bring you food later, and this matter will be over after you're full. After leaving the wedding room, and about to go down the stairs, she saw concubine Shu coming over here. The fourth prince stepped forward quickly. Mother. Come to see Qianqian? Are you okay? The fourth prince nodded. No, what's wrong, mother? Look at Qianqian, the girl is shy. If I don't come to see her, I'm afraid she will be embarrassed to go to the palace to offer tea tomorrow. Said, he walked past the fourth prince and walked into the house. Qin Qianqian just moved her sitting position, and the door was pushed open again. She thought it was the fourth prince, who came back again and whispered, I'm really fine, you go and accompany the guests. Qianqian. Qin Qianqian was startled when she heard this, and immediately stood up to salute. Concubine Shu stepped forward and held her down, asking her to sit down. Are you still upset about what happened just now? It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I'm fine. What lady? You and Ruer have married, so you should call me mother now. Mother. Qin Qianqian called out in a low voice, and her face became hot. When I first entered the palace, I also brought food with me and ate in the sedan chair. What's wrong with this? Concubine Shu patted Qin Qianqian on the shoulder. If you are wronged in the fourth prince's mansion in the future, you must speak up. I will help you. Don't wrong yourself. Thank you, mother. Qin Qianqian felt a warm current in her heart. The fourth prince is very good to me. Although he sometimes looks careless, he is also very careful when he should be careful. Concubine Shu chuckled. That's good. I just knew that he came to see you at the first time. This kid has grown up. The two talked for a while, and Concubine Shu got up and left. The fourth prince had been forced to drink a lot of wine. Qianju, who wanted to force him to drink, saw that he was being forced to drink a lot, so he sat not far away with Yuilua and Liunhe and watched. The fourth prince's cheeks were already red from drinking, and he accepted all the wine that was offered to bless him and Qin Qianqian. If he keeps drinking like this, he will probably need someone to support him when he returns to the room later. Qianju held his chin and looked at the fourth prince, who was staggering towards them. The fourth prince was holding a glass of wine, and when he walked in front of the few people, he had almost spilled the wine. He raised his hand and propped it on the table, looking at Qianju. You come and drink. Can you still drink like this? Qianju raised his eyebrows and looked at him, taking out a small porcelain bottle. How about you call me cousin? I give you a hangover pill. Call you cousin? The fourth prince narrowed his eyes and said vaguely, You're dreaming. You better leave Tianqi quickly, and don't stick to Luor. You drunk too much, I won't talk to you. Qianju didn't want to talk to the drunkard, playing with the porcelain bottle in his hand. Luor. Seeing that Qianju would not pay any attention to him, the fourth prince turned around and complained pitifully, He bullied me on my wedding day. Yuilu's mouth twitched, and she wanted to say something, but the fourth prince suddenly ran to the side and vomited. When the crown prince and the second and third princes came over, the fourth prince had already vomited back and looked a little more sober. Crown prince, didn't you help the fourth prince block the wine? The second prince sat down, shaking his folding fan. The fourth brother doesn't need us to block it. He is drinking happily, and doesn't need our help at all. The fourth prince rubbed his temples, and did not respond to the second prince's sarcastic remarks. Fourth brother, are you okay? The prince poured him a cup of tea, and placed it in front of him. Not very well. The fourth prince waved his hand, headache, stomach discomfort. I have a hangover medicine here. Qianju raised the porcelain bottle in his hand. Not only can it sober you up, it can also relieve discomfort. Fourth prince, don't you consider it? The fourth prince stared at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and turned his head away. No, you want to take advantage of me. When he really yelled, this person would laugh at him to death. They had been fighting for so long, but he refused to admit defeat. You are Luor's brother. Luor is my cousin. It's reasonable for you to call me cousin, right? Qianju analyzed seriously, and calling me cousin won't make you lose a piece of meat. The fourth prince struggled internally, and finally the headache and stomach discomfort made him finally give in. Cousin. Qianju coughed lightly. I didn't hear it clearly. Cousin. The fourth prince yelled again, biting his back teeth, snatched the porcelain bottle from his hand, poured a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. What fun is that? I like to see my fourth brother get humiliated. After the fourth prince finished eating, his discomfort was indeed relieved quickly, and his mind became clear. He handed the porcelain bottle to Qianju. I heard from my father that your mother sent a letter asking when you will go back. Luor didn't chase me away. Why does my cousin want to chase me away? The fourth prince curled his lips. If I were you, I would have left long ago. It's so uncomfortable to see my third brother and his wife go out together all day long. Qianju put away his smile and put the porcelain bottle in his arms. Does escaping mean letting go of things? He felt uncomfortable, but he would not mess up his life because of it, nor would he be in agony because his junior sister did not like him. Life is only a few decades long, so why should he pretend to be affectionate and stop moving forward? And in his opinion, that was not affection, but trouble for others' lives. Retracting his thoughts, Qianju smiled again and looked at the third prince. I'm waiting for your and your junior sister's child to be born and become an uncle, so hurry up. Okay. The third prince smiled and looked back at him. Qianju stood up. Fourth prince, it's actually very simple to want me to leave. As long as you let Luo and I go back to the country, I promise to leave now. You're dreaming. Chapter 632 Extra. It was already dark, and the fourth prince's face was still slightly red from being drunk, and he glared at Qianju. Qianju calmly analyzed, "You guys are all married, so naturally you have no time to worry about Luo. After you have a child, there's no need to worry about it. Luo and I are different when we go to the country. I have plenty of time to play with Luo. Otherwise, it would be so boring for him to go back alone. Who said we won't care about Luo after we get married?" The fourth prince stood up and snorted. "Have you asked Luo? Why don't you say to take concubine Xian to the kingdom as well? That's right, and my fifth sister, and I have time to accompany Luo, and there are also several imperial sisters-in-law." The sixth princess and others came over and disagreed. Qianju sat back in his chair, ignoring the displeasure of the others, and said with a smile on his face, "If concubine Xian is willing, why not take her along?" He said, and looked at Luo. And Luo said that she would go to the kingdom with me. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Luo. Even Li Yunhe beside her said the same. "I did say that," Luo said with a stiff face under the gazes of several people, "but I'm not talking about now, but later. She did promise to help him reform and learn his poison and medical skills. Did you hear that?" The sixth princess raised her chin. "Luo will not go to the country with you now." But Luo said she wanted to learn medical and poison skills from me. Qianju glanced at several people. "Can you teach me these?" "Third sister-in-law is fine." Mu Shui coughed lightly. "Senior brother's medical skills and poison skills are better than mine." "Let's see. You all should be quiet for a while." Luo saw that the others were talking too much, and said to the fourth prince, "Fourth brother, it's getting late, shouldn't you go to the bridal chamber?" The argument ended because the fourth prince left. He stood up, and went to the bridal chamber. He pushed the door open, and entered the room, picking up Qin Qianqian's red veil. Qin Qianqian let out a heavy breath. "Finally I can take off this veil, it's really suffocating me." The fourth prince handed her the wedding wine. Against the backdrop of the red candle, Qin Qianqian, who was wearing makeup, looked particularly charming. Feeling his burning gaze, Qin Qianqian was stunned when she took the wine. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The fourth prince raised his lips. His expression was particularly serious. "You are beautiful, although you are beautiful at other times, but you are more beautiful today." Qin Qianqian's face turned red, and she said coquettishly, "You are so smooth talking, drink it quickly." After the two drank the wedding wine, the fourth prince waved his hand to let the people in the room leave. She walked to the big red wedding bed, and sat down, her hands clenched nervously. That. The two spoke at the same time. "You go first." "Okay." Qin Qianqian got up and took out a book from the dressing table next to her, and walked to the fourth prince. "I know you have no experience, and I have no experience either, so let's study this book tonight." The fourth prince saw the erotic picture in Qin Qianqian's hand, and his face flushed instantly. He even stuttered. You want to look at this with me?" Qin Qianqian nodded, "Yes. Do you have experience?" The fourth prince waved his hand quickly. "Of course not." He wanted to say that he could learn it without a teacher. But seeing Qin Qianqian's excited look, he didn't want to spoil her fun. So, the two spent their wedding night studying the erotic paintings. On the second day after the wedding, Qin Qianqian came back from the palace to serve tea, and gathered everyone together. The sixth princess looked at Qin Qianqian with a puzzled look. "You just got married yesterday, shouldn't you be inseparable? Why are you looking for us?" Luo also looked at Qin Qianqian with interest. "I heard that Fenghua Tower has a new dancer who looks like a fairy. Do you want to go and see her?" Qin Qianqian looked at the few people with a smile. She only knew about this when she heard the ministers talking about it when she left the palace today. Isn't this inappropriate? The sixth princess was very tempted, but still felt it was inappropriate. What would it look like for a group of princesses and concubines to visit a brothel? It's okay. Fenghua Tower is now a place for elegance, which is different from before. You guys go, I won't go. Sharan still felt it was inappropriate. She didn't want to give the prince a reason to talk. Oh, Sister Sharan, just go. Qin Qianqian pulled Sharan's sleeve. Don't worry, nothing will happen. We just need to disguise ourselves. After Qin Qianqian's lobbying, she made these dancers look so amazing that everyone agreed. After they finished disguising themselves, they headed towards Fenghua Tower. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Fenghua Tower, and several people got off the carriage. The fifth princesses Mu Shui and Sharan dressed up as men, while Qin Qianqian and the sixth princess Du Shuyan covered their faces with veils. Yui Luo was held by Qingrong and followed behind them. When they reached the door, someone led them in. Just as Qin Qianqian said, Fenghua Tower has indeed become a place for pretentiousness. There are many scholars and ministers in the court, as well as some young ladies from aristocratic families. Qin Qianqian whispered to the sixth princess, "Look, there are ministers here. Please sit down." The steward led them over and sat them down, smiling. "You are here by chance today. It just so happens that Miss Menger has a new dance today." "Thank you." Qin Qianqian stuffed a silver ingot into the steward's pocket and poured tea for the people. After they waited for a while, a burst of music sounded. Petals slowly floated down from the central platform, and as the petals fell, a veiled woman fell from the sky like a goddess from heaven. Everyone cheered, and the hall became lively for a while. It must be said that this girl Menger is indeed fascinating. She has a slender figure, and her eyes seem to speak as her long sleeves flutter, which makes people fall in love with her. Qin Qianqian was drooling as she watched, and she grabbed the sixth princess's hand. "Look, I was right, wasn't I? This dance is so good." "It's really good," Du Shuyan agreed. It was Sharan's first time to come to such a place, and her initial guilty conscience was temporarily forgotten by the graceful dance. After the dance was over, she came back to her senses and whispered, "We've watched the dance, let's leave first." Several people stood up and were about to leave, but the dancing girl Menger stopped them. "Miss, why don't you go to the house with me to drink tea and listen to some music?" Menger walked to the side of the group. Her eyes fell on Du Shuyan's face. Her voice was gentle and seductive. Du Shuyan was stunned for a moment. "Miss, did you make a mistake? If you don't want to drink tea with a man, why are you looking for her?" "No mistake," Menger played with her hair. "Those stinky men are not as pretty as you. I like beautiful women." "Sorry, we have something else to do." Menger looked frustrated, then laughed again. "It doesn't matter, come next time when you have nothing to do. I dance for you alone." Chapter 633 Extra. After leaving Fenghua Tower, Qin Qianqian let out a breath. "This girl Menger is really interesting." After saying that, Qin Qianqian saw a familiar figure not far away and stood still. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she was not leaving, the sixth princess asked suspiciously. "It's over, my mother. She seems to have seen me." The sixth princess followed her line of sight, not as if she is coming this way. Mrs. Qin was out shopping, but she didn't expect to see her own daughter coming out of Fenghua Tower. It's only the second day after marriage, and she has forgotten everything she said. While thinking, Madame Qin has come to the front of several people. After seeing the people who are traveling with her, her eyes almost fall to the ground in shock. "Mother, what a coincidence." Qin Qianqian forced a little smile. Seeing that Madame Qin was about to bow, Sharan hurriedly said, "Madame Qin, there is no need to be polite. I talked to Qianqian for a while." Madame Qin pulled Qin Qianqian aside. "What's wrong with you? Visiting a brothel on the second day of marriage?" "Mother, that's not a brothel. Whether it's a brothel or not, it's inappropriate for you to go there. If the emperor and the fourth prince knew about it, it would be disgraceful." "Mother, I was actually out shopping." Mrs. Qin snorted and laughed. "Do you think your mother, was blind and didn't see you come out? I can explain that." Qin Qianqian's brain worked quickly. "I saw someone who looked like my father walk in, so I followed him to see what was happening. I didn't expect you, mother, to see it." "Is that your father?" "No, I saw it wrong." "Then you look like you've seen a ghost? Okay, go back quickly." Qin Qianqian realized that she seemed to be making things worse, and silently apologized to her old father in her heart. After shopping, the few people went their separate ways. Qin Qianqian returned to the fourth prince's mansion in frustration, and the fourth prince saw her listless look. "Did you see a ghost when you went out?" "No." Qin Qianqian took the fruit handed to her by the fourth prince and took a bite. "I'm thinking about how to face my father when I return home tomorrow." The fourth prince looked at her inexplicably, not understanding what she meant. "Everything for the return trip is ready. Do you want to take a look?" "You are definitely better prepared than me. No need to look." Qin Qianqian wiped her hands and looked at the fourth prince with her chin on her hand. "Why are you so considerate?" The fourth prince coughed lightly. "It's just the beginning. Have a good rest tonight. Otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow." He didn't want to study pornographic pictures with her all night. The next day, Qin Qianqian was dragged up by the fourth prince, and after washing up, she got on the carriage as if she hadn't woken up. Qin Qianqian finally woke up when she arrived at the gate of Qin's mansion. The fourth prince ordered people to move all the gifts for returning home, and then walked in with Qin Qianqian. After some polite words, Qin Qianqian stole a glance at her father, then moved to his side in small steps and whispered, "Dad, Are you okay? Not at all. Sir Qin also lowered his voice. I don't know which villain told your mother that I went to Fenghua Tower, and your mother asked me to sleep in the study for the next month. He said he had official business yesterday, but the lady said he was quibbling, and if he knew who it was, he would skin the other person. That person must be jealous of him and his wife. Well, Dad, it's not like that. Qin Qianqian finished telling the story with a guilty conscience, and added weakly, I explained it, but Mom didn't believe it, and I can't do anything about it. Qin Qianqian, do you want to piss me off to death? The fourth prince and Madame Qin, who were talking, heard this angry shout and looked at the two. Dad, I really explained it, but Mom didn't listen. Speaking of explaining this matter, Lord Qin got angry, his chest heaving with anger, and he grabbed something at random. Qin Qianqian saw that something was wrong and quickly hid behind the fourth prince. Sir Qin, let's talk it over. How can you hit someone? Fourth prince, get out of the way. Don't protect her. Fourth prince is still here. What are you doing? Mrs. Qin snatched the things from Sir Qin's hand, and Sir Qin looked aggrieved when his things were snatched away. Madam, Qianqian went to Fenghua Tower by herself and wronged me, and you made me sleep in the study. The fourth prince turned his head and looked at Qin Qianqian, saying word by word, Go to Fenghua Tower? Today? Just curious, go and take a look. Qin Qianqian stammered, and to see the girl. Madam, you heard it. Qianqian is afraid that you will say that she framed me. I am innocent. Isn't it embarrassing? Madame Qin gently tugged at Lord Qin, indicating that the fourth prince was still there. Qin Qianqian couldn't tell what the fourth prince's expression was. After having dinner at the Qin mansion and getting in the carriage, she tugged at the fourth prince's sleeve. Are you angry? The fourth prince squinted at her. Why should I be angry? I just sympathize with Lord Qin. Then you have no expression at all. The fourth prince smiled and stared at her. How about this? Do you have any expression? The two laughed at the same time, and Qin Qianqian hugged the fourth prince's arm. Yu Hengrui, if there is really a next life, do you still want to know me? Yes. The fourth prince lowered his eyes and looked at her. If there is really a next life, I will treat you better, and fall in love with you earlier, and then it will be my turn to revolve around you. Chapter 634 Extra. Not long after the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian got married, the emperor proposed to travel outside and let the crown prince supervise the country. At the same time, he also issued an order to dismiss the concubines in the harem who had no children, allowing them to leave the palace and marry freely in the future. This move went smoothly. The ministers knew the ability of the crown prince and had no objection to it. In fact, they all knew that even if they had objections, the emperor might not listen to them. After so many years of fighting wits and courage, they had never won against the emperor. As for the dismissal of the concubines, they had nothing to say. The concubines in the harem were useless, so they could be dismissed. Seeing that the ministers had no objection, the emperor was in a much better mood. After leaving the court, he ordered people to start packing up and went to Concubine Xian's bedroom. Concubine Xian was teaching Yuilua to write. When she saw the emperor coming in, she put down her pen and saluted. The emperor motioned her to stand up, walked forward to look at the words on the rice paper, and then smiled at Yuilua. Luor, Daddy is going out to travel. Do you want to go with Daddy? Yuilua shook her head without hesitation. Why? The emperor sat on the chair. Don't you like to go out of the palace? I have to practice calligraphy and learn mechanical engineering. There are too many things to learn, and I don't have time. In fact, there is nothing exciting to see outside. It will be more interesting to play with the little dumplings when the brothers have children. The emperor, Okay. The emperor looked at Concubine Xian. My beloved concubine, do you want to go with me? Concubine Xian chuckled and poured a cup of tea for the emperor. If the emperor is worried that the journey will be too boring, you can bring eunuch Chow to relieve boredom. Ha ha ha, Daddy was rejected. Mother and Aunt Shufei are waiting for you to leave the palace so that they can play cards. How could they go out with you? And my little cutie is still in the palace. How could Mother go with you? Concubine Xian heard Yuilua's thoughts and subconsciously glanced at the emperor. The emperor just lowered his eyes and drank tea, and the expression on his face could not be seen. After a while, he put down the tea and looked at Concubine Xian. I invited you to come together just to have someone to talk to. Since you want to take care of Luor, let's forget about it. He invited Concubine Xian not because he had other thoughts about her, but because he talked to Concubine Xian the most among Concubine Xian, Concubine Shu and Concubine De. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. The emperor did not stay for long and pinched Yuilua's little face. Study hard, and I will check your learning results when I come back. Yuilua thought that the emperor's decree to dismiss the concubines without children would cause trouble. Unexpectedly, she was wrong this time. Perhaps these concubines, who had never been favored, felt that staying would be useless except for wasting time, and after weighing the pros and cons, they all knew that leaving the palace was safe. The emperor's heart is not in the harem, and no matter how persistent they are, the final result will be a pile of bones. Rather than dying in the palace, it is better to leave the palace and find a new fate. Anyway, the emperor has issued an order that they can marry freely in the future, so even if they find a new lover, others dare not talk about it. After packing up her things, Rupin came to Xianfei's bedroom with her bag. Xufei and Defei arrived before her, and when they saw her coming in, they stood up and pulled her over to sit down. "My two sisters, I won't sit down." With a genuine smile on her face, Concubine Rose said in a gentle voice, "I came here to say goodbye to my sisters. I am grateful for your care during my days in the palace." She bowed and bowed gracefully. "Stop talking about these empty formalities." Concubine Rose stood up, took the bundle from the maid, opened it, took out a box and walked to Yuilua. "This is for the little princess. I may not be able to give her gifts on her birthday in the future. This is given to her in advance this year." "Thank you, Aunt." Yuilua took the things from her hand and said sincerely, "Take care, Auntie." "You should take care too, I'm leaving." Rupin walked out of the palace, looked back at the towering palace walls, and got on the carriage with a relaxed smile on her face. The sixth princess found that she often didn't see Hongyi recently. She was obviously her personal guard, but she was not seen all day. The maid saw that the sixth princess looked depressed and whispered, "Princess, why don't you go out for a walk instead of staying in the mansion?" The sixth princess shook her head. "Where is Hongyi?" "I don't know," the maid said, covering her mouth and laughing. "Princess, you wanted to pack up the red-dressed young man and send him back to the emperor before. Why are you paying so much attention to him recently?" "Well, you are actually teasing me." The sixth princess made a fierce look and glanced at the maid. The maid knew that she was not really angry with her, so she thought for a while and said, "But the red-dressed young man is indeed a little strange recently. He often goes to bed very late, and is always out of the house." "Often go to bed late?" The sixth princess frowned. "How do you know?" "I woke up very late last time, and saw that the light in his room was still on, and he seemed to be talking." "Talking? Who was he talking to so late at night? Could it be that he brought a woman to her house for a tryst? Because he was worried that she would find out, he chose to do it in the dead of night." Thinking of this, plus the maid's words that he often went out of the house, the sixth princess was furious. Hands tightly grasped the edge of the table next to her. While he was talking to her with smooth words, he was secretly having a tryst with other women, making a fool of her. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" The maid saw that the sixth princess looked very unhappy, so she asked softly. "It's okay, I go and see what's going on tonight." She wanted to see what kind of girl made him so impatient that he even risked being discovered by her, and brought her to the mansion for a secret meeting. At this time, a voice sounded at the door. "The young man in red." The man in red strode in. "I greet the princess." The sixth princess looked at him sideways. "Where did you go?" "I went out to meet a friend." "Really?" Hongyi noticed the difference in the sixth princess, and began to reflect in her heart. He hasn't gotten into trouble recently. Why does the princess look unhappy? Replying to the princess, "Yes." The sixth princess took Hongyi's distraction as a guilty conscience, and she was even more unhappy. But she said, "Okay, you go down." She couldn't alert the enemy, so she would teach this scumbag a lesson tonight after catching him. "Yes." Hongyi retreated, and the sixth princess ordered the maid, "Go and invite Sister Shui and the others over." She was feeling depressed, and needed to find someone to vent her unhappiness. Soon, the maid invited Mu Shui, Qin Qianqian and others to come over. Seeing the sixth princess in such a state, they were full of doubts. "What are you doing?" Yuilua, who came with Mu Shui, blinked. The sixth princess called everyone here. Did she want to say that she and Hongyi were together? The sixth princess waved her hand to let everyone go. After they sat down, she said angrily, "Hongyi, that scumbag made me so angry." "Isn't that your guard? How did he become a scumbag? Did he betray you?" Chapter 635 Extra. The sixth princess took a sip of tea and told her guess. She found that everyone was staring at her. She realized that she seemed to be too excited. "I knew you were not in an ordinary relationship." Qin Qianqian looked at the sixth princess ambiguously. "You are so angry because you have him in your heart, so you care about him." "I don't." The sixth princess said stubbornly, "I just can't stand him using my money to support other women." Red clothes supporting women? It shouldn't be, never mind, It's fun anyway, just watch it. Okay. Qin Qianqian stopped nagging about her feelings and said, "So you called us here just to tell us about this?" The sixth princess nodded, then shook her head. "You stay up late with me tonight. I want to catch the adulterer." Several people were a little amused. Mu Shui said softly, "Why don't we check it out first? It would be so embarrassing if we made a mistake." "It's okay. The sixth princess has been in love for a long time, so she doesn't want to endure it anymore." It was dusk, and several people had dinner together. Then they sat and chatted and waited to catch the adulterer later. "Luer, why don't you go to bed first?" Yui Lua shook her head. "I'm not sleepy. I was just watching the fun, so I was very energetic." They sat there until midnight. The sixth princess saw that it was almost time, so she stood up. "It's time to come at this time." Several people followed the sixth princess helplessly, and went to the red clothes courtyard. When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, they saw that the lights in the red clothes room were still on. The sixth princess lowered her voice. "Let's keep quiet, and go over to take a look." When several people tiptoed to the window of Hani, put their ears to the wall, and heard a sound coming from inside. It seems to be the sound of reciting poetry. Qin Qianqian whispered, "It seems that the other party is a talented woman who likes poetry." The sixth princess's face turned red with anger, and the string of reason in her mind was completely broken. She stood up, walked towards the door, and kicked it open. Several people reacted and quickly stood up to follow the sixth princess. Before the red dress in the room figured out what was going on, the sixth princess walked in angrily and looked at her with cold eyes. "Princess, what's wrong?" The sixth princess didn't say anything, her eyes searching the room. "Can't sleep, want to talk to someone?" Hongi stood up and walked to the sixth princess. "Come on, I go out with you." "Were you talking to the girl just now?" "The girl?" Hongi was stunned by her question, and said with a smile, "Where did the girl come from?" "I heard it all." The sixth princess saw that he was still laughing, and she became even more angry, and pushed him away. "You are still reciting poems to others. Call the person out quickly." "There really is no girl," Hongi patiently explained. "I stayed up so late, I was reading a book." He walked to the table, picked up the book, and walked in front of the sixth princess. "Look, I didn't lie to you. You're reading in a sneaky way?" The sixth princess glanced at the book in his hand with suspicion, still without a smile on her face. Hongi also reacted at this time. He chuckled and took 2 steps closer to the sixth princess. "Did the princess think that I was having a tryst with a woman, so she was angry and broke into the room?" The teasing tone in the voice was obvious, and the sixth princess moved away from him. "Who told you to be sneaky? What's going on?" "I'm reading to prepare for the imperial examination." The sixth princess looked up at the smiling eyes of the man in red, waiting for his next words. As a result, the man in red changed his tone and said happily, "Princess, I'm very happy that you are jealous." "I'm not." The sixth princess turned her eyes away, and didn't look at the man in red. "I originally wanted to express my feelings to the princess after passing the imperial examination, so that if the princess really likes me, I will be qualified to marry her." "So that's how it is." The sixth princess was a little embarrassed, then continued. She turned around and wanted to leave, but Hongi grabbed her hand and said seriously, "Princess, if I win the first place, will you accept my feelings?" The sixth princess rarely saw him so serious, and she coughed lightly. "Let me go first." Hongi let go of her hand and continued, "I am serious. Since the first time I bumped into the princess's carriage, I wanted to marry the princess." "Bumped into the carriage?" The sixth princess widened her eyes. "You were the one at that time, and you blackmailed me." No wonder she felt familiar with the red dress when she saw her true face later, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. "I thought the princess was cute at that time, and wanted to get close to her, so I accepted the money." "Then you served as my guard intentionally?" Red Dress smiled. "Yes, so the princess is willing to give me a chance? Let's talk about it after you win the first place. Can we go back to sleep now?" Qin Qianqian saw that the two were almost done, so she spoke. When the voice sounded, the sixth princess remembered the few people who came with her. Facing their teasing expressions, she looked embarrassed. "Go back and rest." Hongi looked at the sixth princess's back as she left, picked up a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her palms due to nervousness, and raised her hand to pat her chest. He succeeded. The princess didn't hate him, and the princess liked him. Next, he should work hard to get the top spot and marry the princess. While Hongi was still grinning, the sixth princess turned back and poked her head out of the door. "Hongi." Hongi came back to his senses, and the charming smile of the sixth princess at the door came into view. "Come on, you will succeed." After she said this, she considerately helped him close the door and left. Hongi walked quickly to the window, opened the window from the inside, and stuck her head out. "Princess." The sixth princess stopped and turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" In the night, Hongi's eyes seemed like stars, and he said nervously, "Princess, I'm not dreaming, am I?" The sixth princess was amused by his silly look, walked to the window, tiptoed, raised her hand to pinch his face, and blinked. "Now?" Hongi raised her hand, and covered the back of her hand. "It's great, I'm not dreaming." Chapter 636 Extra. Since the sixth princess and Hongi's affairs were settled, she began to worry about the fifth princess. First, she asked Hongi about Bai's affairs, which made Hongi jealous several times. However, she didn't find out anything useful. She didn't know whether Hongi didn't want to tell her, or really didn't know. Today, she took her maid to look for the fifth princess, and after sending the people away, she started gossiping. "Fifth sister, you heard what Luor said. Do you really have no impression of Bai?" Even an outsider like her could see Bai's feelings for the fifth sister, so it was impossible for the fifth sister not to feel it. That was a kind of restrained love, which was different from her perception of Bai. In her opinion, Bai was the same as Hongi. They were both people of the underworld before, and their personalities should be free and unrestrained. Now Bai obviously liked the fifth sister but didn't say it, which could only mean that he really cared about the fifth sister. He didn't say it because he was worried that the fifth sister was still sad because of the former prince consort, so he hid his feelings. The fifth princess poured a cup of tea for the sixth princess and handed it to her. "You have the energy to take care of my affairs now. I really have no impression of him, and I asked him, but he said he didn't know me before." These days, she thought about it carefully again, and she really had no impression at all. It's not that she didn't suspect that Bai was lying, but she felt that she had seen such a handsome man like Bai. How could she not have the slightest memory of him? "Oh!" The sixth princess sat next to the fifth princess and pulled her arm. "He must be worried that you, the fifth sister, have not forgotten about that scumbag, so he lied." "And don't you want to find out, fifth sister?" The fifth princess looked a little entangled, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Of course I do." "That's easy. Just use your princess attitude to pressure him and make him tell you." "But fifth sister, you shouldn't do such a thing." The sixth princess tapped her chin with her index finger, and then her eyes lit up. "There is another way, fifth sister. Go drink and chat with him tonight, and he will be easy to get into. People are usually more vulnerable at night, and after drinking, their guard will naturally be removed. Once the guard is removed, I don't believe that Bai will not be completely removed." The fifth princess finally agreed to give the sixth princess' bad idea a try. At night, she ordered her maid to pick up a jar of wine and walk towards Bai's residence. Usually, as long as she didn't go out, Bai would rarely follow her. She didn't go out either, just stayed in the house, and no one knew what she was doing in the house. The fifth princess thought she was a patient person, and she would feel bored if she stayed in the house for a long time. On the other hand, Bai, who had been wandering in the rivers and lakes, was calm. While thinking, she had already reached the door of Bai's house. She took the wine from the maid, signaled the maid to wait outside, and stepped into Bai's house, which had not closed the door. Bai was sitting at a round wooden table in the middle of the room. There was a candle on the table. He was holding something in his hand, and was looking at something seriously. He didn't notice the fifth princess coming in. Seeing that he was looking at something seriously, the fifth princess couldn't help but slow down her pace and approached him. When she was only a few steps away from him, the fifth princess's eyes were fixed on the familiar butterfly hairpin in his hand, and she didn't move away for a long time. It was the hairpin she had lost before, and she was very familiar with it. The night wind blowing from the door blew the hem of the fifth princess's skirt. She was still in a daze when Bai noticed her. He quickly put the hairpin back into his sleeve, stood up and bowed, and whispered, "Why did the princess come here?" The fifth princess's thoughts were pulled back by his voice, and she raised the wine jar in her hand a little higher. "Drink a little with me?" The white-clothed man looked stunned. Drinking a little is necessary to hold a whole jar, seeing that the fifth princess had already walked towards the door. He hurriedly raised his legs and followed her, and began to guess why the fifth princess wanted to drink with him. Could it be that she saw that several princes were married, and the sixth princess also had someone she loved? So she thought of the past, and was unhappy? After the guy in red expressed his feelings to the sixth princess, he showed off in front of him and laughed at him for being a coward. In fact, what the guy in red said was right. He was indeed a coward. On the one hand, he didn't want the fifth princess to know that he had saved her, but on the other hand, he was hoping that she would remember it. "Sit down." The fifth princess walked to the stone table outside and sat down, motioning the distracted Bai Yi to sit down as well. Now that the weather has turned warmer, the night breeze blowing on the body is not the slightest bit cold, but makes people feel comfortable. Bai Yi responded with a yes, and sat down opposite the fifth princess. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the fair face of the fifth princess. She picked up the cup on top of the wine jar, put it down, poured a cup and handed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised her hand to take it, observing the expression on the fifth princess' face without leaving a trace. The fifth princess poured herself a cup and drank it all. She didn't speak, and Bai Yi didn't speak actively. He just raised the wine glass like her, and drank it all. After a few glasses of wine, the fifth princess, who had a poor alcohol tolerance, quickly flushed. She put the wine glass on the stone table, raised her eyes, and her slightly drunk eyes met the suppressed heart-taken Bai Yi's eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Although the fifth princess was a little drunk, she had not forgotten the purpose of looking for Bai Yi to drink today. She stood up, staggered to the stone bench next to Bai Yi, sat down, and stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Bai Yi was puzzled, suppressed the pain in his eyes. "What do you want?" "My hairpin." The fifth princess stretched out her hand, and directly grabbed his sleeve. Fearing that she would fall to the ground if she dodged, Bai Yi did not dodge, and let the fifth princess take the hairpin from his sleeve. The fifth princess successfully got the hairpin, raised her hand to fiddle with the butterfly on the hairpin, and suddenly looked up at Bai Yi. "How did you get the hairpin that I lost?" Bai Yi, who was a little nervous at first, was relieved when he heard her say that, and was sure that she was really drunk. Since she was already drunk, it didn't matter if he told her the truth, she wouldn't remember it anyway. He didn't speak for a long time, and the fifth princess was a little dissatisfied. "I'm asking you a question." Bai Yi looked sideways. "I found it." "I found it." The fifth princess repeated his words, and put the hairpin in her bosom. "I found it, but you didn't give it to me, but kept it for yourself." Her cute drunken look made Bai Yi laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" The fifth princess stared at him, but it was a pity that there was no deterrent effect. "I want to return it to the princess, but the princess doesn't know me, so it's not convenient for me to see the princess." Bai Yi put away her smile, poured herself some wine, drank it all and said softly, "Didn't the princess ask me before if I had seen you before? Today I can tell the truth to the princess. Yes, I came to drink with you to ask you something." The fifth princess nodded her head, looking like she was listening attentively. "Go ahead." "In fact, I lied that day. I saw the princess when I was 10 years old." Chapter 637 Extra. His voice was very light, as if he was talking to himself. The princess probably doesn't remember. He had a bitter smile on his face, and raised his hand to add more wine, but the wine glass was taken away by the fifth princess. "You speak first." The fifth princess moved the wine glass away. "When you get drunk later, what else can you say?" Bai Yi was a little amused, wondering who was drunk now. Besides, he has a very good alcohol tolerance. "Yes, don't drink, I will continue. That year I was 10 years old, I ran out by myself and met you, the princess. I guess I was too embarrassed at the time, so you thought I was a beggar and gave me silver." That was the first time he saw the fifth princess, the innocent fifth princess. The fifth princess looked at Bai Yi's face and frowned, saying, "But you are nothing like you were back then." The fifth princess still remembered this memory, but she didn't expect Bai Yi to be the dirty boy. Bai Yi just smiled and didn't respond, looking at the swaying tree shadows in the distance. Yes, he was so embarrassed that day, so she thought he was a little beggar. She stuffed the silver into his hand, but was worried that his silver would be robbed, so she told him like an adult to hide the silver well and not tell others. At that time, he thought she was silly and cute. Not to mention that she knew martial arts. Even if she didn't know martial arts, she could still use poison. How could she be bullied? But he saw that she was serious, so he just listened to her obediently. Seeing that he was obedient, the fifth princess left with satisfaction. He looked at her small back and asked who she was. He knew that she was the fifth princess of Tianqi. "Go on." The fifth princess pushed Bai Yi. "My hairpin was not lost at that time." "It's late at night, princess, go back and rest." Bai Yi stood up and tried to help the fifth princess. He wanted to take advantage of her drunkenness to tell her what she had suppressed for many years, but when the words came to his lips, he still couldn't say it. "Don't spoil the fun." The fifth princess shook him off, staggered, and almost fell. Bai Yi quickly supported her, his voice soft. "Princess, I don't want you to think of your embarrassing past." "What embarrassing past?" "Just tell me what I want you to tell me." The fifth princess sat down again, and asked Bai Yi to sit down and continue. Seeing that she looked like she would not leave unless she told him, Bai Yi had no choice but to sit back. "I saw the princess again when I grew up, He stared at the fifth princess. This time, the princess was with her husband, and the hairpin was also picked up this time. Seeing that the fifth princess looked normal, Bai continued, the princess's carriage almost fell off the cliff, and I saved the princess. He did not elaborate, because he knew that what he said was enough for her to remember. It was you who saved me that day. After the fifth princess said this, she could no longer hold on. Bai stopped her from falling, and leaned over to hold her sideways. Just now, seeing her asking questions in an orderly manner, I thought she was not drunk, but I didn't expect that she was just pretending. Sir, what's wrong with the princess? I drank too much. Bai carried the fifth princess to her room, walked into the room, and put her down, told the maid to take good care of her and walked out. After leaving the fifth princess' room, Bai looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, put away the smile on his face, and sat down at the stone table where the two of them had just drunk. He poured himself a glass of wine and smiled at himself. As expected, he had no impression of the princess. He just said it lightly and casually. Actually, it was not the case. He would never forget the scene of meeting the princess and Qi Xian in these years. Since they first met when he was 10 years old, he could not help but pay attention to the fifth princess after he went back. The most impressive thing was that one day, Hong Yi came back and insisted on dragging him to watch someone get married. He was dragged to the market by Hong Yi and learned from the people that the person getting married was the fifth princess. He was about to leave, but he stopped when he heard this, disappeared in the crowd, and watched her sedan chair pass by. He suppressed the unspeakable feeling in his heart and watched her sedan disappear. From then on, he forced himself not to pay attention to her and automatically ignored the inexplicable feeling in his heart. His neglect was useful. If he hadn't met her again 2 years later, he thought, he could have lied to himself for the rest of his life. 2 years later, he went out to collect herbs and met her again. This time, she was with her husband. The two encountered mountain bandits. They were outnumbered and outnumbered. They were soon forced to the edge of the cliff. He stood on a rock not far away and recognized her at a glance. She looked the same as when they first met, except that her face was full of sorrow. Seeing that they were about to be forced off the cliff, his heart tightened. Without any hesitation, he used Qigong to fly to her side and saw the bandits in front of him. Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to say something to her, but found that her eyes were on the man beside her. The man was probably frightened by the bandits, and his legs were shaking like seas. And she herself, obviously frightened to the point of her entire face turning pale, still tried to comfort the useless man beside her with concern. His eyes were stung by the scene in front of him, and he was furious, so he raised his hand and threw the cowardly man back. When he threw the man next to the bandit's body, she was anxious beside him, wanting to check on the man's condition. Because she was too anxious, she slipped and fell backwards. He hurriedly grabbed her slender wrist, slowed down his voice, and told her not to be afraid, and then he pulled her up, leaving a scar on his hand. But she didn't even look at him, not even a thank you. As soon as she came up, she stumbled towards the useless man. He stood not far away, his palm still warm from hers, watching her crying and worrying about the incompetent people on the ground. After standing for a while, he finally turned his eyes away, stopped thinking about recognizing her, and walked away. At that moment, he realized that from the first time he saw her, his heart fell on her uncontrollably. That's why he was unhappy on her wedding day, and he wanted to throw the man off the cliff when he saw her sad for him. Bai Yi drank the wine in his hand, stood up, and went back to the house. The next day, the fifth princess rubbed her aching head and got out of bed, thinking about the conversation between the two last night. Princess, are you okay? The maid helped the fifth princess to wash and comb her hair, and saw that she looked not very good, so she asked with concern. I'm fine. She stood up, sent breakfast to Bai Yi's room. Leaving this, the fifth princess walked quickly towards Bai Yi's room. When she reached the door, she was about to raise her hand to knock on the door, but before her hand fell on the door was opened. Bai Yi looked at the fifth princess in front of him, stunned for a moment, and then respectfully said, Princess, do you have anything to tell me? Thank you for saving me back then. She looked up at his surprised look and walked inside. You don't think I forget everything when I wake up, do you? Bai Yi walked to her side and sat down, somewhat self-blaming. Princess, if I hadn't saved that man, you wouldn't have suffered later. He was afraid that she would be sad, and he was also annoyed that he didn't throw that man off the cliff, which led to him hurting the princess later. How can I blame you? The fifth princess smiled at him. Bai Yi, some suffering is the inevitable path of growth. What does it have to do with you? Her eyes fell on the scratches on his wrist, and the expression on her face was as pure and flawless as when they first met. Bai Yi, I let it go a long time ago. Bai Yi raised his eyes and heard the fifth princess say, Bai Yi, you like me, right? Then are you willing to stay with me forever? I do. How could he not be willing? She was the princess he fell in love with at first sight. Even if he had no name or status and guarded her for a lifetime, he would be happy. Chapter 638 Extra. In the second year of Shengping, Mu Shui gave birth to a son for the third prince and named him Yunian. On the day of the child's birthday banquet, the emperor, who was traveling abroad, returned to the capital to participate in the one-year-old banquet. For a while, everyone gathered together, and it was very lively. Qianju has now taken over the government of the kingdom. He sent gifts, but no one came. Yui Luo didn't know if he was really busy or for other reasons. Little Yunian, Nian Nian. Yui Luo teased the little guy in Mu Shui's arms, and the little guy giggled at her teasing. No wonder my brothers like to pinch my face. It's so comfortable to pinch a child's face. Du Shuyan sat aside with her belly bulging, watching Yui Luo teasing Yunian, and chuckled. In a few years, Nian Nian can play with Luor. As she spoke, the second prince strode over and asked Du Shuyan with concern. Ian, are you tired? Do you want to find a place to rest first and come back after the Zhozhua ceremony begins? Du Shuyan glanced at him with a reproachful look. You've only sat for a while, you're not tired. The second prince stood behind her and chuckled. Okay, I massage your legs when I get back. Ah Yin was having a hard time during her pregnancy, with morning sickness and swollen legs, and he was so distressed. Qin Qianqian looked at Du Shuyan teasingly. Your family is really clingy. Don't talk about me. The second prince raised his chin. Isn't the fourth brother coming over now? The fourth prince came over and asked in confusion when he heard the second prince mention him. Are you talking about me? Forget it, I came here to let the third sister-in-law bring Yin Yin over. Everything has been arranged, and we can start the week-long celebration. Mu Shui stood up, holding Yin Yin, and walked out with a few people. The fourth prince held Yui Luo's hand and whispered to Qin Qianqian. There were already many people sitting in the main hall. Seeing Mu Shui holding Yun Yin, the third prince, who had finished his work, walked to her side, took Yun Yin, and whispered, Your hands must be sore, give Yin Yin to me. Mu Shui handed Yun Yin to him, and shook her head, and said it was okay. Since she became pregnant, His Highness not only had to take care of her, but also her herbs. Seeing that she couldn't eat, he specially learned the diet for pregnant women. When she turned over slightly at night, His Highness noticed it immediately. She had never slept well in the late pregnancy, and neither did he. From pregnancy to delivery, His Highness had suffered no less than her. Yui Luo looked at the affectionate faces of the people around her, and smiled as she retreated to the side of Jin Tingen and Shitong. Princess Shitong saw her coming, stood up, picked her up, and kissed her hard on the face. Uncle, when will you and Anne have a brother or sister? General Jin couldn't wait to applaud Yui Luo when he heard this. He was embarrassed to urge them, fearing that they would find him annoying. Now it was all right. Luor had already taken the initiative to help him. Jin Tingen coughed lightly and glanced at Shitong. It's almost done. It started over there. Let's go over there. Worried that Yui Luo would continue to ask, Jin Tingen changed the subject, stood up and walked towards the center of the room. Yun Yin had been put on the carpet by the third prince. The little guy looked at the people around him with dark eyes, but he didn't crawl forward. The third prince had no choice but to walk to the opposite side of him and squat down. Yin Yin, come to daddy. Yun Yin remained unmoved, looking around. Mu Shui also walked to the opposite side and picked up the child's favorite toy to tempt Yun Yin, but no matter what he and the third prince did, Yun Yin remained unmoved. When the two of them were having a headache, they saw the little guy suddenly giggle and quickly crawl towards Yui Luo. Yui Luo looked at the little guy who stopped in front of her, her mouth twitched, and she walked to the third prince and Mu Shui and squatted down. Yin Yin, come to the imperial ant. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, Yun Yin used his hands and feet to quickly crawl towards where she was squatting. Seeing this, everyone said that the little guy was close to the imperial ant. When the guy crawled to the front, Yui Luo pointed at the things on the carpet. Whatever Yin Yin likes, choose one. Yun Yin looked at Yui Luo with a confused face, and after a moment, he seemed to understand, grabbed a piece of gold, and took it up with effort to hand it to Yui Luo. Good guy, how do you know I like this? Yui Luo took the gold, and saw the little guy's eyes rolling, and then he went to grab a handful of sand and crawled towards her. It seems that this child will be very talented in building repairs in the future, Eunuch Chao said with a smile. The emperor smiled in agreement, and the others followed suit. Grabbing a handful of sand means that he has a talent for architecture. What if he is a sand sculptor? Sand sculpture is also good. The third brother and the third sister-in-law are too dull. A family always needs someone to liven up the atmosphere. It is also good to have a sand sculpture at home to adjust the atmosphere. The third prince, Originally, he didn't quite understand what sand sculpture meant, but now he understands that it should mean something more out of the ordinary. After Yunyan finished the Zhuazhou ceremony and was carried away, Yuilua walked aside in boredom. Your Highness. Yuilua looked up and saw Li Yunhe walking towards her with a smile not far away. Don't you want to eat? I'm not hungry. Yuilua stood there and raised her eyebrows at Li Yunhe. Let's chat. After saying that, Yuilua walked outside. Li Yunhe followed her, and the two of them arrived at a quiet pavilion. Yuilua leaned against the stone bench and looked up at Li Yunhe. Has that dog Tiandao never appeared in your mind again? She always felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell where it was strange. No, Li Yunhe carried her to sit on the stone bench, and then sat down beside her. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Yuilua put her hands on the stone table and frowned. Princess, do you think it's too easy? Li Yunhe chuckled. I thought so before, but the voice in my head has not appeared since that time. Could it be that your memory has not been fully restored? Forget it. Yuilua looked at the distance listlessly. Now she had to practice calligraphy every day, and was forced by concubine Shu to learn mechanical engineering. Even Qianju would give her homework. She wanted to refuse, but she felt that since she stayed, she had to learn some skills. Otherwise, people would say that she was smart when she was young, but she became a fool when she grew up. The 1-year-old feast was over. When Yuilua left, Yunyang cried bitterly. The third prince and Mu Shui couldn't coax her. There was no way. Yuilua had to stay, and wait until the little guy fell asleep before leaving with concubine Xian. Mu Shui put Yunyan on the couch and walked to the chaise longue to sit down. The third prince walked behind her and gently massaged her shoulders. Mu Shui enjoyed the third prince's massage. What did Master Changyun say to your highness? I want to accept Ninian as my disciple. The third prince looked at Mu Shui. What do you think, Shui? Mu Shui took the third prince's hand, asked him to sit down, and poured him a cup of tea. Did you refuse? Being able to see through the secrets of heaven and predict the future does not necessarily mean happiness. The third prince took a sip of tea. I just hope that Ninian can be happy with you and me. Mu Shui smiled. Your Highness, you think alike? Your Highness is right. The more you know, the happier you are. The third prince took out the box from his arms and handed it to Mu Shui. A gift from Qianju. Mu Shui took it and opened it. Inside the box was a longevity lock made with exquisite workmanship. There was also a note next to it. She put the box down, took out the note and opened it. Junior sister, I can't make it to Nian Nian's birthday party, so I specially sent this longevity lock. I hope Nian Nian likes it. Also, let the third prince read this note, so that he won't get jealous and think that I wrote something shameful. Mu Shui couldn't help laughing when she saw the last sentence. What did you write? The third prince leaned towards Mu Shui, and Mu Shui handed him the note. After reading the content, the third prince also laughed. You have the heart to tease me. It seems that you are completely relieved. He stopped smiling and looked up at Mu Shui. Mu Shui felt particularly uncomfortable under her burning eyes. Why is your highness looking at me like this? Thank you. The third prince's eyes were filled with deep love. Thank you for choosing me firmly, for giving birth to Nian Nian. Even when she knew he was dying, she stayed by his side without hesitation, and suffered a lot to take care of him on the way to Xiangshan. Sometimes he thought that Axu must be a gift from God for his childhood darkness. Why is your highness suddenly sentimental? Mu Shui shook his hand back with a bit of laughter and tears. Just thinking back to the past, I feel that everything now seems like a dream. Happiness is unreal. Whether it is a dream or reality, I will stay by your side. The future is long, and their happiness has just begun. Chapter 639 Extra. After attending Yunyan's birthday party and returning home, General Jean couldn't help himself. After returning home, he called people to the main hall. Jean Tingen had a hunch in his heart, and sat down obediently after entering, and poured a cup of tea for General Jean. Dad, drink tea. General Jean glanced at him. Did you remember what Luer said? I didn't want to rush you, but you really didn't rush at all. You are already old. When I was your age, you were born and started school. Dad, this matter can't be rushed, take your time. It has only been a short time since he and Shitong have settled down, and he doesn't want to disturb them by having a child. You are not in a hurry, but I am. General Jean put down his tea, his voice a little excited. I am already old, others are taking care of their grandchildren, but where are my grandchildren? Jean Tingen touched his nose. Can't I take care of Luer? Luer is in the palace. How can I take care of her? Seeing that he dared to talk nonsense, General Jean glared at him fiercely. Jean Tingen sat with his head down, not saying anything. Now that the country is stable, you don't want a child at such a good time. Are you planning to wait until I'm too old to move? Shitong walked in at this time, and General Jean, who was originally angry, immediately changed to a loving smile. Jean Tingen was impressed by the speed of his change of expression. Shitong, go find Tingen. Shitong wanted to say no, but received Jean Tingen's look for help, and nodded with a smile. Go quickly. General Jean waved him off. Tingen stood up, and went out of the main hall with Shitong to the yard. What did the old general say that made the general avoid him like this? The two sat down by the window in the room, and Shitong teased. Jean Tingen glanced at the scenery outside, retracted his gaze, and said awkwardly, nothing. Is it to induce childbirth? He refused to say, so Shitong guessed, the old man's wish is nothing more than to hold his grandson. Jean Tingen looked at Shitong in surprise. Did you hear everything just now? Shitong shook her head. No, I guessed. After returning from the border, Jean Tingen wanted to hold a wedding with her, but she refused because it was too troublesome. The day Jean Tingen agreed to her request for marriage, he was already her husband. The officials of Tianqi knew about it, so why bother holding a so-called wedding? Don't worry about it. Jean Tingen took Shitong's hand. Dad urged me this time. I will be embarrassed to urge you again. Shitong laughed and looked at Jean Tingen seriously. General, do you not like children, or do you not like me? I just want to spend more time with you. Jean Tingen looked serious, his deep eyes staring at Shitong's beautiful face. I like you very much. How could he not like her? If he didn't like her, he wouldn't agree to the marriage. Shitong was right, he liked her, otherwise he could refuse many things and had choices. His burning gaze burned Shitong's heart, and she quickly looked away. Her face got a little hot because of his straightforward words. In her cognition, even if Jean Tingen treated her differently, he would not say frankly that he liked her. He had always been the one who was teased by her and forced to accept. Now, when she suddenly heard him talking like this, her face couldn't help but get hot. The words came out without thinking, and Jean Tingen closed his mouth after realizing it, and took a sip of tea to cover up his discomfort. But his eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shitong, and when he saw that she didn't say anything, he began to guess randomly in his heart. Did she not like him talking like this, so she didn't say anything? She liked the general who gave orders, not the one who was smooth-talking. Thinking of this, Jean Tingen became even more annoyed. When he wanted to say something to change the subject, Shitong leaned in front of him, supported her chin with her hand, and looked up at him, with a mischievous smile on her charming face. It turns out that the general can also say sweet words. It's strange. The tea in Jean Tingen's hand almost fell to the ground, and he lowered his eyes to look at Shitong's long and curled eyelashes, and changed the subject. How did you find me at the border? Shitong saw that he was shy, so she changed the subject, stood up and whispered, beads. The beads should be on the hairpin. Jean Tingen laughed. You really saw me buying the hairpin that time. He asked Shitong to wait, and stood up and left the yard. Shitong waited for a while, and saw Jean Tingen coming back with a mahogany box. He put the box on the table with his slender hands, and pushed it in front of Shitong. Take a look, do you like it? Shitong picked up the box in confusion, opened it, and saw what was inside. Her eyes gradually turned red, and she asked in a hoarse voice, where did you get the same hairpin? Jean Tingen saw her crying, and was a little flustered. Don't cry. I just heard from your brother that this was the gift from your father when you got married, so I thought of repairing it for you to make you happy. When Shitong was in Chang State, his brother asked him if the craftsman of Tianqi could repair the broken hairpin, and he learned that it was Shitong's beloved hairpin that was broken. The people of Chang said that it couldn't be repaired, so Shitong's brother came to him to see if he could do anything. Shitong sniffed and took out the hairpin from the box. Thank you, General. She wiped away her tears and looked at Jean Tingen. I like it very much. I thought no one in this life could repair this hairpin. It took some time to collect the materials. I wanted to give it to you earlier. Jean Tingen stretched out his fingertips to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, and said softly, as long as you like it. Shitong's emotions came and went quickly, and she soon calmed down. She put the hairpin back into the box, and asked Jean Tingen softly, General, do you still remember the first time we met? Jean Tingen lowered his eyes and smiled. I remember. How could he not remember? He drank several mouthfuls of Shitong's bath water that time. That day, he finally found an opportunity to sneak into the Chang kingdom, and he didn't want to be discovered by the patrolling guards. In a hurry, he entered Shitong's room. Unexpectedly, the other party was bathing, and when he suddenly broke in, he stared at him with wide eyes and ordered him to close his eyes. He was anxious to hide from the guards, so how could he listen to her? While looking for a place to hide, the footsteps of the guards outside were getting closer and closer. At this time, the bright girl walked out of the bathtub naked, grabbed the clothes next to her, covered herself with them, and walked towards him. You are not from Chang, but you can understand Chang language. Who are you? Jean Tingen did not dare to look directly at her fair skin, and turned his eyes away without saying anything. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer, and there was a noisy sound of catching an assassin. Shitong narrowed her eyes, and looked at him. You are an assassin. At this time, there was a hurried knock on the door. Shitong wanted to hand Jean Tin on over, but he stood there without panic and didn't look at her. Suddenly she changed her mind. She pushed Jean Tin on towards the bathtub and kicked him in. Jean Tindon didn't expect her to be so rude. He fell into the bathtub and choked on the bath water. When he wanted to raise his head, Shitong's voice with a warning sounded. If you don't want to be handed over, stay in there quietly. After saying this, Shitong turned around and opened the door. After negotiating with the guard at the door, she moved aside to let the guard in. The guard searched the room, bowed, and retreated. After they walked away, Shitong walked to the bathtub and knocked on the edge of the bathtub. You can come out. Jean Tingen had been holding it in for a long time. When he heard that he could come out, he quickly got out, raised his hand to wipe the petals off his face, stepped out of the bathtub, bowed to Shitong to thank him, and wanted to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a slender white hand grabbed his wet sleeve. He turned his head, and Shitong's amber eyes scanned him up and down, sneering. Are you going to leave like this? With the appearance of an assassin like you, the exits must be strictly guarded now. Jean Tingen pulled back his sleeve, said it was okay, and jumped out of the window and left. In the words of your Tianqi, it was a matter of urgency. Shitong's words brought Jean Tingen back to his thoughts, and he chuckled. When you found out that I was a general of Tianqi, did you regret not handing me over? If Shitong had handed him over at that time, he would not have had the chance to return to Tianqi to see his family. No regrets. Shitong stroked the box containing the hairpin. If you regretted it, you would not have seen me often during your time in Chang State. During that time, she often sneaked out to see him. After her father knew her thoughts, he proposed to let Jean Tingen marry her during the peace talks with Tianqi. At that time, Jean Tingen refused outright, and said frankly that he already had a wife. After hearing this, the father praised Jean Tingen greatly, thinking that he was honest and a man. It was also at that time that she knew that he already had a wife, and then she stopped pestering him. She thought that they would never have a relationship in this life, but she didn't want to hear that he divorced his wife, and her silent heart began to beat again. So you went to see me on purpose. Jean Tingen suddenly understood inside. In fact, there are traces of your feelings for me, but it's just that he had a wife at that time, and even if they had no feelings for each other, he had to take on the responsibilities that a husband should have. When he returned to Tianqi later, he occasionally flashed through his mind the scene of him and Princess Shitong being distraught when they knew he had a wife. At that time, he just felt guilty, but now that he thinks about it, he has long been infected by the girl's bright and flamboyant enthusiasm in the little encounter she created. It's just that because he has a wife, he didn't respond, and deliberately didn't feel the real thoughts in his heart. He didn't say anything, and Shitong asked, just what? Nothing. General, were you a little different to me at that time? He didn't say it, and Shitong didn't continue to ask. Jean Tingen nodded. This time, he faced the most real thoughts in his heart, and did not deny that he was different from Shitong at that time. That's great, I thought it was my wishful thinking. Chapter 640 Extra. In the 4th year of Shemping, Yui Luo was 6 years old. The emperor returned from his travels, and redrawn a new and more vast map, and the whole court was delighted. The prince thought that the emperor would take over the government again after his return, but he didn't want him to return to the palace for a month, but he had no intention of doing so. He was either accompanying Yui Luo or playing cards with concubine Xian and others. He lived a life like an old man. When the emperor came back, concubine Xian and others were worried that their leisurely days would end, but the emperor not only did not reprimand them for playing cards, but also joined them. Since concubine Ro left the palace, they were missing one person when playing mahjong. Fortunately, the emperor is back now, so there is just enough space for one table. When Yuilua came back from school, she saw a few people playing mahjong. The emperor sat right above, looking down at the cards, and Chao Gonggong behind him fanned him, looking as relaxed as he could be. The same was true for the people around him, with maids fanning them behind them. Ahem. Luo walked to the side of the people and coughed lightly. The emperor looked up and waved at her. Luo, come here quickly, and see how daddy plays this hand. Seeing this, concubine Shu was unhappy. Your Majesty, this is not the way to do it. Luo is proficient in leaf cards. You can let her help you, and we can just pay the money directly. Luo moved a chair over, looked at the money in front of the emperor, and smiled. Daddy, you lost miserably. The emperor touched his nose. I'm letting them. At this time, the palace servant saluted at the door. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince nodded and walked in. Your son greets your father. The emperor hummed and motioned him to stand up without raising his eyelids. What's wrong? I want to recall Kaizei and let him work in Beijing in the future. The emperor was silent for a while and sighed. I lost again. He signaled Eunuch Chao to give the silver and waved his hand to let the palace servants on the side withdraw. It's time to recall him. You can do it. Although many people have been added to the imperial examinations in recent years, they all lack experience. Kaizei has been in Chanshan County for so many years. It's time for him to come back. Thank you, father. I will recall Kaizei immediately. When Muchen heard about the recall of Kaizei, he was so happy that he almost lost his mind. He hadn't seen Xiner for several years. Xiner and Li Qian's business was getting bigger and bigger. Now their products were not only in Beijing, but also in other two countries. It was no exaggeration to say that they were popular in the three countries. Because he had promised to wait for Xiner before, he didn't dare to take the initiative to ask Xiner to come to Beijing. Now he finally had a chance to let Xiner come back. Muchen waited for a month. June 15th. Kaizei's carriage finally arrived in the capital. Muchen waited nervously at the city gate. He didn't know which carriage was Kaizei's, so he could only stand there and look around. Master, you don't know when Miss Yang will arrive. Why don't you go back to the mansion first, and I wait here and take her directly to the Mu mansion? Of course not. Muchen still stared ahead. Uncle and Aunt must miss Xiner too. What would it look like to take her to the Mu mansion instead of sending her to the Yang mansion? The attendant scratched his head and said nothing. Brother Mu. A light voice came from behind. Muchen froze for a moment and turned around quickly. Yang Xian stood behind him, wearing a plain dress, standing in the sun with a smile on her face, staring at him. Her hair and skirt were lifted by the wind. After nearly 5 years, she was still as beautiful as ever. The pedestrians and noisy voices behind him seemed to be cut off, leaving him with only her thoughts. Xiner. Muchen's voice was tender, and he walked quickly to her with a smile on his lips. He wanted to hold her in his arms, but he felt it was inappropriate and stopped the action of hugging her. You are finally back. For almost 5 years, they only communicated through letters. Because of the long distance, it took a long time to go back and forth, and he couldn't see Xiner even if he wanted to. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yang Xion's eyes were slightly hot. In the past few years, she and Li Qian have been working outside, and Brother Mu has been taking care of her parents. She received a letter from her parents, all praising Brother Mu for taking good care of them. It's good to be back. I take you back to the Yang mansion first. Your uncle and aunt don't know you're here today, so you can give them a surprise. When the two arrived at the Yang mansion, Lord Yang and Madame Yang were talking about Yang Xian. Yang Xian made a gesture to the maid at the door to keep quiet, and then walked quietly to the curtain and stood still. Master, you said Xiner should be back this time. She's been away for so many years. She's still young, but Muchen is not young anymore. It's not right for her to waste time like this. Mother, Yang Xian walked out from behind the curtain and threw herself into Madame Yang's arms. I'm back. Oh, Xiner is back. Madame Yang hugged her tightly, her voice choking. You finally came back. Mother and your father miss you every day and can't sleep well. Daughter will not leave in the future. Yang Xian patted her back gently. Okay, I will accompany you and father well in the future. Now their shops and restaurants are under the management of special managers, and she and sisterly only need to check the accounts regularly. Madame Yang calmed down and noticed Muchen standing beside her, feeling a little embarrassed. Uncle, aunt. Muchen greeted the two and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Madame Yang called him. Let's have dinner together. After they finished eating together, Muchen stood up and said goodbye. Although he missed Yang Xian very much, he knew that it was the time for Yang Xian's family to reunite, and he shouldn't disturb them. As soon as he left, Yang Xian was pulled to listen to how Muchen had taken care of them in the past few years. Xiner, Muchen is a good kid. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known your situation clearly. They didn't know some of the things in their daughter's letter, but fortunately Mu Chen patiently explained them. He would go to Yang's house during holidays to talk with her and the master. He would also send gifts to the door during festivals. She really had nothing to say about this future son-in-law. Mom, I have been unfilial these years. Yang Xian looked at the two of them and took their hands. I will accompany you well in the future. By the way, Brother Mu often goes to the Yang mansion. Didn't Aunt and the others say anything? It stands to reason that she has delayed Mu Chen for so long, and Aunt Mu should be dissatisfied with her because she broke off the engagement. I also find it strange that you said this. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Xian took her things to visit the Mu mansion. The Mu family knew her and led her to the main hall without any obstacles. When Madame Mu heard that Yang Xian was coming to visit, she stood up happily and pulled her to sit down. She was as enthusiastic as seeing her own daughter, which made Yang Xian confused. Madame Mu was good to her before, but not so enthusiastic, especially after she broke off the engagement. She handed the things in her hand to the maid and sat down with Madame Mu. Aunt, that's the gift I brought for you. Chapter 641 Extra. Mrs. Mu smiled and clapped her hands. You kid, come here. Why bring a gift? Mrs. Mu mostly asked questions, and Yang Xian answered. After chatting for a while, she sighed and said, Chinner told me that if he hadn't annoyed you, you wouldn't have broken off the engagement, and I wouldn't have done that stupid thing. Yang Xian was suspicious at first, but then she remembered the guilty look that Mrs. Mu had given her just now, and she understood. The reason why Mrs. Mu didn't blame her for dragging Brother Mu was because Brother Mu attributed the reason for breaking off the engagement to him, and Mrs. Mu felt guilty about herself. Xianer, your uncle and I scolded him when we found out. I was sorry for what happened to you. From now on, your uncle, and I will not interfere in your affairs with Chinner. It's all over. Yang Xian held her hand. Aunt, I won't leave this time. I will marry Brother Mu. You and uncle don't have to worry. Really? Mrs. Mu was full of joy. Then I will find someone to propose tomorrow. She seemed to think of something and put away her smile. Would this scare Xianer? After all, Xianer just came back. Xianer, it's okay, there's no rush for marriage. Aunt, there's no problem with my parents. Ever since she heard that Yang Xian came back this time to marry her son, Madame Mu's smile never stopped. She took Yang Xian to the mansion to talk about Mu Chen coming back from duty. Then she left time for the two of them. Yang Xian had something to say to Mu Chen, and she was not in a hurry to leave. After Madame Mu left, she turned her head to look at Mu Chen. Brother Mu, I know everything. Mu Chen was stunned. I know you took the blame for the broken engagement on yourself. Her voice was very soft, with tears in her eyes. Brother Mu did this to give her enough time to do what she wanted to do. Only in this way would Madame Mu feel that she owed her, and felt guilty about her. It was also because of this that Madame Mu never urged Mu Chen to get married. She had asked in a letter before, and Brother Mu only told her to do what she wanted and leave the rest to him. In his letters, he never said that he missed her, worried about adding burden to her, and only cared about her health and told her not to be too tired. He really did everything to support her. She missed her very much and wanted to marry her, but she was trying her best not to put pressure on him. Xianer. Mu Chen stepped forward and took her slender body into his arms. Don't cry. I do all this just to make you happy. Yang Xian, who was originally just a little sad, couldn't hold back her tears when she heard this, and they fell on Mu Chen's clothes. Brother Mu, the reason for breaking off the engagement was because I went somewhere else. Yang Xian cried for a while, calmed down, and left Mu Chen's arms. This may sound a bit absurd, but it is indeed my real experience. Speaking of this, Yang Xian couldn't help but think of the helplessness she felt when she first entered that world. No family, no friends, only unfamiliar things. She calmed down and told Mu Chen everything that happened. Mu Chen was shocked at first, and then distressed. He held Yang Xian tightly in his arms, and said in a hoarse voice, Xianer, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so helpless at that time. When Xianer needed him, he was not there. After Xianer came back, she learned that he had married his cousin. He always felt that he was the one who suffered because of marrying his cousin. Compared with what Xianer has experienced now, his pain is nothing at all. How painful and sad Xianer must have been at that time. Thinking of this, Mu Chen blamed himself. Xianer, I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you at that time. If I had been more determined to refuse my mother, I wouldn't have made you sad. If he was more resolute, they could be together after his Xianer came back. Yang Xian was so breathless in his embrace that she patted his back gently after hearing his choking voice. Okay, it's all over. Brother Mu, let's get married. Mu Chun, who was still choking, let go of Yang Xian after hearing this, his face full of shock. Xian, are you? Are you willing to marry me? Yang Xian nodded. They have wasted too much time. In the days to come, let them make up for all the wasted time. Chapter 642 Extra. After the emperor returned to the palace for several years, he spent all his time with Yuilua except playing mahjong. His son and daughter have already started families, and have children. Now he is most worried about his precious daughter. Especially seeing that his precious daughter is becoming more and more beautiful, the emperor is more vigilant. He is afraid that his daughter will be taken away by a pig one day. Today, Yuilua has not finished school yet, and the emperor is practicing calligraphy in Qingxin Hall, and eunuch Chao walks in quietly. Your Majesty, the little princess's teacher wants to see you. The emperor was slightly surprised, and continued to practice calligraphy with his hands, saying lightly, let someone in. The person who came was a white-haired old man. When he was looking for a teacher to teach Yuilua, and the children of several princes and princesses, the emperor deliberately chose an older one. He said that such a person had more qualifications, but in fact everyone understood that the emperor did not want the little princess to have contact with young men. Otherwise, with Li Yunhe, a ready-made talent, why would he look for someone else? I pay my respects to the emperor. The emperor put down his pen, and asked the teacher to stand up. Eunuch Chao came over with water, washed the emperor's hands, and wiped his hands with a handkerchief before stepping aside. Is the student disobedient? After the emperor sat down, he saw the teacher seemed to be hesitant to speak, and raised his eyebrows to ask. No, no. The teacher waved his hands quickly. I came here because of the little princess. The little princess is very smart. I have nothing to teach you now, and I don't want to waste the little princess' time anymore. When they were invited to teach the little princess, and the princes and princesses, they had actually heard about the little princess's extraordinary intelligence. At that time, he only thought that it was because of the little princess's noble status, so there was an exaggeration in it, but later he found out that he was wrong. The little princess is not only smart, but also like the god of literature. The originally smart princes and princesses are dull in comparison with her. They discussed it, and decided to tell the emperor about it as soon as possible to avoid wasting the little princess's time. After all, the little princess still needs to learn mechanical engineering, medical and poison techniques, and they can't afford to delay. I thought you were here to complain. The emperor chuckled. You go down, I know. At the same time, Yuilua was still playing with a pen, and Yunyan next to her turned around and whispered, Aunt, let's go to my house for dinner after school. The 13-year-old Yunyan was taller than the 15-year-old Yuilua. His appearance inherited the advantages of Mu Shui and the third prince. At a young age, he already had the style of a gentleman. Although he was lively, he didn't grow up to be what Yuilua called a silly guy. When they went out to play, he took on the role of an older brother, and took good care of his younger brothers and sisters. He even took care of his aunt Yuilua. Yuilua took the pen she was playing with. Sister Yang Xian and her friends have new food in their restaurant. I take you there to eat. Hearing this, Yu cheered in a low voice, and is awesome. Yuilua made a silencing gesture to him, indicating that he should continue reading. Yu is the son of the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian. This kid is not afraid of anything except his aunt, who is not much older than him. Seeing that his aunt did not allow him to speak, he shut up obediently, and looked back at the book. But his heart flew to the restaurant outside the palace. When the time for school was over and the teacher left, Yu stood up and shouted, Pack up quickly, and said she would take us to the restaurant to eat. When they heard this, they all started to pack up, cheering for their aunt's might. Yuilua looked at them with a headache, feeling like a big sister and her little follower. After leaving the palace, they each told their personal attendants to go back to the mansion to inform their parents that they would not be back for dinner, and then went to the Fuyue restaurant opened by Yang Xian and Li Qian with Yuilua. Yuilua was a distinguished guest, and everyone in the restaurant knew that they were coming and hurriedly led them to the private room. Fuyue restaurant had a very good business, and Li Qian and Yang Xian were both very smart. Yuilua would provide them with some recipes from time to time, and let them make and sell them. Therefore, the two of them specially reserved a private room for her. He didn't charge her money for food. The people queuing at the door were very envious when they saw Yuilua and her friends go up directly without queuing. The waiter led them to a spacious private room, and said respectfully, The boss has told you not to spend money when you come here, princess. Last time you secretly put money in, I didn't know how to deal with it, and I was scolded by the boss. Yuilua looked at his bitter face, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I won't give you money this time. Bring up all your new dishes. Yes, princess, please wait for a moment. As soon as the waiter left, Yu began to cheer. Aunt, you are so nice. I love you so much. Yuilua, He didn't know where Yu learned these nonsense words from. Brother Yu, how can you talk nonsense to Aunt? Yuhan's face was tense. Daddy said that you can't be disrespectful to Aunt. Yuilua laughed out loud. The second prince himself is disrespectful, but he is good at fooling his daughter. The dishes were served quickly, and Yuilua brought over the steak and milk tea. Yunyan distributed the tableware, and then stared at the knife and fork in his hand in a daze. Yuilua picked up the knife and fork. Yunyan cut like Auntie. The others also followed suit and cut. The youngest, Yuyun, popped up her face and looked at Yuilua. Auntie, I can't cut it. Sister Yun, eat your brother's first. When Yuilua was about to pass her own to her, Yunyan handed the one he had cut to Yuyun, and pushed the milk tea next to her. Eat slowly, chew it thoroughly before swallowing, understand? Yuyun nodded obediently. I understand. Then Yunyan helped his younger brothers and sisters to pick up food and fish bones. There was no trace of impatience on his face, which made Yuilua feel relieved. She sighed in her heart. What a little gentleman. After the meal, the waiter took away the leftovers and served them cakes, desserts, and fruits. Aunt, will you take us out to eat after you get married? Yuyun tilted his head. Yuner doesn't want Aunt to get married. Then Aunt won't get married. When I grow up to be a man, I can support Aunt. Yu patted his chest. Yuilua was amused by his serious look. Aunt doesn't need you to support her. Yu Che, who had been silent, said, Aunt, I will support you. I have saved a lot of money now, so I can support you. Your aunt is richer than you little ghosts. Why does she need you to support her? The fourth prince pushed the door open and looked at the group of little ghosts. His eyes fell on Yu. If you want to support your aunt, you have to study hard. Chapter 643 Extra. Yu stood up and asked with a smile, Dad, why are you here? If I hadn't come, how long would it take for your aunt to take you back to the mansion one by one? The fourth prince said, and looked at Yuilua. Luor, have you finished eating? Yuilua nodded and pointed at the food on the table. Fourth brother, do you want to eat something? The fourth prince shook his head. Let the kids pack it up and take it back. After the fourth prince entered the room, the group of people shut up obediently, and were led downstairs by the fourth prince to be taken back to the mansion one by one. Yuilua did not go to the fourth prince's mansion with the fourth prince, but returned to the palace alone. As soon as she entered the palace, she met Eunuch Chao, who seemed to be waiting for her, and hurried forward when he saw her. Princess, the emperor is looking for you. Yuilua went to the Qingxing palace with Eunuch Chao. The emperor saw her coming in, and motioned for her to sit down. Do you know why I asked you to come? You are keeping me in suspense again. Yuilua pouted. Did the teacher praise me again? Seeing the emperor laughing, Yuilua knew that she had guessed right. Oh, it's not the first day that the teacher has praised me. I've been praised since I was a child, and I'm used to it. You are really not modest at all. The emperor said with a smile, if that's the case, you don't have to go to school anymore. I see how tired you are from learning so much. He was naturally happy that Luor learned a lot, but he didn't want Luor to be too tired. Yuilua stood up, walked to the emperor and took his arm. Daddy, I was just about to tell you this. I won't go to school tomorrow. I plan to go to Li country. The emperor immediately stopped smiling when he heard this. Yuilua coughed lightly. You see, you are not happy after I told you. That's why I ran away back then. You are just worried that I, a good cabbage, will be eaten by a pig. Don't worry, I plan to stay with you and mother for the rest of my life. Really? Yuilua continued, there is a saying that if there is no man in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword, as long as you and mother don't find me annoying. The emperor's expression eased a little. What are you going to do in Li country? Go to Li country to take a look, and by the way test whether the mechanical bird I modified has a big improvement in speed. In recent years, my cousin has come to Tianqi to celebrate my birthday every year, and he gives me gifts as if they are free. If I don't go to see him, I will be an ungrateful person. Be careful on your way, and come back early. After talking to the emperor and concubine Xian, Yuilua sent a letter to Ligua and left Tianqi with the mechanical bird the next morning. The mechanical bird she modified did fly faster than a horse, but she couldn't stand flying in the air all the time, so she changed horses to enter the city when she was about to arrive at Ligua. Xianju learned that Yuilua had arrived today, and he changed into his daily clothes with joy, and went out of the palace with his servants to the city gate to welcome Yuilua. The servants saw that their master had never suppressed his smile today, and they were very curious, but they didn't dare to ask. The master was not young anymore, and he still didn't have a concubine. I don't know who came today, and he actually asked this master, who only cared about government affairs, and medicine to come and pick him up in person. The two waited for an hour, and the servant raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looked at the sun in the sky, and asked softly, "Master, how about we go to the tea-house to wait?" "No need." Qianju had no impatience on his face, and stood by with his hands behind his back, waiting patiently. The guards at the city gate saw Qianju, and thought that their prince was out for inspection. They stood straight and looked straight, fearing that they would be punished if they did something wrong. At this time, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds came. Qianju looked up, and saw a horse galloping towards them not far away, and the horse hoofs raised clouds of dust. The girl on the horse was dressed in red, her skin was white as snow, her face was bright and flamboyant. She was holding the reins, and her hair and skirt were flying in the wind. While Qianju was looking at Yuilua, Yuilua also noticed him. She smiled, making her already beautiful face even more charming. The guards didn't know Yuilua, and thought she was someone who didn't have eyes. He glanced at Qianju, and stepped forward to scold him. "How can you ride your horse in front of the city gate? Get off quickly." Yuilua sighed, pulled the reins to force the horse to stop, turned over and dismounted to Qianju. The guards frowned and wanted to ask her what she did, but before he started to question her, he saw his own prince smiling and walking towards the bright girl in front of him. Qianju walked up to Yuilua and opened his arms to hug her. Yuilua sensed his intention and stretched out her slender fingers, pressing her fingertips against his chest. Men and women should not touch each other, be careful. Qianju was not annoyed, he took back his hand, his eyes fell on the corners of her slightly raised lips, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I have been waiting for you here under the scorching sun for more than an hour. What's wrong with hugging you? Didn't I hug you enough when I was a child?" Yuilua pouted, "It's different now than when I was a child. I'm a big girl, do you understand?" Then he threw the reins to the dumbfounded attendant beside him. "Help me hold the horse." The attendant hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, yes." Qianju was worried about exposing Yuilua to the sun, so he didn't stay at the city gate for long. He took him to the carriage, and went to the palace. In the carriage, Qianju poured a cup of tea for Yuilua. "You know to come to see me, I think you have a conscience." Yuilua took the tea. "I have always been very conscientious. It seems that you have governed the country of Li well. It's also your credit. How long do you plan to stay this time?" Putting down the tea in her hand, Yuilua casually said, "I don't know yet, maybe a month or so." She glanced at Qianju's increasingly mature handsome face. With a gossipy look on her face, "You haven't taken a concubine yet? Are you waiting for the daughter of the third brother and the third sister-in-law to grow up?" Qianju almost spit out the tea that had just entered his mouth. He swallowed the tea and said word by word, "Who do you think I am? Is he such a beast? Don't get excited, just talking casually." Yuilua didn't continue, lifted the car curtain and looked at the pedestrians on the street. The carriage stopped at the palace gate, and Qianju took Yuilua to his palace. He ordered the servant to take Yuilua's horse to feed. The servant looked at the backs of the two, and he wanted to find someone to share what he saw. While he was distracted, a female voice came to his ears. "Stop! Who told you to walk around the palace with a horse?" The servant came back to his senses, turned around, and found that it was the queen and Ling Lu, and he knelt down in panic. The queen asked him to raise his head and see his appearance clearly, frowning. "Aren't you someone close to the prince? Why are you walking around the palace with a horse?" "Your Majesty, this horse was ridden by a girl, and the prince asked me to take it to feed it." "Girl?" The queen was surprised. Her son finally got it? Where did the prince take the girl? To the prince's bedroom. Waving her hand to let them leave, the queen happily led Ling Lu to Qianju's bedroom. When they reached the door, they heard a girl's voice coming from inside. "Your Majesty?" The queen, who wanted to sneak in secretly, was exposed by the greeting. She looked at the person at the door with displeasure and walked in. Chapter 644 Extra. The queen entered the room and immediately noticed the girl in red. Although the girl had changed a lot, her face still showed the shadow of her childhood. At a glance, she recognized the girl's identity. When the two people in the room saw the queen coming in, they all stood up. "Lure." The queen quickly walked to Yuilua, took her hand and looked at her. "After so many years, Lure has grown into a graceful girl. Auntie, you have good eyesight and recognized me at a glance." Yuilua smiled and let the queen hold her hand. The queen has been very kind to her and her mother over the years. Although she has never visited them, she has sent them gifts and letters. She is on par with Qianju. The queen pulled her to sit down and glanced at Qianju. "The servant beside you said that you brought a girl back. I thought who it was, but it turned out to be Lure. You are really stupid." You didn't tell me that Luor came to Li country. Mother, didn't you want to wait until Luor arrived before telling you? Qianju smiled. I'm planning to have someone invite you to have dinner with me. He looked at Yuilua, intending to ask her to testify that he really intended to do so. Yuilua nodded. Aunt, my cousin did plan to do so. They talked for a while, and the palace servants had already prepared a sumptuous meal. After dinner, the empress ordered Linglu to prepare a palace for Yuilua to stay. There was a girl living in the palace, brought in by the prince himself, and the news that the empress's female official personally arranged her accommodation spread throughout the palace. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this girl. During the morning court session, a minister talked about this. He thought that if the prince wanted to take a concubine, he could do so according to the etiquette. The empress at the top just glanced at the ministers and snorted. Who told you that the prince wanted to take this girl as a concubine? How could she not know what her son thought of Luor? Not to mention that her son's feelings for Luor were just brotherly love. Even if there were other feelings, she felt that her son was not worthy. How old was Luor? And her son was already in his 30s. Taking a concubine, how ridiculous. The minister who spoke was stunned, thinking secretly, if it's not taking a concubine, could it be the main wife? It seems that the emperor really likes this girl. He is so angry just by saying taking a concubine. I don't know what kind of girl the emperor likes so much. Sir Qin, the girl you are talking about should be my cousin, the little princess of Tianqi. Qianju's voice brought Sir Qin back to his thoughts. He was shocked and knelt down quickly. I didn't know it was the little princess of Tianqi. I hope the emperor will forgive me. Although he had not been in the court as long as those old ministers, he had also heard of the little princess of Tianqi. The prime minister, who was indifferent in their eyes, praised the little princess. He also learned after entering the court that the Li kingdom had a civil strife. The fake princess and Minister Jiang intended to rebel, and then the Li kingdom became corrupt. These things were all helped by the little princess. Okay, ignorance is not a crime, get up. The prime minister heard that the person coming was Yuilua, and stepped forward. Your Majesty, since the little princess of Tianqi is here, why not hold a banquet to welcome her? The empress actually had this idea, and mentioned it to Yuilua, but was rejected. No need, Luor doesn't like it, and I don't want to hear any more nonsense in the future. After the morning court, Qianju was called by the empress to the imperial study for a lecture. You, Luor has grown up now, and you should restrain your words and deeds. Don't treat her the same way as when Luor was young. Qianju coughed lightly. Got it. How could he know that these palace servants and ministers had such a rich imagination? Even if Luor grows up, she is just a sister in his eyes. He takes care of her only out of habit. Who would have thought that it would be misunderstood? The emperor of Tianqi wished that all the flies around Luor were female. If he really had other thoughts, it would be strange if the emperor would let him go to Tianqi often. After leaving the imperial study, Qianju went to the palace where Yuilua was temporarily staying to find her. Yuilua had heard about what was said in the palace. When she saw Qianju coming, she put down the fish food in her hand, and walked to the table in the pavilion and sat down. Were you scolded by the imperial aunt? Qianju sat down opposite her, poured himself a cup of tea, and nodded. It's a pity that these people don't use their brains to write novels. Yuilua laughed out loud and nodded in agreement. Then he said, it's probably because you don't have a crown princess. When he mentioned this, Qianju's smile faded a little. He put down the tea and looked at the lotus pond not far away that was rippling with the wind. Luor, sometimes I wonder if I will be the second male lead in the novel who is loved but cannot be loved. He did let go of his junior sister, and also thought about finding someone who was compatible with him to stay with. But he always felt that those young ladies from noble families that the empress mother had shown her were not good enough. There was no ripple in his heart, and he didn't even have the desire to talk. Yuilua was stunned by Qianju's words, and she was complaining in her heart. You are the second male lead who can't get the love. She propped up her chin and looked at Qianju, teasing, it seems that you are quite free and have time to read the story book. Qianju retracted his gaze and laughed out loud. I read the story book to kill time when I am tired of dealing with government affairs. It's just a casual sigh. He stood up. Let's not talk about this anymore. I take you out for a walk. Yuilua stood up and followed Qianju. I heard that your Li country's Nanfeng Pavilion is very interesting. How about we go there? She was still a child before. Now that she has grown up, she must go for a walk. No. Qianju refused without hesitation. You can't go there. Your parents and your brother will peel my skin if they know. Nanfeng Pavilion is a place for women to have fun. It's a mixed crowd. How can I take Luor there? Not to mention that the group of people in Tianqi who protect their children will peel his skin. the Mother Queen will definitely not let him go. Seeing that Yuilua wanted to say something, Qianju warned her seriously. Don't think about sneaking in. If you have this idea, I will directly order the Nafeng Pavilion to close its doors. Having her plan exposed, Yuilua curled her lips. Just don't go. Yuilua didn't manage to visit the duck shop she thought it was. In the following days, as her identity spread, no one talked about it anymore. Qianju and her visited all the interesting places in Li Country, except Nafeng Pavilion. Yuilua stayed in Li Country for a month. On the day of her departure, Qianju and the queen saw her off at the palace gate. After watching her get on the carriage, and the carriage disappear at the palace gate, the two turned around and returned to the palace. When they reached the door of the bedroom, the servant came up and handed him an envelope. Your Highness, this is what the little princess asked me to give you. Qianju took the envelope, walked in, sat down in front of the long table, and opened the envelope. The words on it were written in a flamboyant style. Read less brainless stories. You are not the second male lead in the stories, who cannot be loved. The fate of the characters in the stories is in the hands of the author, and your fate is in your own hands. Chapter 645 Extra. After returning from Li Country, Yuilua's life returned to normal. Practicing calligraphy, studying mechanical techniques, and making poisons. Speaking of practicing calligraphy, Yuilua had to thank her strong willpower. At first, her mother taught her calligraphy, but her mother was too worried about her and let her rest after writing a few words. She felt that this was ineffective, so she went to her father, but her father was even worse than her mother. He said that it was okay as long as it was readable, and there was no need to work too hard, and no matter how ugly she was, she would not be uglier than the fourth prince. Yuilua was speechless for a while, and after thinking about it again and again, she went to find Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe taught very seriously, and would check her progress regularly. Under Li Yunhe's urging, her handwriting became more and more beautiful. Thinking of Li Yunhe, Yuilua dropped the herb she was busy with, stood up and planned to find Li Yunhe. Just as she stood up, a maid came in at the door. Princess, Lord Li wants to see you. Yuilua thought that she came at the right time. Let someone come in. Soon, Li Yunhe was led in by the maid. His appearance was still handsome, but he had a little more calmness after years of precipitation. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Yuilua motioned him to stand up, and waved to the palace servants to leave. Sit down, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Yunhe sat down and nodded. His expression was a little complicated. It's about the heavenly Tao. Yuilua's expression suddenly became serious. It appeared again? Her worries were indeed correct. How could the dog heavenly Tao give up so easily? I let it talk to you. After Li Yunhe finished speaking, he shouted to the air. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuilua saw a little red fox suddenly emerge from his body. The little fox stood on his shoulder and cried, Woo woo woo, master, I was wrong. I really did that to cooperate with you. Yuilua pointed at the little fox on his shoulder, with a question mark on his face. You said this is the way of heaven? The little fox, who was still actively admitting his mistakes, heard Yuilua's voice, and rushed towards her crying and shouting. Woo woo woo, big brother, help me, I thought that when I woke up from a sleep, the master, the dog, had licked you, but I didn't expect that only more than 10 years had passed. Li Yunhe's forehead veins jumped, and he looked at the little fox clinging to Yuilua. Explain to the princess what's going on. Yuilua frowned at the noise, and grabbed its tail. Tell me clearly what's going on. Big brother, let me go, I tell you right away. Yuilua let it go, and the little fox wagged its tail, its voice cheerful. The story is this, when the master was in the fairyland, he fell in love with you at first sight, and fell in love with you again. So he often harassed you, but you ignored the master. Speak nicely. Li Yunhe warned, and the little fox shrank his neck and continued. Big brother, you look down on the master, but the heavenly way sees all this. The heavenly way is a rule without emotion. It defaults to the fact that you and the master have feelings, and thinks you have violated the heavenly rules. So it deprives you of your 7 emotions and 6 desires, making you a goddess without emotions. The little fox stole a glance at its master. In fact, the master contacted you because he wanted to learn your fairy art and accept the mission you carried on your body. The starting point was good, but it backfired. The master felt guilty, so he reincarnated as a mortal and became your apprentice, wanting to help you find your lost emotions. Yuilua continued, in the end, he didn't find it. For the sake of the sentient beings in the lower world, I lost all my divine power and my soul fragments were scattered in the lower world. That's right. The little fox said excitedly, that's it. When your soul fragments were scattered in the lower world, The master asked me to go to that different world with you. Later, maybe because of the call of the main soul here, you brought me here again. It said with a chuckle. I learned the term licking dog there. The master has licked you for 2 lifetimes, but couldn't lick you. What a loser. Yuilua, Li Yunha, Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Oh. The little fox said seriously. The master appeared behind me, and I felt the master's breath and returned to him. It sighed. I just wanted to watch the master help you regain your emotions quietly, until that day, when you talked about the way of heaven. I didn't know that the master had lost his memory, and thought he was acting on purpose to help you regain your emotions more effectively, so I cooperated with him. After that, you solved a series of problems. I thought it was over, so I fell asleep. When I woke up today, I realized that the master had lost his memory. I didn't want to act to help you regain your emotions. At that time, it thought it acted very well, and the master believed it. The little fox said while stealing a glance at Li Yunha. The master wants to strangle me to death because of this. Big brother, you have to save me. Yuilua rubbed his temple, so everything is a misunderstanding. That's right. The little fox nodded like crazy. Everything that happened in this world was affected by the intervention of the time-traveling woman, not because of the way of heaven. I don't remember everything and I don't know. Li Yunha looked guilty. Princess, I'm sorry. Oh, by the way. The little fox remembered something and smiled. In order to better help you, the boss, correct this world affected by the time-traveling girl, I deliberately let your relatives hear what you think in your heart, so that you can better turn this world back on track. Listening to its tone of seeking credit, Yuilua sneered and picked it up. Then do I have to thank you? No wonder she said nothing when she was a child, but her father and others always did things according to her ideas. It turned out that she had been running naked in front of them since she was born. Thinking of how she had arranged everyone in her heart, Yuilua wanted to strangle the culprit to death. Sensing Yuilua's emotions, the little fox felt a pang in his heart. Did he do something bad with good intentions again? It tried to run away, but Yuilua grabbed its neck. Remove it, or I peel your skin off. The little fox kept flopping and begging for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. I untie it now, woo, untie it now. Yuilua let it go, and after it untied, she glanced at Li Yunha. You're doing this for my own good, don't blame yourself, go back. Li Yunha looked at Yuilua, smiled, then stood up and left with the crying little fox. Master, you're really useless. You're such a failure as a licking dog. Shut up. Li Yunha's figure went away, and Yuilua sighed in her heart. No wonder Li Yunha was so restrained even though he was interested in her. It turned out that in addition to liking her, he also felt guilty. Chapter 646 Extra. At the entrance of the fairy palace, the fairies gathered together, talking about something. Yuilua, who was in the room, heard the discussion outside and opened the door. The fairies who were still discussing saw her come out, and they all shut up and saluted respectfully. Hello, goddess. Yuilua glanced at them lightly. What are you talking about? Several people exchanged glances, and the fairy standing in front said carefully, We are talking about Yunha Immortal Lord. Today is Yunha Immortal Lord's 100th birthday. Yunha Immortal Lord? Yuilua raised her eyebrows. Who is Yunha Immortal Lord? She hadn't been out for a long time, and didn't know when there was such a person in the fairy world. Replying to the goddess, it's the grandson of the sky, and you gave him the name. Yuilua waved her hand to let the little fairies retreat, and flew onto the peach tree at the entrance of the fairy palace. She put her hands behind her head and thought, have I ever given anyone a name? After thinking for a while, it seemed that this was indeed the case. She closed her eyes, and dozed on the tree. When she was about to fall asleep, a faint sound of footsteps came. The person seemed to be afraid of being discovered by others, so he was very careful. Yuilua slowly opened her eyes, propped herself up and looked down. Under the peach tree, a man in a white robe with gold edges was looking around, as if looking for something. When he turned his head, Yuilua saw his appearance clearly. He had a face like a jade crown, red lips, and white teeth, and a golden crown on his head. His handsome face was probably a little annoyed, because he didn't find what he was looking for. Didn't they say the goddess of resurgence is here? Why is she gone? He muttered to himself, and was about to turn around and leave, when he suddenly felt the air fluctuate. His originally annoyed face suddenly froze, and he raised his hand to grab the thing that was attacking him. Before he could see clearly what was in his hand, he heard a crisp laugh. Quick reaction. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a woman in red sitting lazily on a peach tree full of blooming flowers, with a pair of slender white legs hanging naturally, and the woman looked at him with a smile. Yunhee stared at the woman on the peach tree without blinking, and felt that the peach blossoms in full bloom looked dull against her background. He thought that this was probably what a stunning beauty looked like. Why don't you say anything? Yunhee came to his senses and bowed. Fairy, please forgive me. I strayed into this place, and didn't mean to disturb you. Strayed into this place? Uilua jumped down from the peach tree, and the peach petals on the tree fell as her dress fluttered. She walked up to him. I saw you in the tree, and you seemed to be looking for something. After being exposed for lying, Yunhee's face was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. I'm here to invite the goddess of resuscitation to attend Yunhee Xianjuan's birthday banquet. Uilua felt funny. The clothes on the man in front of her showed that he was not an ordinary immortal, and he was lying. This time she didn't expose his lie, but just said, the goddess of resuscitation won't go, you go. Why? Yunhee looked puzzled, then reacted and looked at Uilua in disbelief. Are you the goddess of resuscitation? It is said that the strength of the goddess of resurgence is unrivaled in the fairy world, and her beauty is unmatched. She had vaguely guessed the identity of the person in front of her just now, but seeing her frivolous behavior, she felt that she did not fit the fantasy of the goddess of resurgence in his mind. Any questions? Uilua said what he was thinking. Do you think I am different from your perception, so you can't believe it? The stereotype of people in the fairy world who have never seen her is nothing more than that she is high and mighty, keeps strangers away, and does not like crowds. What he was thinking was exposed again. Yunhee held it in for a long time, and only managed to say, please forgive me, goddess. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But he heard a teasing voice behind him. I won't bother you, but it's really inappropriate for you, the birthday boy, to come to my fairy palace at this time. Yunhee almost stumbled, then quickened his pace and left quickly. After leaving the fairy palace, he exhaled heavily, spread his palms, looked at the peach blossom in his hand, and kept replaying the scene of her just now in his mind. Master, are you stupid? You lied to the goddess. Shut up. Didn't you say the goddess was aloof and elegant? How come she is nothing like that? The little fox said aggrievedly, I haven't seen the goddess either. I just heard about her. Uilua thought he was just curious about her appearance like everyone else, so he came to her palace. After seeing her, he stopped coming. Unexpectedly, this person would come to her every day in the following days. At first, he used the excuse of asking for advice on fairy arts, but later he was too lazy to find excuses. Especially after finding out that Uilua had no intention of driving him away, he came more frequently. Uilua was not a person who liked to be alone. Since she had someone to kill time with, she would not drive him away. The two gradually became familiar with each other. Uilua found that he was indeed talented. He could learn many magic arts after she taught him once. This made her teach him seriously like his master. Goddess, Grandpa Huang said that you gave me my name. Why did you give me such a name? He came here the day just to ask her about this, but after seeing her, he forgot about it. Uilua held the jade cup and chuckled. Yunha, free and unrestrained. Don't be like her, carrying too much and being unable to control yourself. That's probably what she thought at the time. Yunha saw some sadness in her eyes for the first time. Somehow, his good mood was also affected by her sadness. He closed his mouth and stared at the wine glass in his hand in a daze. Grandpa Huang told him the significance of the existence of the goddess of resurrection. At that time, he was still young and had never come into contact with the goddess of resurrection, so he didn't have any feelings. However, as the two gradually became familiar with each other, he knew that she was a flesh and blood person. An idea came to his mind, and he wanted to relieve her mission like crazy. Uilua didn't hear him speak for a long time, and looked up at him in a daze. Why are you in a daze? Don't you like this name? She looked at the storybooks of the lower world. Don't those people like Xian Yunya? It's indeed a good name. Yunha put away his extra thoughts and returned to normal. Recently, Grandpa Huang knew that I was learning immortal arts from you, and he was very happy, so from now on, I will come to bother the goddess often. Uilua nodded in agreement. As Yunha said, he came to Uilua to learn the magic arts more seriously in the next few days. Uilua even teased him that he wanted to learn all her magic arts before he was satisfied. The two of them were in seclusion for a long time, and Uilua was not stingy. Yunha learned all of Uilua's magic arts. On the day he came out of seclusion, he deliberately stole the emperor's magic wine and celebrated with her. Uilua felt that he was particularly happy today, and couldn't help laughing. You seem very happy to have learned all my magic arts? Yunhe poured her a cup of immortal wine, and handed it to her. Then he poured himself a cup and raised the wine, his eyes showing undisguised happiness. "This cup is for you." Yuilua clinked his glasses with him. "I am half your master, so it is right for you to toast me." Yunhee just smiled and nodded, but added silently in his heart, "I toast you so that you will no longer be bound by the mission in the future, and can live freely, not because of the so-called mission." Yunhee thought so that day and drank a lot of wine. After returning to the Immortal Palace, the corners of his mouth never fell. Until the next day, the bad news came that the goddess of resurgence had triggered the heavenly law and was deprived of her 7 emotions and 6 desires by the heavenly Tao. This change made him realize how ridiculous his self-righteousness was these days. He ran to her fairy palace in a trance, watching the unbridled goddess become what he first remembered. She exuded a coldness all over her body, and strangers were kept away. When she saw him, she raised her hand and waved him away. He returned to the fairy palace in a daze, and learned from Grandpa Huang that the reason why the goddess of resurgence became what she is now is because he frequently contacted her, and the heavenly Tao judged that the goddess of resurgence had violated the heavenly law, deprived her of her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yunhee laughed at himself, sat down on the ground dejectedly, and murmured, "It shouldn't be like this." His original intention of contacting her was to learn her magic, take over her mission, and complete the mission of protecting the people on his behalf. Why did it become like this now? "Master, don't be sad. We can first find a way to help the goddess regain her 7 emotions and 6 desires." The little fox saw his master crying and comforted him in a low voice. Yunhee wiped the tears from his face and stood up. "Yes, there must be a way. I have learned all her magic skills. When I regain her emotions, I will tell her everything." The heavenly lord frowned when he heard this. "So you often go to the fairy palace of the goddess of resurgence to learn magic skills just to help her get rid of her mission?" Yunhee nodded, looking at the expression of Grandpa Huang, feeling a little uneasy. "Grandpa Huang, what's wrong?" The heavenly lord sneered. "I just think you are ridiculous. The goddess of resurgence was born for all things in the world. For tens of millions of years, no goddess of resurgence has ever gotten rid of her mission." He paused, glancing at the dejected Yunhee. "So, do you still think you can help the goddess of resurrection escape her mission?" "Don't be silly, it's useless." Seeing his grandson's devastated look, Tianjun sighed. "Now that things have come to this, don't do anything meaningless and let her bear the consequences of your self-righteousness." Tears had blurred his eyes. Yunhee fell into the chair and sat there for a long time. So long that when the little fox thought he couldn't bear the blow and gave up, he finally stood up and his expression returned to normal. He calmly opened the door and asked someone to bring all the records of the goddess of resurrection from the past generations to his palace. After reading day and night, Yunhee finally found a helpful record. The day when the goddess of resurrection completed her mission and lost all her power. Yunhee, who had regained his identity, tightly grasped the book in his hand, raised his hand, and let her soul dissipate from his fingers bit by bit, and finally turned into nothingness. "Master, use the spell quickly to locate the fragments of the goddess soul," the little fox urged hurriedly. Yunhee calmed down, pinched a spell on his hand, and the little fox turned into a light spot in an instant and disappeared. He retracted his hand, lowered his eyes to look at the book in his hand, and smiled bitterly. "After all, I couldn't help you get rid of your mission. I hope you have an unconstrained reincarnation. It doesn't matter if you don't remember him."